Chapter 389. The appearance of the illusory in Martial Marquis startled Fang Chun. He calmly looked in the direction of the illusory in Martial Marquis and saw the illusory in Martial Marquis casting an illusion. When the illusory in Martial Marquis was casting an illusion, Fang Chun discovered that the illusory in Martial Marquis' eyes had turned gray. In that instant, the cultivator who was whispering about him had died. This scene made everyone realize how powerful the illusory in Martial Marquis was. With just a glance, the illusory in Martial Marquis had killed a powerful cultivator. The illusory in Martial Marquis is too powerful. Many cultivators exclaimed as they looked at the illusory in Martial Marquis. At this moment, Fang Chun narrowed his eyes as he carefully sized up the illusory in Martial Marquis and said, "This is the expert ranked 30th on the Martial Marquis ranking." Thinking of this, Fang Chun couldn't help sighing. It looked like he wouldn't be able to take revenge for the sword reverence sect in a short period of time. Just the illusory in Martial Marquis was already so powerful. One must know that the other four martial marquises were a rank higher than the illusory in Martial Marquis on the Martial Marquis ranking. Their strength was even stronger than the illusory in Martial Marquis. With Fang Chun's current strength, he was at most ranked in the 60s. Compared to the illusory in Martial Marquis, there was a huge difference. Because no one knew that Fang Chun fought with the Tianhe Martial Marquis, nor did they know that the Tianhe Martial Marquis self-destructed. Therefore, Fang Chun's ranking on the Martial Marquis ranking was still 72nd. Fang Chun didn't care about the ranking on the Martial Marquis ranking. He was more concerned about the increase of his strength. The reason why he participated in the Pellet Hall's auction was to obtain the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis pellet. If this pellet really came from the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, then he would have the opportunity to cultivate the Wind Cloud Mental Sutra to the 9th stage. In that case, he would also be able to cultivate the Sky Extinguishing Scripture. Once he successfully cultivated the Sky Extinguishing Scripture, Fang Chun's strength would increase once again. After the illusory in Martial Marquis arrived, there were many big shots that came. However, the majority of them weren't as famous as the illusory in Martial Marquis. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The huge tent was finally packed with people. At this time, all the warriors who came to participate in the auction had finally arrived. At this moment, there were even more warriors standing outside the tent. However, they were all warriors who were not qualified to participate in the auction. When an old man appeared on the stage, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. All the warriors looked at the old man, waiting for the appearance of the pill. "Everyone, today is our Pellet Hall's annual auction. All the items up for auction are pellets." The old man chuckled. "I'm sure everyone is clear about the details, so I won't waste any more time. The next item will be the first item of this auction." Just as the old man's voice fell, a martialist slowly walked onto the stage. In his hands was a tray with a small, transparent bottle on top of it. Inside the small bottle, there was a yellow pill. This pill is a high-grade spiritual pill, the Heavenly Lightning Pill. This pill is extremely important for those who have comprehended the concept of lightning or those who cultivate lightning-attributed cultivation techniques. If you consume this pill, your concept of lightning will increase, and your lightning-attributed cultivation technique will be able to break through your bottleneck. The old man continued, "The bidding will now begin. The starting price is 100 high-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10 high-grade spiritual stones." As soon as the old man finished speaking, some warriors began to bid. Naturally, those who bid were those who had comprehended the concept of lightning or those who cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques. While they were madly bidding, Fang Chun was quietly watching. A mere high-grade spiritual pill wasn't enough to attract Fang Chun's attention. 100 high-grade spiritual stones. 200 high-grade spiritual stones. I'll bid 300 high-grade spiritual stones. It didn't take long for the price of the Heavenly Lightning Pill to reach 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This scene made countless warriors sigh. The Pellet Hall's auction was a money-squandering establishment. The highest value of a high-level spirit-level elixir was only 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. But now, these martial artists were still bidding. That was because the pellets came from the Pellet Hall, so they were extremely expensive. In the end, the Heavenly Lightning Pill was won by a warrior for 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Next up was the second item of the auction. It was still a pill, but this time it was a top-grade spiritual pill. Thus, the bidding became even more frenzied. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the auction had been completed. At this time, dozens of pills had already been auctioned off. The Pellet Hall's pills were too popular. Many of them were sold for a price higher than the original price. The entire tent was in a frenzy. But the illusory Martial Marquis, who sat in the first row, did not open his eyes. He had his eyes closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Fong Chun, who was at the back, also noticed this scene. He knitted his brows and whispered, "Could it be that he's also after the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis pill? If the illusory Martial Marquis were to compete with him, he might not be able to win." After all, the illusory Martial Marquis was ranked 30th on the Martial Marquis ranking. His wealth wasn't something that he could compare to. One item after another appeared in the auction. However, when the 19th item appeared, the illusory Martial Marquis, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly opened her eyes. His deep eyes stared intently at the pills on the stage. This pill is called the illusory extinguishing pill. If an illusion cultivator consumes it, it can increase their illusions. Naturally, cultivators who have comprehended the illusion intent can also consume it. The old man introduced. The illusory extinguishing pill was suitable for illusions cultivators. When the old man finished his introduction, someone started bidding. 500 high-grade spiritual stones. A cultivator directly called out. This cultivator was also an illusion cultivator, but it wasn't worth mentioning to the illusory Martial Marquis. 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. When the first cultivator called out his bid, many other cultivators soon followed suit. In just a short moment, the price of the illusory extinguishing pill had reached 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones. If this was an ordinary spiritual pellet, there wouldn't be so many people fighting over it. The reason for this was because this pellet came from the Pellet Hall's strongest alchemy grandmaster. The alchemy grandmaster in the surroundings already had 1 foot in the grandmaster realm. Therefore, the quality of the pellet he refined was extremely high. Even the illusory Martial Marquis was interested in this illusory extinguishing pill. He majored in illusions. So, if he could obtain this illusory extinguishing pill, he might be able to make a breakthrough in his illusions. 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. All of a sudden, a cultivator increased the price by 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. When everyone looked over, they discovered that the person was from the Minor Divine Peak. The Minor Divine Peak was one of the 9 two-star sect. It was an overlord force in the Feng provincial city. There were elders in the Minor Divine Peak that also cultivated illusions. Therefore, he also needed this pellet. He increased the price by 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones so that others would back off. Hearing the elders bid, everyone sucked in a cold breath and gave up on bidding. It wasn't worth it to be so crazy for an illusory extinguishing pill. Then again, for some people, it was worth it, and the illusory Martial Marquis was one of them. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, said the illusory Martial Marquis. This was the first time the illusory Martial Marquis made a bid in the entire auction. He doubled the price in one go, which shocked countless cultivators. As expected of the illusory Martial Marquis, his wealth was too great. 15,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The elder from the Minor Divine Peak was obviously unwilling to give up on this illusory extinguishing pill. This pellet was very important to him. If it was someone else, they would naturally stop when they saw the illusory Martial Marquis make a bid. After all, if they continued to bid, they would offend the illusory in Marshall Marquis. However, this elder wasn't afraid of the illusory in Marshall Marquis. He was an elder from a two-star sect. How could he be afraid of the illusory in Marshall Marquis? Hearing the elder's bid, the illusory in Marshall Marquis said again, 30,000 high-grade spiritual stones. After the illusory in Marshall Marquis finished bidding, he turned to the elder from the minor divine peak and said, I, the illusory in Marshall Marquis, have taken a fancy to this illusory extinguishing pill. I hope that the minor divine peak can give me some face. Hearing the words of the illusory in Marshall Marquis, many cultivators looked at the elder from the minor divine peak. The upper echelons of the minor divine peak discussed with each other and finally chose to give up. All right, since the illusory in Marshall Marquis needs it, this old man will give up. The elder laughed heartily. In the end, the illusory in Marshall Marquis obtained the illusory extinguishing pill for 30,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Everyone sighed. The wealth of the illusory in Marshall Marquis was too great. However, just as they were sighing, the final pill was brought up. This pill had been sealed very well and was covered by a red cloth. No one could see what it looked like. I presume that the majority of the people here have come for this final pill, laughed the old man. The tent was filled with noise. Countless cultivators were staring at the pill under the red cloth. Correct. This pill is the rumored wind cloud pill. It came from the wind cloud Marshall Marquis, continued the old man. He was incomparably excited. This wind cloud pill is the result of the wind cloud Marshall Marquis life's work. His refining process is extremely complicated. After he succeeded, the wind cloud Marshall Marquis used his heart's blood to nourish it until it became like this. So this pill is extremely precious. As for the specifics, I don't think I need to introduce them, said the old man. When everyone heard the three words wind cloud pill, their eyes brightened. At this moment, Fong Chun was also very excited. It really was the wind cloud Marshall Marquis pill. He was determined to obtain this wind cloud pill. Originally, our pellet hall wasn't willing to auction such a precious pill. But after a few alchemy grandmasters of our pellet hall examined it, they discovered that this pill is extremely special. Ordinary people can't consume it, so we can only auction it, said the old man. Although the old man said that ordinary people couldn't consume it, it didn't affect the price of the wind cloud pill. The starting price of the wind cloud pill is 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100 high-grade spiritual stones, said the old man. Just as the old man finished speaking, countless cultivators began to crazily bid. 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A brief moment later, the price of the wind cloud pill had reached 8,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This was an unprecedented craze since the establishment of the pellet hall. Seeing everyone crazily bidding, the old man's face was filled with excitement. Just this wind cloud pill alone would bring huge profits to the pellet hall. Finally, the price of the wind cloud pill reached 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, the price was still soaring. Fong Chun did not bid because there were too many people bidding right now. Even if he bid, it wouldn't have any effect. He wanted to bid last. Competing in spiritual stones? Chapter 390. At this moment, Fong Chun was staring at the wind cloud pill on the stage with excitement in his heart. This was related to whether he could reach the 9th stage of the Wind Cloud Sutra or not. So no matter what, he was determined to get the wind cloud pill. Although he might not be the wealthiest, he would fight until the end. He wouldn't give up on any opportunity. In just a brief moment, the price of the wind cloud pill had risen to 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, the number of people bidding decreased. Many cultivators were still rational. It wasn't worth 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones for a wind cloud pill. But for some rich cultivators, they were determined to get it. They wanted to use their wealth to suppress others. Time slowly passed. Everyone was paying attention to the wind cloud pill, so no one noticed that it was getting late. The auction lasted from noon to night, but many cultivators were still excited. 110,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A warrior gritted his teeth and said. Just as he finished speaking, someone called out a bid of 120,000 upper-grade spirit stones. That cultivator pondered for a brief moment before he shook his head. He no longer bid and gave up on the wind cloud pill. At this moment, the illusory Marshall Marquis and Fong Chun still did not bid. They were waiting for the final opportunity. A wind cloud pill wasn't worth much, but because it came from the wind cloud Marshall Marquis, its price was slightly higher. But it wouldn't be too high. In the blink of an eye, the price of the wind cloud pill had reached a terrifying 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This scene made the old man hosting the auction extremely excited. In all the previous auctions, such a thing had never happened before. It was unprecedented. When the price of the wind cloud pill rose to 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones, the number of people bidding finally decreased. In the end, there was only one cultivator bidding, 210,000 high-grade spiritual stones. After the cultivator bid 210,000 high-grade spiritual stones, he grinned. He realized that there was no one else bidding in the tent. It seemed that the wind cloud pill was within his reach. This gentleman has bid 210,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else bidding? The old man on the stage looked at the crowd with hope in his eyes. He hoped that someone else would bid. If that happened, the price of the wind cloud pill would make history in the Pella Hall. Sure enough, just as the old man finished speaking, the illusory Marshall Marquis finally made a bid. 250,000 high-grade spirit stones. The illusory Marshall Marquis casually made a bid. Following the bid of the illusory Marshall Marquis, the gazes of many warriors were focused on the illusory Marshall Marquis. After seeing the illusory Marshall Marquis bid, the expression of the warrior, who was originally full of smiles, kept changing. He was thinking if it was worth it to offend a Marshall Marquis for a wind cloud pill. Finally, after some thought, this cultivator made a decision, and that was to continue increasing the price. As long as it was still within his acceptable range, he would fight for it. 260,000 high-grade spirit stones, the warrior called out. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chun finally opened his mouth. Originally, everyone thought that only the illusory Marshall Marquis would compete with this mysterious warrior for the wind cloud pill. However, they did not expect that a strange man would appear midway. At this moment, many elders from the small divine peak were carefully sizing up Fong Chun. They were curious about who dared to compete with the illusory Marshall Marquis for the wind cloud pill. Suddenly, an elder from a small divine peak had a slight change in expression and said in a deep voice, "He's Tainyo." Hearing the elder's words, the elders from the small divine peak were shocked. They never thought that the top expert of a younger generation, Tainyo, whose name shook the Golden Crown Nation, would actually come to their Fong prefecture city. Tainyo wants to compete for the wind cloud pill. The elder from the small divine peak was puzzled. I wonder if he can win against the illusory Marshall Marquis. Another elder said thoughtfully. The moment the illusory Marshall Marquis made a bid, Fong Chun and the other warrior bid one after another. This made the illusory Marshall Marquis' face a little gloomy. Although he had a lot of wealth, someone was competing with him for something that should belong to him. This made the illusory Marshall Marquis unhappy. 400,000 high-grade spirit stones. The illusory Marshall Marquis said directly, "I've often heard that the illusory Marshall Marquis' wealth is astonishing. Indeed, it's a well-deserved reputation. I withdraw." The warrior who had bid before thought for a moment and said directly. After he withdrew, only Fong Chun was left to compete with the illusory Marshall Marquis for the wind cloud pill. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fong Chun. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chun said. 600,000 high-grade spirit stones. The illusory Marshall Marquis said coldly. After the illusory martial marquis finished bidding, he turned his head to look at Fong Chun. His eyes instantly turned gray, and then a formless aura shot out from his eyes. When everyone saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The illusory martial marquis was actually using an illusion in front of so many people. The illusory martial marquis is too strong, some warriors whispered. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was bidding, suddenly sensed the gaze of the illusory martial marquis. In the next moment, he was shocked and thought to himself, "Not good. The illusory martial marquis is going to use an illusion." Fong Chun was just about to use all his strength to block the illusory martial marquis' gaze when Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth. "Oomph. A piece of trash dares to use such a clumsy illusion." As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, a silent aura instantly surrounded Fong Chun's body and blocked the illusion of the illusory martial marquis. Hiss, 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 the illusory martial marquis kept staring at Fong Chun. From time to time, a terrifying aura would be emitted from his gray eyes. The atmosphere in the entire tent was extremely oppressive. When the illusory martial marquis suddenly attacked, even the old man on the stage did not dare to stop him. That kid is not moving at all. Could it be that he is being controlled by the illusory martial marquis? The illusions of the illusory martial marquis are extremely powerful. This kid is so young, he definitely won't be able to block the illusions of the illusory martial marquis. Looks like this kid is going to be unlucky. His luck is too bad to meet the illusory martial marquis. In the tent, many warriors were shaking their heads, thinking that Fong Chun was doomed. Even the upper echelons of the small divine, Peak, sitting in the first row, shook their heads. They knew Tainyo's identity and sighed. It was a pity for such a young warrior. Crash! Just as everyone was about to be controlled by the illusory martial marquis, because Fong Chun was about to be controlled, the former's face suddenly revealed a brilliant smile. At the same time, the illusion of the illusory martial marquis disappeared and his pupils returned to normal. Seeing Fong Chun's brilliant smile, the illusory martial marquis' face darkened. Humph! The illusory martial marquis snorted and turned his head, no longer looking at Fong Chun. What? Under the illusion of the illusory martial marquis, nothing happened to him. Heavens, who is this kid? How can he block the illusion of the illusory martial marquis? Could it be that this kid is also an illusion cultivator? Tainyo blocked it. Not only were the warriors in the tent exclaiming in surprise, even the elders of the small divine, Peak, exclaimed in surprise. The illusory martial marquis was an expert who had been famous for a long time. His illusions had already been cultivated to the point of perfection. Ordinary warriors would not be able to block his illusions, but Fong Chun had actually managed to block it. Crash! The entire tent was in an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fong Chun with reverence. 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chun smiled brilliantly and called out. This time, the illusory martial marquis surprisingly did not call out a price, nor did he say anything. Instead, he stood up and coldly glanced at Fong Chun. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. No one had expected the auction to end in such a manner. At the same time, everyone was secretly sizing up Fong Chun. Since he dared to snatch something from the illusory martial marquis, the illusory martial marquis would definitely not let him off. However, Fong Chun didn't think too much about it. After the auction ended, he paid the spirit stones and obtained the wind cloud pill. When he obtained the wind cloud pill, Fong Chun's heart was filled with excitement. Just as Fong Chun was about to leave the auction, the elders of the small divine, Peak, suddenly walked in front of Fong Chun. "Is this little friend Tainyo?" asked one of the elders with a smile. Fong Chun recognized the people from small divine Peak and nodded. Little friend Tainyo is truly worthy of being called a young genius. To be able to enter the martial marquis ranking at such a young age I represent the small divine peak to invite little friend Tai Nyo to the small divine peak for a chat. What do you think? Laughed one of the elders. Fong Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly nodded. After obtaining the wind cloud pill, he had originally needed to find a quiet place to cultivate. Furthermore, he had to be on guard against the illusory in Martial Marquis' sneak attack. So the small divine peak was a good choice. In the end, Fong Chun followed the many elders of Little Divine Peak and left the auction house, heading to Little Divine Peak. At this time, in a certain courtyard within Feng Prefecture City, the illusory in Martial Marquis was sitting on a stone bench, his face filled with fury. "Have you investigated who that brat is?" icily asked the illusory in Martial Marquis. "Lord Martial Marquis, according to our investigation, that brat is the peak expert of the younger generation, Tai Nyo, who caused an uproar in the Golden Guan country a while ago." Beside the illusory in Martial Marquis, a subordinate respectfully said, "Tai Nyo." Clearly, the illusory in Martial Marquis had also heard of Tai Nyo's name. "No matter who you are, you will pay a heavy price for stealing my things," said the illusory in Martial Marquis icily. "Where is he now?" Lord Martial Marquis. After the auction ended, he followed the people from the small divine peak to the small divine peak, said the subordinate. "I'll wait for you in Feng Prefecture City." "I don't believe you'll continue hiding in the small divine peak," said the illusory in Martial Marquis icily. Chapter 391. Fong Chen's group quickly arrived at Little Divine Peak. As a two-star sect, Little Divine Peak was about the same size as the Sword Reverence sect. However, the Sword Reverence sect was a holy land for sword cultivators, while Little Divine Peak was a holy land for finger cultivators. Finger cultivators were actually a type of martial cultivators. However, they focused on finger techniques. In the Golden Crown Nation, Little Divine Peak was considered the peak of finger techniques. So many of the younger generation who cultivated finger techniques had joined Little Divine Peak. As for Shunjiang, he was once one of the 9 princes. He was the strongest person in Little Divine Peak's younger generation. His finger techniques had already reached an outstanding level. But unfortunately, he had encountered Tai Yun and Protector Wuxian. He had been directly possessed and died a miserable death. After arriving at Minor God Peak, the elders brought Tai Nyo to the main hall. At this moment, the Peak Master of Minor God Peak was meditating in the main hall. When he saw the elders return, he smiled and asked, "Did you get anything this time?" The elders shook their heads. The illusory in Martial Marquis appeared in this auction. Upon hearing the words illusory in Martial Marquis, a trace of astonishment flashed across the Peak Master's face. Soon after, he looked towards Fong Chun, who was behind the elders. "This person is?" asked the Peak Master. "Peak Master, this person is Tai Nyo, who caused an uproar in the Golden Crown Nation a while ago," said one of the elders. When he heard the 2 words Tai Nyo, the Peak Master's eyes brightened. Soon after, he carefully observed Tai Nyo. A long while later, the Peak Master heartily laughed, after which he said, "Not bad. To be able to enter the Martial Marquis list at such a young age, you are indeed formidable." "Peak Master overpraises me." Fong Chun clasped his hands. "Peak Master, this time, Tai Nyo also participated in the auction. During the auction for the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis Wind Cloud pill, he had a bit of a conflict with the illusory in Martial Marquis. So I brought him back," said an elder. "Oh, he fought over the Wind Cloud pill with the illusory in Martial Marquis?" Not only that, Tai Nyo's strength is extremely tyrannical. Furthermore, the cultivation technique he cultivates is abnormally special. The illusion technique of the illusory in Martial Marquis is actually ineffective against him. In the end, he successfully bid for the Wind and Cloud pill and offended the illusory in Martial Marquis. I was worried that the illusory in Martial Marquis would attack him, so I invited him to my Little Divine Peak. The elder laughed and said, hearing the elder's words, how could the Peak Master not know the elder's intentions? Tai Nyo was so young, yet he was able to enter the Martial Marquis list. His talent must be incomparably monstrous. The elder had invited him to the small divine peak because he wanted Tainyo to give some pointers to the young martialists of the small divine peak. Ever since Shun Jiang had died, the small divine peak hadn't had a single disciple who could reach Shun Jiang's level. Therefore, the small divine peak was very anxious. Haha, Tainyo, stay at my little divine peak. You don't have to worry about the illusory Martial Marquis. The peak master laughed out loud. Thank you, peak master. Fang Chun cupped his hands in thanks. Tainyo, I hope that when you have time, you can give some pointers to the younger generation of the small divine peak, said the peak master. Hearing the peak master's words, Fang Chun nodded. In the end, Fang Chun was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. The small divine peak did this to let Fang Chun give pointers to the younger generation of the small divine peak. The second reason was to let Fang Chun feel grateful and use this opportunity to rope in Fang Chun. All the major factions of the Golden Crown Nation knew that Tainyo had entered the Martial Marquis list at such a young age. His future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. If they were on good terms with Tainyo now, when Tainyo's strength was tyrannical in the future, he could easily help their sect. Therefore, the peak master of the small divine peak did not hesitate to lower his status and befriend Fang Chun. Fang Chun naturally sensed the intentions of the people of the small divine peak. However, since they were willing to befriend him, he would not refuse. In this way, Fang Chun stayed at the small divine peak for the next few days. Of course, the first thing he did during this period was to take the wind cloud pill. Fang Chun used a day to adjust his body to its peak state. The next day, Fang Chun began to take the wind cloud pill. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black medicinal pill appeared in his hand. This was the wind cloud pill he had obtained for 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. A wind cloud pill, refined by the wind cloud marquis? Could it be that the wind cloud marquis also knows how to refine pills? Fang Chun was puzzled. He also didn't know what grade this wind cloud pill was. As Fang Chun held the wind cloud pill in his hand, he could clearly feel a heat coming from the wind cloud pill. Little fellow, this isn't just a medicinal pill, suddenly said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, if this isn't a medicinal pill, then what is it? Asked Fang Chun. There's a seal on the surface of this medicinal pill. If you undo that seal, you'll know that this isn't just a medicinal pill. It's the life essence of an expert, said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor Bronze Dragon had lived for a very long time, so he could tell at a glance that the wind cloud pill was extraordinary. Fang Chun was shocked when he heard Ancestor Bronze Dragon's words. Ancestor, do you know how to remove the seal on this pill? Fang Chun didn't doubt Ancestor Bronze's words. It was because of him that he had been able to escape danger several times. If I was at my peak, I could undo the seal with a single glance. But right now, I don't have any methods. Ancestor Bronze faintly said, however, I do know a method that might be able to undo the seal. What method? Asked Fang Chun urgently. This was related to whether or not he could cultivate the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Find a space filled with lightning and then gather the power of the 9 heavens lightning to strike the pill. Perhaps that will give you a chance, said Ancestor Bronze. For the current you. Fang Chun sank into contemplation. He had thought that he could directly take the wind cloud pill and cultivate the wind and cloud mantra. But after hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, he made his choice. He had waited for so long, so he didn't care about waiting a few more days. Soon after, Fang Chun stopped cultivating and went to the square of Small Divine Peak. He wanted to ask the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak if there was a place where lightning gathered in Foam Province City. Walking on the square, Fang Chun could see that countless disciples of Small Divine Peak were diligently cultivating. Just as Fang Chun was walking, a cultivator suddenly stopped cultivating and walked in front of Fang Chun. You're Tainyo? Yes. Fang Chun nodded. He didn't understand. I heard that you've already entered the Martial Marquis list. I want to exchange pointers with you, said the cultivator seriously. Fang Chun was startled. The current you is still unable to exchange pointers with me. However, I can give you some pointers. I can sense that although your aura is vigorous, it is mixed with a trace of weakness. Your foundation isn't solid. You have to pay attention to the cultivation of your foundation from now on. After hearing Fong Chen's words, the cultivator fell into deep thought. A moment later, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Tainyo, thank you for your pointers. Just like that, Fong Chen gave pointers to more than a dozen cultivators on the square before finally arriving at the Peak Master's place. Tainyo, you've come? Asked the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak when he saw Fong Chen. Peak Master, is there a place where lightning gathers in Feng Province City? Fong Chen got straight to the point. Oh, why are you looking for a place where lightning gathers? The Peak Master looked at Fong Chen with astonishment. To tell you the truth, I cultivate a cultivation technique that requires a place where lightning gathers in order to reach perfection. Right now, I'm stuck at a bottleneck, so, said Fong Chen. The Peak Master was even more astonished. Just what kind of cultivation technique did Tainyo cultivate that required him to cultivate in a place where lightning gathers? However, he still opened his mouth. Within Feng Province City, only my small divine peak has a place where lightning gathers, said the Peak Master. Oh, small divine peak has one. Fong Chen's eyes flickered with excitement. My small divine peak has a space called the Lightning Dominion. This Lightning Dominion is filled with extremely powerful lightning energy. The disciples of my small divine peak can cultivate their finger arts with half the effort in the Lightning Dominion, said the Peak Master. And can I enter? Asked Fong Chen. The Peak Master nodded. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to enter. But you're an honored guest of my small divine peak, so you can naturally enter. This is my identity token. You can enter the Lightning Dominion at any time. Many thanks, Peak Master, said Fong Chen. Then Fong Chen left the hall. Just after he left, an elder appeared in front of the Peak Master. Peak Master, you actually let him enter the Lightning Dominion? Asked the elder with astonishment. He isn't a member of my small divine peak. Even if he enters the Lightning Dominion, he won't be able to sense that thing. It's fine, said the Peak Master. Letting him enter the Lightning Dominion means he owes my small divine peak a favor. In the coming days, he will definitely work hard to guide the younger generation of my small divine peak. This is an extremely important matter, said the Peak Master. The elder didn't say anything else. After receiving the Peak Master's identity token, Fong Chen didn't rush to the Lightning Dominion. Instead, he prepared a rest for a day before going. However, he didn't return to his courtyard. Instead, he strolled around the small divine peak by himself. No one had come to this peak all year round. Fong Chen stood at the top of the peak and looked down. He didn't speak for a long time. Just at this moment, a voice entered Fong Chen's ears. Brother Tainyo. Fong Chen turned his head and saw that this person was the current #1 expert of Small Divine Peak's younger generation, Shunli, Brother Shunli. Fong Chen had already been at Small Divine Peak for several days, so he naturally recognized Shunli. Brother Tainyo, I have a request, said Shunli suddenly. Oh, what is it Brother Shunli needs? There's no harm in saying it, said Fong Chen directly. Shunli suddenly approached Fong Chen. When he arrived in front of Fong Chen, he put his head next to Fong Chen's ear and softly said, I want something. Brother Tainyo, can you help me? What is it? Asked Fong Chen. Your life. As Shunli said this, a cold light shot out of his finger and landed on Fong Chen's body. Bang! Fong Chen's body was struck by Shun Li's finger, and he instantly retreated. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared in his stomach. Blood continuously flowed out. Fong Chen's entire body emitted a wild fury as he furiously roared. Chapter 392. Hearing Shun Li's words, Fong Chen immediately understood. He did not think that the illusory Martial Marquis would be able to reach Small Divine Peak. Damn it! Although Shun Li's strength was not as strong as Shun Zhang's, he was still at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Caught off guard, Fong Chen was hit by Shun Li's finger. Fong Chen's stomach was bleeding profusely. He was injured. As long as I kill you, I can become the disciple of the illusory Martial Marquis. Therefore you must die, Shunli said sinisterly. Seeing that Tainyo was injured, Shunli was not worried at all. Tainyo would counterattack. Even if Tainyo was an expert on the martial marquee list, his strength would be greatly reduced after being hit by Shun Li's finger technique. Therefore, now was the best time to kill Tainyo. Swoosh light appeared on Shun Li's finger. At the same time, Shun Li's body emitted a terrifying aura. When the aura around his body reached its peak, Shun Li's finger suddenly pointed at Fang Chun. Immediately, the light on his finger condensed into a ray of light. Small Divine Peak was best at finger techniques. Moreover, Small Divine Peak's secret technique was also a finger technique. Shun Li was the #1 disciple of Small Divine Peak's younger generation. Naturally, he had cultivated Small Divine Peak's secret technique. At this moment, he was using Small Divine Peak's secret technique to kill Tainyo. Seeing that Shun Li was attacking him, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the next moment, his soul moved, and the great Luo soul-killing flame was instantly unleashed. Swoosh in the sky, a soul flame appeared and silently entered Shun Li's body. Although Fang Chun was injured, it was still easy for him to deal with Shun Li. A miserable shriek was heard. Shun Li's soul was trembling. The ray of light in the sky was instantly dispersed. In the end, Shun Li had underestimated the strength of a martial marquee list expert. He thought that by catching Tainyo off guard and injuring him, Tainyo would not be able to counterattack. However, he was wrong. Fang Chun was not only a sword cultivator, he was also a soul cultivator. The most frightening thing about soul cultivators was that they could still unleash the most terrifying soul attacks as long as their souls were unharmed. Shun Li was focused on the finger art and didn't care about the cultivation of his soul. Therefore, his soul was very weak and couldn't withstand Fang Chen's great Luo soul slaughter flame. Bangshan Li's soul was burned by the soul flame. Finally, his body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. After killing the #1 person of the younger generation in Small Divine Peak, Fang Chen naturally notified the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak immediately. Not long after, many elders and Peak Masters rushed over. When they saw Shun Li's corpse, their faces turned ugly. "Tainyo, what's going on?" asked the Peak Master. "Peak Master, the illusory martial marquee hand has reached Little Divine Peak, and Shun Li is his puppet. Shun Li attacked me when I wasn't paying attention and was killed by me," Fang Chun said bluntly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, some elders were displeased. "Who knows if you killed Shun Li on purpose?" "That's right. With Shun Li's strength, how could he sneak attack you?" "Tainyo, although you've entered the martial marquee ranking, you have to give us an explanation." The Peak Master and the other elders didn't say anything. They just calmly looked at Tainyo. "I don't need to lie to you," said Fang Chun. Although he was in Small Divine Peak, Fang Chun wasn't the slightest bit afraid. If the Peak Master really did attack him, he was confident he could escape unscathed. "Tainyo, you've gone too far. You dared to commit murder in my Small Divine Peak. Peak Master, kill him." "That's right. Peak Master, although he's entered the martial marquee ranking, if we don't kill him, what face will my Small Divine Peak have?" Several elders were infuriated and wanted to kill Tainyo. "Tainyo, I want to believe you," said the Peak Master after thinking for a long time. Hearing the Peak Master's words, the elders who wanted to kill Fang Chun were extremely furious. However, they did not dare to say anything. Just like that, Shun Li's matter was resolved. However, the Peak Master didn't stop there. After Shun Li's death, he had discovered a few spies within Small Divine Peak. The reason he believed Tainyo was because he knew there were spies within Small Divine Peak. "Many thanks for your explanation, Peak Master," said Fang Chun. "You should go back and rest," said the Peak Master. The next day, Fang Chun entered the Lightning Dominion. It was also on this day that the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak suddenly attacked and killed 3 elders. These 3 elders were the ones who had strongly supported the previous day in killing Tainyo. The deaths of the 3 elders caused an uproar within Small Divine Peak. The ordinary disciples didn't know what was going on. Why would the Peak Master kill the 3 of them? In the end, when the Peak Master showed them the evidence, they realized that the 3 dead elders had colluded with outsiders. Little Divine Peak's spies. Many martial artists understood. Fang Chun, who was in the Lightning Dominion, naturally didn't know that because of him, the spies hidden within Small Divine Peak for such a long time had revealed themselves. At this time, in an independent courtyard in Feng State City, the illusory Marshal Marquis was listening to a report from his subordinate. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and a powerful aura enveloped the entire courtyard. Peak Master of Small Divine Peak. The illusory Marshal Marquis stood up when he saw the person who had come. He looked at the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak warily. Illusory Marshal Marquis, since you have a backer, I will not bicker with you about this matter. If something like this happens again, you will pay the price. After saying that, the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak turned around and left. Seeing the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak leave, the illusory Marshal Marquis expression changed. Damn it! After a long time, the illusory Marshal Marquis cursed. The Peak Master of Small Divine Peak was a condensing reality realm expert. If it weren't for the illusory Marshal Marquis background, he would have already killed him. This time, he only wanted to intimidate the illusory Marshal Marquis. However, he believed that the illusory Marshal Marquis would not dare to do anything in the future. The Small Divine Peak was located on an unbroken chain of mountain peaks. One of the peaks was the most important place of the Small Divine Peak. There was an independent space there called the Thunder Territory. It was said that the Thunder Territory contained extremely wild lightning power. The disciples of the Small Divine Peak usually practiced their finger techniques in the Thunder Territory. At first, Fang Chun did not understand how one could practice finger techniques in the Thunder Territory. However, he finally understood now. At this time, Fang Chun was in the Thunder Territory. Not far from him, there was a disciple of the Small Divine Peak. This disciple's finger was pointing at the powerful lightning in the sky from time to time, using the power of lightning to refine the finger technique. This is a pretty good idea. After looking at it for a while, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. The lightning power in the Thunder Territory was abnormally abundant. It was a good place to practice finger techniques. It was no wonder that the finger techniques of the Small Divine Peak were so powerful. Kid, look for the place with the densest lightning, Ancestor Bronze said. Then, Fang Chun started to search. The Thunder Territory was extremely spacious. The entire Thunder Territory was filled with extreme lightning power. Thunder dragons would roar in the sky from time to time. Ordinary martialists would not be able to stay in the Thunder Territory for long. The deeper one went in the Thunder Territory, the stronger the lightning power. Therefore, most of the disciples of the Small Divine Peak stayed at the edge of the Thunder Territory. Almost no one dared to enter the depths of the Thunder Territory. However, someone had entered the depths of the Thunder Territory today. Look, someone has entered the depths of the Thunder Territory, a disciple suddenly exclaimed. Who would dare enter the depths of the Thunder Territory? It's not a disciple of the Small Divine Peak. Could be Tainyo. He is indeed a powerhouse on the Marshal Marquis list. The strength of his physical body makes me feel ashamed. Many disciples of the Small Divine Peak exclaimed when they discovered Tainyo. They watched as Tainyo disappeared from their line of sight. This also meant that Tainyo had entered the true depths of the Thunder Territory. At this moment, Fang Chun was surrounded by a dense lightning power. When he reached the deepest part, the sky was purple. The sky was filled with purple lightning. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. The dense thunderbolts converged into numerous lightning dragons that bombarded the ground continuously. This is the place, Fang Chun said solemnly. All right, let's begin, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chun walked to the place with the densest lightning power and sat down cross-legged. The wind cloud elixir appeared in his palm. In the next moment, Fang Chun started to absorb the lightning power according to Ancestor Bronze's method. Rumble. In the sky, the purple thunder dragons gathered together and bombarded Fang Chun fiercely. Crack. The power of the thunder dragons was very strong. When they bombarded Fang Chun's palm, the wind cloud elixir exploded. Even though Fong Chun had activated his strong Tao body, he still felt a wave of pain. What a strong lightning power! Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Fong Chun's eyes lit up when he saw the thunder dragons shatter the wind cloud elixir. He continued to bombard it. After all, he had a strong body that could last for a long time. Fong Chun wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to unseal the wind cloud elixir. Rumble. One after another, the purple thunder dragons bombarded the wind cloud elixir. At this moment, Fong Chun's Tao body was fully activated to resist the bombardment of the thunder dragons. During this process, the strength of Fong Chun's physical body was actually increasing slowly. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chun was almost numb. If the bombardment continued, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard from his palm. The outer shell of the wind cloud pill shattered instantly, and a pill that was emitting a glow appeared in Fong Chun's palm. "It's unsealed." Fong Chun's eyes lit up as he said. Then, Fong Chun confirmed that the wind cloud elixir had been unsealed. He stood up and roared to the sky, as if he was venting the pain of being bombarded by the thunder dragons. Just as Fong Chun roared, countless purple thunder dragons suddenly gathered in the sky and bombarded Fong Chun. Boom! Chapter 393. Fong Chun was battered and exhausted. His clothes were in tatters, and he was infuriated. "Isn't it just a shout? Is there a need for this?" roared Fong Chun. No matter who it was, being struck by lightning wouldn't feel good, and Fong Chun was no exception. However, Fong Chun didn't stop. He was afraid of being struck by the lightning dragon in the sky again, so he quickly left the lightning field. At this time, the disciples of the small divine peaks that were cultivating at the edge of the lightning field suddenly saw a martial artist hastily rush out. "Tainyo has come out," shouted a disciple. Instantly, the majority of the disciples looked at Tainyo. They were shocked to see that Tainyo's clothes were in tatters as he hastily left the lightning field. The lightning field's depths are too terrifying. Even Tainyo was reduced to this state. After Fong Chun left the thunder region, he quickly returned to his independent courtyard at lightning speed. Damnable lightning. Fong Chun couldn't help cursing. He found a new set of clothes and put them on while cursing. But halfway through his cursing, he was startled. "My physical body's strength." Fong Chun muttered to himself. His physical body's strength had unknowingly reached the peak of a 3-star Tao body. Could it be the lightning of the lightning field? Fong Chun thought to himself. That was the only explanation. It seemed the lightning field was a good place to temper the physical body. His physical body had reached the peak of a 3-star Tao body, and he was only a step away from a 4-star Tao body. That made Fong Chun extremely excited. At the same time, his fiend god body refinement had also reached the 2nd level. "I'll take the wind cloud pill first, then go to the lightning field to temper my physical body," Fong Chun thought to himself. Then, Fong Chun steadied himself and sat down cross-legged. He took out the shiny wind and cloud pill and looked at it carefully. After a long time, Fong Chun was startled and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? Fong Chun was shocked. How is this a pill? It was clearly a kind of pure energy. Could it be the wind cloud martial marquee life's essence? Fong Chun thought to himself. After that, Fong Chun released his soul and wrapped it around the pill. Immediately, a thought entered Fong Chun's mind. I, the wind cloud martial marquee, was unhindered in the Golden Guan Nation. But in the end, I was actually killed by the Black Iron Martial Marquis. Even if I die, I will not let the Black Iron Martial Marquis have an easy time. This pill is condensed from my life's blood and sweat. Only warriors who train in the wind and cloud mantra can consume this pill. After consuming it, they can obtain my strength, and their strength will explosively increase. I don't have any other requests, as long as you can help me kill the Black Iron Marquis. Hearing this voice, Fong Chun was also startled. This wind and cloud pill was actually condensed from the blood and sweat of the wind and cloud martial marquis. Fortunately, there was a seal on it. Otherwise, how could he have obtained it? Looks like it's the will of the heavens. Only those who cultivated the wind and cloud mental cultivation method could consume it, and he happened to cultivate the wind and cloud mental cultivation method. In the next moment, Fong Chun directly put the shining pill into his mouth and then into his dantian. Suddenly, a wild aura filled the air. "It hurts." Fong Chun felt a wave of pain. The wind and cloud martial marquee powerful energy was filling his entire body. At this moment, the entire small divine peak felt a powerful wave of energy. Finally, the Peak Lord found out that this wave of energy came from Tainyo's courtyard. The Peak Lord ordered that no one was allowed to go near Tainyo's courtyard. This wave of energy lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the wave of energy disappeared and Fong Chun instantly woke up. Finished absorbing, the first thing Fong Chun did when he woke up was to check his body. After checking, he found that the wind and cloud martial marquee power had been completely absorbed by him. At the same time, Fong Chun found that his cultivation had broken through the bottleneck and reached the 8th level of the Qi Hai realm. 8th level. Fong Chun could not help but feel excited. After reaching the 8th level of the Qi Hai realm, his strength had increased. If he were to meet the Sky River Martial Marquis now, he would definitely be able to kill him in an instant. As expected of the wind and cloud Martial Marquis, after absorbing his power, my body has undergone an earth-shattering change, Fong Chun said. Finally, Fong Chun found that the wind and cloud mental cultivation method had automatically entered the 9th level. The wind and cloud mental cultivation method had entered the 9th level. This meant that he could cultivate the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Wind and cloud martial marquis, don't worry. It won't be long before I can avenge you, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. In the following time, Fong Chun wholeheartedly studied the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was the wind and cloud martial marquis's ultimate skill. Its power was extraordinary. Although it was only a 4th rank skill, once it was cultivated to perfection, it would not be any weaker than a 5th rank skill. Because he had absorbed the wind and cloud martial marquis power, Fong Chun's cultivation of the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was extremely fast. In just 7 days, Fong Chun had successfully cultivated the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Such powerful power, Fong Chun said in his heart. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was too powerful. It was many times stronger than the water and fire sword technique. In a short period of time, Fong Chun's cultivation had once again advanced by leaps and bounds. The current him, with his own strength, was probably able to enter the top 60 of the martial marquis list. After Fong Chun's strength had increased, he went to the lightning dominion once again. This time, it was mainly to temper the strength of his body. In 3 days' time, Fong Chun had cultivated the divine devil body tempering technique to the 3rd level. As for the strength of his body, it had finally broken through the bottleneck and reached the 4-star Dao body. Such a young 4-star Dao body was enough to shock Jing Guanghua. After returning from the lightning dominion, Fong Chun stopped cultivating. He also understood this principle. After cultivating to a certain extent, he should relax. He also felt guilty. During this period of time, Fong Chun had been teaching the younger generation of disciples of the small divine peak. Among them, the one who had the most outstanding improvement was Shenhua. Before Shenli had died, his strength had been suppressed by Shenli. However, after Shenli's death, he had received guidance from Fong Chun and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just half a month, Shenhua's strength had reached the same level as Shun Zhang's when he was alive. This also meant that the disciples of the small divine peak had once again entered the ranks of the 9 great princes of the Golden Crown Nation. All of this was seen by the peak master and the others. They were very gratified. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun had already been at the small divine peak for a month. During this period of time, Fong Chun's gains had been great. In particular, the speed at which his strength had increased had surprised him a little. Originally, Fong Chun had been preparing to guide Shenhua for a few days. However, on a certain day, he received a piece of news. Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng have been discovered in the sword burial region. They have encountered danger. This news had come from the small divine peak's disciples. We heard this. Fang Chen's heart was filled with worry. Jianfeng and Xiahou Wu have encountered danger? Could it be the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen wondered inside. After that, Fang Chen made a decision. He would go to the sword burial region to rescue Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng. Tian Jinzi's fate was unknown. Jianfeng and Xiahou Wu were the only remaining disciples of the sword reverence sect. If the two of them died, it would be a complete nightmare for the sword reverence sect. On this day, Fang Chen went to find the Peak Master. Peak Master, I won't leave the Feng Prefecture city. Fang Chen stated his intentions. All right, I'll help you tie down the illusory in Martial Marquis. You can handle the others, said the Peak Master. The Peak Master naturally understood Tine Yo's potential. This was a good opportunity to befriend Tine Yo. After agreeing to Fang Chen's request, the Peak Master left the small divine peak and appeared in the illusory in Martial Marquis courtyard. As for Fang Chen, he was rapidly leaving the Feng Prefecture city. The sudden appearance of the small divine peak's Peak Master made the illusory in Martial Marquis a bit puzzled. However, at this moment, one of his subordinates quickly arrived beside the illusory in Martial Marquis and whispered to him, "Have you come to stop me?" The illusory in Martial Marquis asked after hearing his subordinate's report. The small divine peak's Peak Master smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. "Do you think that if you stop me, Tine Yo can escape?" said the illusory in Martial Marquis. "Go, and bring back Tine Yo's head." Hearing the words of the illusory in Martial Marquis, the subordinates quickly retreated. "After offending me, even if I don't do anything, Tine Yo won't be able to live." The illusory in Martial Marquis was brimming with confidence. "Just your subordinates aren't Tine Yo's match," said the small divine peak's Peak Master. Chapter 394. The Golden Sky Marquis was ranked 62nd on the Martial Marquis list. His strength had reached the point of perfection. When he heard the illusory in Martial Marquis mention the Golden Sky Marquis, the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak also revealed a trace of surprise. Although Tine Yo was strong, he was still a rising star. Facing the Golden Sky Marquis was very dangerous. "I'm afraid that the Golden Sky Marquis has already stopped Tine Yo." The illusory in Martial Marquis looked at the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak with a sinister smile. Although the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak was a condensing reality realm expert, the illusory in Martial Marquis also had a very big background. He couldn't defeat the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak, but he could pin him down. At this moment, in the desolate plains outside the Feng Prefecture city, Fang Chen was rapidly walking. When he left the Feng Prefecture city, he had discovered that there were people following him. However, he sensed that these people's auras were very weak. They simply weren't his match. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at a desolate plain. He then stopped and turned his head to look behind him. "You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet?" As soon as Fang Chen's voice faded, several cultivators appeared on the desolate plain. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked at Fang Chen. "Tine Yo, you've offended the illusory in Martial Marquis. You'll definitely die." "That's right. You're dreaming if you want to escape from the illusory in Martial Marquis," several cultivators said coldly. Fang Chen sneered. The fact that the illusory in Martial Marquis hadn't come meant that he had already been pinned down by the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak. With their strength, wanting to stop him was just a pipe dream. "With just a few of you?" Fang Chen sneered. His eyes flickered with killing intent. "What if you add me?" Just at this moment, a cultivator silently appeared behind Fang Chen. This cultivator wore golden clothes and had a sinister smile on his face. "Golden Sky Marquis," Fang Chen exclaimed in astonishment when he saw who it was. "Kid, you've offended the illusory in Martial Marquis. It's impossible for you to leave." The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis laughed sinisterly. Seeing the appearance of the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis, the faces of the subordinates of the illusory in Martial Marquis also revealed traces of smiles. After all, they were well aware of Iron Bull's strength. Once they started fighting, they wouldn't be Iron Bull's match at all. But now that the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis had appeared, Iron Bull would definitely die. Tainyo, the Gold Heaven Martial Marquis, is ranked 62nd on the Martial Marquis list. With him here, how will you escape? Said the illusory Martial Marquis subordinate. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. He said, "For me, the illusory Martial Marquis actually sent you here." Fang Chun said slowly, then shook his head. His eyes flickered, and in the next moment, a wild aura was emitted from his body. He said in a domineering manner, "However, even if you, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis, are here, so what? Brat, you really are arrogant. But soon you'll know that this isn't arrogance, but ignorance." The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis sinisterly laughed as he looked at Fang Chun. "My intuition tells me that after today, you will disappear from the Martial Marquis list." Fang Chun stared straight at the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. "When arrogant fellow, if I let you escape today, how will I have the face to follow the illusory Martial Marquis in the future?" Said the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis coldly. As soon as he said that, a wild aura came out of his body and instantly filled the air. "Brat, you can go die now." The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis roared, and his hand clenched into a fist. All his strength gathered on his fist, and he ferociously smashed it toward Fang Chun. The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis was ranked 62nd on the Martial Marquis list. He was incomparably powerful, and the power of his fist was too great. Fang Chun's eyes flickered as he looked at the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' overbearing attack. Battle intent surged from him. During the time he had spent in the Divine Peak, his strength had increased. Crash! Fang Chun's hand suddenly shot forward. In the next moment, his hand instantly grew in size. His hand was filled with an incomparably dense energy. 4-star Tao Body. Fang Chun had activated his 4-star Tao Body's power and gathered it all on his palm. He wanted to use his palm to suppress the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. Crack! Fang Chun's palm pressed down on the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' fist. With a cracking sound, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' fist was directly crushed by Fang Chun's palm. How is this possible? The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' face was originally full of smiles, but at this moment, he felt a burst of fear. His fist instantly shattered, and a bloody mist sprayed out. "Ah!" The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis let out a miserable cry as he was instantly enveloped by Fang Chun's hand. "No, how can he be so strong?" cried the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis unwillingly. Under Fang Chun's hand, he was unable to resist at all. Could it be that his strength is already comparable to the top 60 of the Martial Marquis list? The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis anxiously pondered. Crack! Fang Chun's hand pressed down. His fiend god body refinement was pushed to the limit. The power of a 4-star Tao Body seemed especially heavy at this moment. Every time Fang Chun's large hand pressed down, it would cause Gold Heaven Martial Marquis' bones to break, and cracking sounds could be heard. In the distance, the illusory Martial Marquis subordinates were filled with shock. When did Iron Bull's strength become so strong? He can suppress the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis with one hand. Damn it, he's too strong. Even the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis isn't his match. Send this news back. We have to let the illusory Martial Marquis know. Those subordinates were filled with terror. I don't believe it. Being suppressed by Fang Chun, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis roared furiously. He circulated all his strength, wanting to counterattack Fang Chun. But at this moment, Fang Chun said something. "You are the first Martial Marquis to experience the power of the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture." As soon as Fang Chun said that, the aura of the wind and cloud sutra appeared on his palm. In the next moment, Fang Chun used the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. This was the first time Fang Chun had used the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Its power was so great that it shocked even Fong Chun. Crack! After Fong Chun used the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, the power in his palm once more increased. Then his hand pressed down, pressing the golden heaven martial marquee to the ground. Wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Hearing the words wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, the golden heaven martial marquee's face was filled with shock. Before he could finish, he was killed by Fong Chen's hand. Crack! With a loud sound, the golden heaven martial marquee's body fell to the ground unwillingly. Fong Chen retracted his hand. His eyes looked at the subordinates of the illusory martial marquee who were fleeing in the distance. Then, the hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed a few times at the void. In the next moment, sharp water and fire sword lights suddenly appeared behind them. With a poochie sound, they directly pierced into the bodies of these warriors. Seeing that all of them were dead, Fong Chun retracted his gaze and looked at the golden heaven martial marquee. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture is indeed the ultimate technique of the wind and cloud martial marquee. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. However, Fong Chun also knew that it was impossible to kill the golden heaven martial marquee with just the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. The reason why he could easily suppress the golden heaven martial marquee was because of his own strength. After that, Fong Chun took the golden heaven martial marquee's interspatial ring and turned to leave. At the same time, the illusory martial marquee, who was confronting the peak master of the small divine peak, received a message. Tainyo killed the golden heaven martial marquee. When the illusory martial marquee received this message, his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? The illusory martial marquee cried out involuntarily. Seeing the illusory martial marquee's appearance, the peak master of the small divine peak was also a little surprised. Good, very good. I'll remember this matter. There will be a day when I, the illusory martial marquee, will take revenge, said the illusory martial marquee sinisterly. The news of the golden heaven martial marquee's death instantly spread throughout the entire Feng State City. When the peak master of the small divine peak learned of this matter, he was also endlessly shocked. Not long ago, Tainyo had just entered the martial marquee ranking. How long had it been since then? He was actually able to easily suppress the golden heaven martial marquee. What a monstrous genius, said the peak master of the small divine peak. At the same time, many of the elders of the small divine peak were very happy. Some of the elders who had previously opposed befriending Tainyo were also extremely excited. It seemed that everything that the small divine peak had done was worth it. The news of Tainyo killing the golden heaven martial marquee spread throughout the entire Feng State City. At the same time, the illusory martial marquee sent out a wanted order for Tainyo. When this news reached the imperial capital, the people of the Luo clan did not speak for a long time after hearing it. This Tainyo had been wanted by the Sky River martial marquee not long ago. Now, he had provoked a martial marquee who was many times stronger than the Sky River martial marquee. At this moment, Fong Chun was rushing forward. He wanted to save Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng. Along the way, Fong Chun passed by a few cities and heard some news. It was reasonable for the illusory martial marquee to send a wanted order for him, as long as he did not encounter the illusory martial marquee. Fong Chun was confident that he could survive. However, after Fong Chun walked for about 2 days, when he was very close to his destination, he suddenly encountered an expert. The expert ranked 61st on the martial marquee ranking, the martial marquee. At this moment, Fong Chun knew that when he passed by a certain city, he had accidentally exposed his whereabouts, causing the martial marquee to chase after him. Tainyo, you have offended the illusory martial marquee. There will be no place for you in the Golden Crown Nation. The martial marquee blocked Tainyo's path and said coldly. Although he knew that Tainyo had easily suppressed the Golden Heaven martial marquee, he was not afraid. He was much stronger than the Golden Heaven martial marquee. Another one has come to die. Fang Chen slightly shook his head and said, I'm afraid the one who will die will be you. The end. Martial Marquis laughed sinisterly. He carefully sized up Fang Chen and said, to be able to enter the Martial Marquis list at such a young age and kill the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis, I'm afraid that there should be some secrets on your body. If I kill you, these secrets will be mine. At that time, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I might even be able to enter the top 30 of the Martial Marquis list. The end. Martial Marquis treated Fang Chen as the prey and himself as the hunter. Chapter 395. Last Martial Marquis' eyes flickered as he carefully sized up Tainyo. He wanted to see what was so special about a martial artist that could easily suppress Golden Sky Marquis. However, after sizing him up, last Martial Marquis didn't feel anything special about Fang Chen at all. Kid, your head is very valuable now. Last Martial Marquis said coldly. Noisy. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, his face filled with killing intent. He didn't want to waste time. This place was very close to the buried sword region. He wanted to save Xia Houwu and Jianfeng. Therefore, this battle had to end quickly. Kid, you're courting death. Hearing this, last Martial Marquis' heart burned with anger. In the next moment, last Martial Marquis erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura and directly attacked Fang Chen. Sky, wind, and cloud extinguishing scripture. Fang Chen used the sky, wind, and cloud extinguishing scripture. He stretched out his hand and directly suppressed last Martial Marquis. No, last Martial Marquis didn't even have time to say his last sentence before he was directly suppressed to death by Fang Chen's hand. Although last Martial Marquis was much stronger than Golden Sky Marquis, Fang Chen used the sky, wind, and cloud extinguishing scripture to the extreme. Its power increased explosively and directly killed last Martial Marquis. Let's go. After taking last Martial Marquis' spatial ring, Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and jumped, disappearing from this place. 6 hours later, Fang Chen appeared at the periphery of the sword burial ground. The buried sword region was a very famous danger zone in the Golden Crown country. There were many legends about the buried sword region. One of the most famous legends was that within the buried sword region were the corpses of ancient sword experts. Within their corpses were powerful ancient inheritances. As long as one could obtain one of these inheritances, they would be able to soar to the heavens. Moreover, there was a special restriction around the buried sword region. This restriction was very powerful. Even condensing reality realm experts couldn't break it. Because of the existence of this barrier, those above the Chi-Hai realm could not enter the burial sword territory. Only those of the Chi-Hai realm could enter. At this moment, outside the buried sword territory, there were many martial artists with evil auras. They were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Since when did the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect become so arrogant? Fang Chen wondered to himself. In the next moment, the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand, and he directly displayed the water and fire sword technique. Swoosh streaks of sword light of water and fire emerged from the hidden star sword and stabbed at the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. This sudden attack caused the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect to scream miserably. They fell into pools of blood one after another. Enemy attack. Someone shouted. They wanted to fight back, but they found that the enemy was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. Poochie, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had wiped out the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect outside the burial sword region. Then, he took a step forward and entered the burial sword region. At the same time, in a secluded place in the Golden Crown Nation, the one-armed guardian was cultivating. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant rang. He picked it up and listened. In the next moment, the one-armed protector's face was filled with rage. Someone killed a large number of our members and entered the buried sword region, said the one-armed guardian coldly. Beside him, the two hall masters of Heavenly Ghost and Heavenly Ghost were also puzzled when they heard this. Who is it? The members of the Yellow Spring sect were currently encircling the remnants of the Sword Reverence sect. Just who was it? They sent a portrait, said the one-armed guardian. When the two hall masters saw the portrait, They cried out in alarm. It's Tainyo. Damn it. Why would Tainyo appear in the buried sword region? Is he related to the sword reverence sect? Said the heavenly hall master sinisterly. No matter what, we must kill Tainyo this time. Let's go together, said the ghost sect master. Then, the two hall masters of the heavenly ghost sect got up and went to the buried sword region. As for the one-armed guardian, he was still carrying out his plan. Wisps of black chi appeared on his withered hands. As soon as the black chi appeared, it drilled into the ground as if there was something underground absorbing it. It won't take long for our plan to be completed, the one-armed protector said coldly with a sinister smile. Fang Chun quietly stood on the ground. At this moment, he looked around and found that the entire buried sword region was filled with boundless sword intent. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Just as Fang Chun was sighing, the sword reverence sect's divine sword in Fang Chun's interspatial ring suddenly trembled. What's going on? Fang Chun was puzzled and took out the divine sword. Buzz! At this moment, the sect guarding godly sword was trembling nonstop, leaving Fang Chun puzzled. Fang Chun did not pay attention to the sect protecting divine sword. Instead, he quickly walked. He wanted to find Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu and then save them. Ordinary people said that the buried sword region was the most dangerous place in the Golden Crown country. But after Fang Chun entered the buried sword region, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Fang Chun didn't find Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng, but he did encounter danger several times. Once, as he was walking, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the void. This illusory figure was wielding an illusory longsword and was charging straight at him. After Fang Chun came into contact with this illusory figure, he discovered that these illusory figures were the sword Dao experts who had died in the ancient era. Their resentment hadn't dissipated and had turned into illusory figures to protect the buried sword region. Could it be that this is the source of danger in the buried sword region? In the next few days, Fang Chun would occasionally encounter illusory figures, but with Fang Chun's strength, he was able to deal with them. Finally, one day, Fang Chun encountered an extremely powerful illusory figure. This illusory figure's every movement made Fang Chun feel a powerful sword intent. How powerful! Fang Chun guessed that this illusory figure's strength was at least in the top 40 of the martial marquee rankings. To be able to possess such strength after so many years, just how powerful was this sovereign when he was alive? Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt his scalp go numb. Fang Chun used everything he had. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, the water and fire sword art, the 4-star Dao body, the Dao Yuo soul slaughter flame, but he still wasn't a match for this illusory figure. Seeing that the illusory figure's sword was about to pierce his body, the sect guarding divine sword finally moved. The sect protector godly sword trembled slightly, and a series of sword cries resounded through the sky. Then, a special sword intent was emitted from the sect protector godly sword. The sect guarding divine sword's action instantly helped Fang Chun resolve the illusory figure's attack. Then, the illusory figure glanced at the sect guarding divine sword and actually dissipated in the sky. It left just like that. Fang Chun was astonished. He carefully sized up the sect guarding divine sword. At this moment, he had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that the sect guarding divine sword was taken out of the buried sword region by someone? Of course, this was only Fang Chun's guess. It couldn't be confirmed. However, after the danger was resolved, Fang Chun continued to move forward. At this moment, Fang Chun finally understood why the buried sword region was called the most dangerous place in the Golden Crown Nation. If an ordinary cultivator had entered, they would have already died at the hands of those illusory figures. It was only because he had the sect guarding divine sword that he had luckily escaped that calamity. Why would Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng come here? Could it be that they came here to find an opportunity? Fang Chun was puzzled. It was best if he didn't come to such a strange place. While Fang Chun was searching for Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu in the sword burial region, The Yellow Spring sect had also sent many hall masters into the sword burial region. At this time, there was a forest of swords in a certain area of the buried sword region. Boundless sword intent surrounded the forest. Under the cover of this sword intent, there were over 10,000 swords stabbed into the ground. And at the edge of the forest of swords, there was a huge battle. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng were covered in blood. The people fighting them were shockingly the hall masters of the Yellow Spring sect. Remnants of the sword reverence sect. "You're dead," said one of the hall masters sinisterly. Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu exchanged a glance. Then a wild sword intent erupted from them, wanting to break through the encirclement. Rumble. The battle was extremely intense, but Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng seemed to be heavily injured. It didn't take long for them to run out of energy. "Kill them." Seeing this scene, one of the hall masters of the Yellow Spring sect roared furiously. At the same time, several other hall masters of the Yellow Spring sect attacked Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. "Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, it seems we won't be able to escape this calamity." Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. "Damn it. As long as we had a bit more time, we would have been able to obtain the sword approval." Jian Feng's heart was filled with unwillingness. As long as they had a bit more time, they would have been able to accept the inheritance. At that time, they wouldn't have to fear the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. But now, they had just obtained the sword approval. Just as they were about to accept the inheritance, they were suddenly ambushed by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Now, the two of them were heavily injured. They were unable to resist the attacks of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Xiahou Wu took a deep breath and slowly said, "Dying in the sword burial ground can be considered a kind of ending for sword cultivators. Unfortunately, we didn't find the sect master. If your sword reverence sect had submitted to our Yellow Spring sect, you wouldn't have suffered such a calamity," said the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect coldly. "My sword reverence sect is a righteous sect. How could we submit to your Yellow Spring sect?" Xiahou Wu directly cursed. "Therefore, your sword reverence sect has been destroyed by our Yellow Spring sect. And the two of you are about to die," said the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect. Chapter 396. Fang Chun had already been searching the sword burial ground for several days. Finally, on a certain day, he discovered a forest of swords in front of him. Then Fang Chun went to the forest of swords. When he reached the edge of the forest, he just happened to see the scene in front of him. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was burning with fury. He walked step by step towards the Yellow Spring sect members and coldly said, "Everyone has the right to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect." Fang Chen's sudden appearance surprised the members of the Yellow Spring sect. When they turned their heads, they were surprised to see a young martialist walking towards them. "Who are you?" asked the Yellow Spring sect's hall master. "The person who will kill you," said Fang Chun. "You're courting death." The Yellow Spring sect's hall master roared and waved his hand. The other hall masters all attacked, wanting to surround Fang Chun. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng had originally thought that they were about to die, but Fang Chen's sudden appearance had reignited their hope. "It's Fang Chun." Xiahou Wu's eyes twinkled as he smiled. "Puchi." Fang Chun furiously attacked, using the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Wherever his hand passed, the Yellow Spring sect's hall masters were instantly suppressed. These few Yellow Spring sect hall masters were no match for Fang Chun in terms of strength. Therefore, under Fang Chen's powerful attack, the few of them were instantly unable to withstand it. Puchi. Following the collapse of the first hall master, the pressure on the other hall masters increased. Under Fang Chen's repeated attacks, they were finally unable to resist. "Damn it, where did this brat come from?" The Acheron sect hall master, who was leading the group, had a face full of anger. Around him, an extremely wild black mist emerged. Then, he waved his fist, and a majestic aura blasted towards Fang Chun. Wind and cloud, heaven, extinguishing scripture. The current Fang Chen's usage of the wind and cloud, heaven, extinguishing scripture had already reached the point of perfection. Puchi Fang Chun, who used the sky extinguishing wind cloud scripture, crushed the Yellow Spring sect hall master. Not long after, The Yellow Springs sect hall masters were all dead. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng were dumbstruck. After a long while, Xiahou Wu finally reacted. Fang Chun, you are very strong. Xiahou Wu could not help but sigh. Junior brother Fang Chun, as expected of the heaven sword son of our sword-worshipping sect. You're really amazing. Jian Feng grinned. This time, if it wasn't for Fang Chun's appearance, they would have died at the hands of the members of the Netherworld sect. Fang Chun saved their lives again. Fang Chun, why have you come to the sword burial ground? Asked Xiahou Wu. I was at Feng State City's small divine peak. I heard that you were trapped in the sword burial region, so I rushed over, Fang Chun said simply. Why have you come here? Asked Fang Chun. Ever since we parted ways, we've been cultivating while searching for the sect master. Finally, one day we found some clues that the sect master might be in the sword burial ground. So we came. I don't know what happened, but the Yellow Springs sect actually learned that we were in the sword burial ground, said Xiahou Wu. Fang Chun also knew what happened next. The sect master might be in the sword burial ground. Fang Chun's eyes flickered. We've been searching for a long time within the sword burial ground, but we haven't been able to find the sect master. Xiahou Wu shrugged. Just as Jian Feng was about to speak, suddenly, within the forest of swords, two peerless treasured swords emitted sword hums. At this time, Xiahou Wu finally reacted. They had not received their inheritance yet. Junior apprentice brother Fang Chun, please wait a moment. Jian Feng finished speaking and entered the sword forest with Xiahou Wu. The two of them appeared in front of the two peerless swords and began to receive their inheritances. 2 hours later, the two of them finished receiving their inheritances. At this moment, Fang Chun could sense that Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng's auras had grown much stronger. What should we do next? Asked Xiahou Wu. Find the sect master, said Fang Chun. The three of them reached a unanimous decision to search for Tian Jinzi within the sword burial ground. While Fang Chun and the others were searching for Tian Jinzi, the two hall masters of Heavenly Ghost also appeared in the sword burial ground. This time, we have to kill Tai Nio, said the Heavenly Hall Master. Let's go, said the Ghost Hall Master. The two hall masters entered the sword burial ground without the slightest hesitation. Fang Chun's group of three continued to search the sword burial ground. Finally, after some searching, they found Tian Jinzi. Sect Master. When they saw Tian Jinzi, he was cultivating with his eyes closed. His body was emitting berserk sword intent. Jian Feng, Xiahou Wu. When Tian Jinzi heard someone call him, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. When he saw the two of them, he was incomparably excited. Sect Master, are you all right? Asked Jian Feng worriedly. Back then, after the Sword Reverence sect was destroyed, I was heavily injured and fled. After escaping the pursuit of that mysterious expert, I came to the sword burial ground to look for opportunities, said Tian Jinzi. Tian Jinzi was a condensing reality expert. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to enter the sword burial ground. But after being heavily injured by that mysterious black figure, his cultivation base had fallen to the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. That was why he was able to enter the sword burial ground. However, Tian Jinzi's cultivation base had once again risen. As long as he left the sword burial ground, he would be able to condense his Dharma idol and recover his original cultivation base. How are you? Asked Tian Jinzi. Sect Master, all of our disciples were killed in the divine illusion space. I also almost died. Now, only the three of us are left, said Jian Feng with a gloomy expression. This is... Tian Jinzi finally noticed Fang Chun and asked. He is junior apprentice brother Fang Chun, said Jian Feng. What? Tian Jinzi cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Fang Chun's face wriggled, and he recovered his original appearance. He said, Sect Master, I didn't die in the Iceland. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. I comprehended the concept of ice and stealthily entered the divine illusion space. Hearing Fang Chun's words, an excited smile appeared on Tian Jinzi's withered face. Good, very good. Ha ha ha. Tian Jinzi wildly laughed. We had thought that Fang Chun had died. He had been very sad. But now that he saw Fang Chun appear in front of him, he was very excited. At this moment, The sect's divine sword let out a sword cry from Fang Chen's spatial ring. It directly charged out and floated in front of Tian Jianzi. Sect's divine sword. Tian Jianzi's face was filled with shock. When we returned from the divine illusion space, we heard that the sword reverence sect had been destroyed. When we returned to the sword prefecture city, we saw that the sect's divine sword had been stabbed into the sword reverence peak to protect the sword reverence sect. Then junior apprentice brother Fang Chun entered the sword reverence peak and pulled out the sect's divine sword, said Jianfeng. He originally wanted to use this sword to take revenge, said Xiahou Wu. Gently holding the sect's divine sword, Tian Jianzi's heart was filled with great waves. He had originally thought that there was no hope for the sword reverence sect to be rebuilt. But now that he saw Fang Chun, he felt that there was still hope. Sect Master, I think you still don't know. The current junior apprentice brother Fang Chun is no longer the junior apprentice brother Fang Chun of the past. He has already entered the Martial Marquis ranking. Jianfeng grinned. Martial Marquis ranking. Hearing this, Tian Jianzi's heart was deeply shaken. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fang Chen's strength hadn't even reached the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. But now, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had already entered the Martial Marquis ranking. Ha ha! The heavens have blessed my sword reverence sect. Tian Jianzi laughed heartily. After chatting for a while, Fang Chen found out that the sect's divine sword had indeed come from the sword burial region. Back then, the first sect master of the sword reverence sect had entered the sword burial region and escaped with his life. In the end, he had left the sword burial region alive. Since then, the sword reverence sect had appeared in the sword prefecture city, and the sect's divine sword was the foundation of the sword reverence sect. Moreover, Fang Chun found out that Tian Jianzi had also obtained some inheritance in the sword burial region. The current Tian Jianzi's cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the condensing reality realm. I'm very happy that you're still alive, said Tian Jianzi. He held the sect's divine sword in his hand, his face full of smiles. Sect Master, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave, said Xiahou Wu. The 4 of them quickly left, preparing to leave the sword burial region. It was also at this time that the 2 hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect entered the sword burial region. They quickly searched for information sent back by the Yellow Springs sect's members. A day later, the 2 hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect finally met up with Tian Jianzi's group of 4. You really can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even trying. The Heavenly Hall master sneered when he saw Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng. Where's Tainyo? Asked the Ghost Hall master. Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, you still dare to appear here? Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet. His entire body emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent as he roared furiously. You trash. Even the sword reverence sect was destroyed by us. What could trash like you do? Sneered the Heavenly Hall master. That's right. Today, you'll all die here, said the Ghost Hall master. The 2 hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect were extremely powerful. They were extremely confident that they could easily kill Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng. If Tian Jianzi was a condensing reality realm expert, Fang Chen's group of 4 wouldn't have to fear him. But right now, the 2 hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect were giving them a huge pressure. So the 4 of them decided to join hands. Attack together, shouted Fang Chun. The 4 of them instantly attacked. Tian Jianzi's divine sword slashed out. Sword light flickered, and a wild sword intent soared into the clouds. Beside Tian Jianzi, Fang Chun used the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Its power was so great that Jianfeng and Xiahou Wu both blushed with shame. Although Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng were the weakest of the 4, their combat power couldn't be underestimated. When the 4 of them joined hands, they erupted with an incomparable combat power. Truly a group of courting death. The 2 hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect sinisterly laughed. As the 2 hall masters of Sky Ghost and Sky Ghost spoke, the black fog around them surged and a wild aura shot up into the sky. The 2 of them formed different seals with their palms, and one after another, complex seals appeared in the void. Chapter 397. The two hall masters of Heavenly Ghost did not recognize Tian Jinzi and Fang Chun, and only treated them as ordinary martial artists. However, they did not know that the strength of these two people was much stronger than Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng. Tian Jinzi was once a condensing reality realm warrior. Because of the buried sword territory, his cultivation was now at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. However, he was already at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. As long as he left the buried sword territory, he would be able to quickly condense his Dharma idol and break through to the condensing reality realm. Therefore, the most important thing right now was not to fight with the two hall masters, but to escape from here. The two hall masters of the Sky Ghost clan had unleashed a combined attack formation, which was extremely powerful. Don't let them use it. Fang Chun sensed the power of the combined attack formation and shouted. The four people's attacks landed on the two hall masters at the same time, instantly interrupting their combined attack formation. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly appeared. Fang Chun knew about Tian Jinzi's situation, so he wanted the little mouse and the Banxian shoe to entangle the two hall masters. Crash! After the little mouse appeared, the Banxian shoe also appeared. After swallowing 2 drops of the little mouse's blood, the Banxian shoe was now very energetic. After knowing the situation, the Banxian shoe was very enthusiastic because once it completed its mission, it would be able to obtain the little mouse's blood. Hiss! Hiss! As soon as the Banxian shoe appeared, the branches and leaves on its body continuously extended and wrapped around the two hall masters. Seeing this, the little mouse also jumped onto the Banxian shoe and attacked the two hall masters. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. The group of 4 quickly disappeared from the buried sword territory. Want to leave? Seeing Fang Chun's group escape, the two hall masters of Heavenly Ghost were furious. They exerted all their strength to break free from the Banxian shoe's entanglement. This time, the Banxian shoe also used all of his strength to entangle the two hall masters of Heavenly Ghost. Time passed bit by bit. It seemed that the Banxian shoe and the little mouse would not be able to hold on any longer. At this moment, the little mouse received news that Fang Chun's group of 4 had successfully left the buried sword region. After receiving this news, the Banxian shoe and little mouse were telepathically connected and retreated in an instant. After the two hall masters of Heavenly Ghost escaped, they roared at the sky and directly chased outside. Because they had the guidance of the sect guarding divine sword, the speed at which the 4 of them came out was very fast. They practically did not take any detours and directly took a shortcut to get out. When the 4 of them came out, a smile finally appeared on their faces. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around Tian Jinzi as he started to condense his Dharma image. Crash! Within his Qi Sea, the spirit Qi was rolling. The wild spirit Qi appeared above Tian Jinzi's head and finally condensed into a long sword. Although this long sword was illusory, it gave people a very oppressive feeling. The aura it emitted was very sharp. In the blink of an eye, the Dharma image materialized, and finally, the Dharma image was directly absorbed into Tian Jinzi's Qi Sea. At this moment, Tian Jinzi opened his eyes because his cultivation had returned to the first stage of the condensing reality realm. Just as Tian Jinzi recovered his cultivation, the sect guarding divine sword in his hand suddenly trembled. Then, the sect guarding divine sword drilled into Tian Jinzi's Qi Sea. Buzz! The sect guarding divine sword merged with the Dharma image sword in Tian Jinzi's Qi Sea. The wild aura instantly filled the entire buried sword region. Fang Chun and the other 2 were shocked. What's going on? Tian Jinzi was also shocked. The sect guarding divine sword merged with the Dharma image sword in Tian Jinzi's Qi Sea. This was unheard of. Just as Tian Jinzi was shocked, the sect guarding divine sword separated from the Dharma image sword and returned to his hand. Dong! The whole earth trembled. The wild aura made Fang Chun and the other 2 take a few steps back. Second stage of the condensing reality realm. Tian Jinzi, who was about to speak, revealed an excited smile. His heart was in turmoil. His cultivation had actually broken through to the second stage of the condensing reality realm. Haha, it's really a blessing in disguise. Tian Jinzi held the sect guarding divine sword and laughed wildly. Seeing Tian Jinzi's breakthrough, Fang Chun and the other two's faces were full of smiles. After reaching the second stage of the condensing reality realm, Tian Jinzi's strength had skyrocketed. Even if the two hall leaders of the Yellow Springs sect appeared, they would not be afraid. Congratulations, sect leader. The three cupped their hands and congratulated. Now, let's wait here for them to appear. Tian Jinzi tried his best to calm his excitement and said slowly. After a short while, the Banksian Shu and the Little Mouse came out of the buried sword territory. Their auras were a little weak. It was obvious that they were injured. Fang Chun put the Banksian Shu and the Little Mouse into his spatial ring and let them heal. This time, he was able to come out of the buried sword territory smoothly because of these two partners. Just after the Little Mouse and the Banksian Shu came out, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory also came out. Seeing Fang Chun and the other three standing quietly outside the buried sword territory, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory were a little surprised. Soon after, they laughed eerily and said, "You trash will definitely die today. Oomph, I let you escape just now. Now, you won't have that chance." The hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory sneered. At this time, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory still did not know that they were facing a second stage condensing reality realm expert. "I've been waiting for a long time." Tian Jinzi took a step forward. The aura of a second stage condensing reality realm expert instantly burst out. The Dharma idol long sword floated above his head. Holding the sect guarding sword in his hand, a monstrous aura soared into the sky. What condensing reality realm? The smiles on the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory instantly disappeared. It was replaced by shock. How is this possible? How can he be a condensing reality realm expert? The Heavenly Ghost territory's leader could not understand. When they were in the buried sword territory, he was still at the Chi-Hai realm. How could he become a condensing reality realm expert in such a short time? Moreover, he was not an ordinary condensing reality realm expert, but second stage condensing reality realm expert. Run. Seeing this, the hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory did not hesitate. He roared, and the two of them flashed, preparing to escape. The Yellow Springs sect had destroyed the sword worship sect. How could Tian Jinzi let them go? Tian Jinzi held the sect guarding sword in his hand and took a step forward. He directly appeared in front of the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory. The sect guarding sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards the Heavenly Ghost territory's leader. Run in different directions. The Heavenly Ghost territory's leader roared. At the same time, he used all of his strength to block Tian Jinzi's attack. Seeing this, the hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory flashed and ran in the opposite direction of the Heavenly Ghost territory's sect guarding sword. As the sect guarding sword in Tian Jinzi's hand slashed towards the hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory, the Transcendence long sword above his head shot out towards the hall leader of the Ghost territory. Crack! Although the Heavenly Ghost territory's leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory was very powerful, he could not fight back against Tian Jinzi, who was at the second stage of the condensing reality realm. It was a one-sided slaughter. With a loud crack, the Heavenly Ghost territory's leader's body was split in half by the sect guarding sword. Even his soul did not manage to escape. When Tian Jinzi killed the Heavenly Ghost territory's sect guarding sword, the Transcendence longsword also caught up with the Ghost territory's sect guarding sword at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. It directly pierced into the hall leader's head. The Ghost territory's sect guarding sword let out a miserable cry. He wanted to fight back, but the Transcendence longsword was too powerful. In an instant, the Ghost territory's sect guarding sword was killed. In the blink of an eye, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory were killed by Tian Jinzi. Fang Chun and the other two were completely shocked. Is this the strength of a condensing reality realm warrior? Jin Feng's eyes were wide open. He could not believe what he had just seen. A condensing reality realm warrior is too powerful. They can control their transcendence longsword and kill their enemies. Xiahou Wu's eyes were burning as he said. Fang Chun was the most shocked. He originally thought that the difference between the condensing reality realm and the Qi-Hai realm would not be too big. But now, it seemed that the difference was too big. The difference between the Qi-Hai realm and the condensing reality realm was like the difference between a child and an adult. A condensing reality realm warrior could condense a transcendence longsword. Once the transcendence longsword was condensed, it could slightly control the spiritual qi in the surroundings. This kind of ability was not something a Qi-Hai realm warrior could possess. Moreover, the transcendence longsword of a condensing reality realm warrior could increase their strength, allowing them to become stronger in a short period of time. After witnessing Tian Jinzi's strength, the three of them clenched their fists. Their eyes were burning. At the same time, they swore in their hearts that they would work hard to reach the condensing reality realm as soon as possible. Let's go back. Tian Jinzi glanced at the three of them and said in a low voice, Patriarch, where are we going? Jin Feng asked. To rebuild the sword-worshipping sect, Tian Jinzi said. In the following time, Tian Jinzi and the other three hurriedly rushed to the Sword State City. However, during this time, Tian Jinzi went to the imperial capital. Tian Jinzi had a meeting with the Luo family's patriarch. This was the first time Tian Jinzi had shown his face since his disappearance. No one knew what Tian Jinzi said to the Luo family. But in the end, Tian Jinzi left the imperial capital with a smile on his face. A few days later, Tian Jinzi brought his three disciples back to the Sword State City. At this time, the Sword State City was in chaos. Because of the destruction of the sword-worshipping sect, the whole Sword State City was in chaos. The Azure Sea sect wanted to dominate the Sword State City, and so did the Luo family's branch. The two forces kept fighting, and there was no clear winner for a long time. However, today, the decisive battle between the two forces had reached its final moment. In the central square of the Sword State City, the disciples of the two sects were facing each other. The Azure Sea sect's patriarch was no longer there. The first elder was leading them, while the Luo family's patriarch was leading them. It's impossible for your Azure Sea sect to destroy my Luo family, said the Luo family's patriarch coldly. If you weren't a branch of the Luo family, what qualifications do you have to compete with my Azure Sea sect for the position of Sword State City's overlord? Sneered the Azure Sea sect's first elder. Your Azure Sea sect's ambition is too great. My Luo family's branch will never submit to you, said the Luo family's patriarch coldly. After today's decisive battle, the Azure Sea sect will dominate the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect's first elder grinned. As soon as his voice fell, a wild aura soared from the Azure Sea sect's headquarters. Chapter 398. The Transcendence Aura belonged to the condensing reality realm experts. The Transcendence Aura appeared above the headquarters of the Azure Sea sect. What did it mean? When they perceived the wild aura of the Dharma idol, the faces of the people of the Azure Sea sect were full of excited smiles. The appearance of the Transcendence Aura above the Azure Sea sect meant that their sect master had successfully reached the condensing reality realm. A condensing reality realm expert was an absolute overlord in the Sword State City. The Luo family could not find a warrior who could be compared to him. Condensing reality realm. The head of the Luo family's branch had a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head. At this moment, the Luo family's head was defeated. There was no room for negotiation. The Transcendence Aura above the Azure Sea sect disappeared. The Luo family's head slowly raised his head and said, Our Luo family's head will withdraw from the battle for control of the Sword State City. From now on, our Luo family's head will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect had a condensing reality realm expert. The Luo family's head no longer had the strength to compete. Therefore, in order to protect themselves, they had to withdraw. Moreover, the Luo family's head believed that with the support of the Luo family's headquarters, the Azure Sea sect would not dare to kill them. Ha ha! The Luo family's head is reasonable. Suddenly, a wild laughter came into everyone's ears. A middle-aged man in green appeared in the central square. He was the Azure C-Sec's head, a newly advanced condensing reality realm expert. After seeing the Azure C-Sec's head, the Luo family's head showed a complicated expression. From now on, our Azure Sea sect will be the absolute overlord of the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect's head looked around and said loudly, as if he was making an oath. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another voice sounded. Since when did the Sword State City become the Azure Sea sect's head? The voice was cold, and there was a hint of anger in it. After that, 4 figures appeared in the central square of Sword Continent City. Yes, it's you. You're still alive. Seeing Tian Jinzi appear, the Azure Sea sect's head and the Luo family's head were surprised. It was rumored that Tian Jinzi had been severely injured. Even though he had managed to escape, he had died a long time ago. Who would have thought that Tian Jinzi would actually appear here? As long as I'm alive, the Sword Reverence sect still exists, Tian Jinzi said solemnly. There is only one overlord force in the Sword Continent City, and that is the Sword Reverence sect. Tian Jinzi's attitude was very tough, which made the Azure Sea sect master frown. When the head of the Luo family branch saw this scene, he let out a smile. His Luo family branch had already withdrawn from the fight. Therefore, they were just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. After thinking for a while, the head of the Azure Sea Martial School said slowly, Tian Jinzi, aren't you also at the first layer of condensing reality realm? I have also reached the first layer of condensing reality realm, and I have the whole Azure Sea Martial School behind me. What about you? What about your sword sect? Even if you, Tian Jinzi, return, the Sword State City is no longer the Sword State City of the past. My Azure Sea sect is destined to be the absolute ruler of the Sword State City, said the Azure Sea sect master. Hearing the Azure Sea sect master's words, Tian Jinzi grinned and said, Is that so? As soon as Tian Jinzi's voice faded, a wild aura instantly spread out. The powerful strength of the second layer of condensing reality realm instantly erupted. This aura is at the second layer of condensing reality realm. After sensing this aura, the smile on the Azure Sea sect master's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a dignified expression. How is this possible? How could you have reached the second layer of condensing reality realm? The Azure Sea sect master's face was full of disbelief. He originally thought that his Azure Sea sect was going to dominate the Sword State City, but he did not expect that Tian Jinzi would actually return. Moreover, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. The gap between the second and first layer of condensing reality realm was too big. Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke a second layer of condensing reality realm warrior. Damn it, why did you do this to me? The Azure Sea sect master roared towards the sky. After venting his anger, the Azure Sea sect master lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, Tian Jinzi, although you are stronger than me, my Azure Sea sect has a huge number of disciples. What about your sword-worshipping sect? A single disciple of my sword-worshipping sect can easily defeat all of your Azure Sea sect's disciples. Speaking of disciples, Tian Jinzi sneered. Humph, I don't believe it. The Azure Sea sect master said, If you want to convince my Azure Sea sect, then your sword-worshipping sect's disciples can defeat my Azure Sea sect disciples. Before Tian Jinzi could say anything, Fang Shun took a step forward and stood beside Tian Jinzi. He said impatiently, so noisy, You Azure Sea sect's disciples, come at me together. Fang Shun stood there quietly, exuding a confident aura, and said arrogantly. When they saw Fang Shun, the Luo family's disciples exclaimed. Fang Shun was actually still alive. Didn't the sword-worshipping sect's Tian Jinzi die in the Iceland? He didn't die. The rumors are false. He wants to challenge all the Azure Sea sect's disciples by himself? Is he crazy? Although he's the sword-worshipping sect's Tian Jinzi, he can't defeat all the Azure Sea sect's disciples. He's really a crazy guy. Many disciples discussed. When the Azure Sea sect master heard Fong Chen's words, he also noticed Fong Chen. He sneered and said, "Did the ice and snow in the ice land freeze your brain? You actually dared to boast that you want to challenge all the Azure Sea sect disciples by yourself. You talk a lot of nonsense." Fong Chen said, Good, good, good. Since you want to die, then don't blame my Azure Sea sect for bullying you." The Azure Sea sect master was choked by Fong Chen's words. He said in a gloomy voice, "Disciples of Azure Sea sect, listen to my order. Attack together." Hearing this, the Azure Sea sect's disciples directly surrounded Fong Chen, releasing a wild aura. Fong Chen's face revealed a thought-provoking smile. In the next moment, a wild aura burst out from him, soaring to the sky. How can he be so strong? At this moment, all the cultivators exclaimed, "How could Fong Chen's aura be so strong?" This kind of aura was comparable to the experts on the Martial Marquee list. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I have another name, Tainyo." Before Fong Chen attacked, he suddenly said, Boom! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. Fong Chen was Tainyo. How could it be? Recently, every corner of the Golden Crown country could hear Tainyo's name. Not only did he defeat Luo Gong in the Divine Illusion space and become a top expert of the younger generation, but he also killed Marquis He not long after leaving the Divine Illusion space and entered the Martial Marquee list. And now, he actually appeared in Jinzhou City. Moreover, he was the sword-worshipping sect's Tian Jinzi, Fong Chen. This scene shocked everyone. Crash! While everyone was still in shock, Fong Chen attacked. He used the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Wherever his palm passed, one Azure Sea sect disciple after another fell into a pool of blood. Miserable cries echoed throughout the square. Fong Chen's body was filled with indifference. He wanted to intimidate all the powers in Jinzhou City. How is this possible? How can he be Tainyo? The Azure Sea sect's sect master felt as if a knife was stabbing his heart as he watched his disciples fall one by one. Finally, after struggling for a while, he spoke. "Stop! Fong Chen, stop! My Azure Sea sect admits defeat." Hearing the Azure Sea sect master's words, Fong Chen stopped attacking and returned to Tian Jinzi's side. "Now, does your Azure Sea sect still dare to question my sword-worshipping sect's strength?" asked Tian Jinzi. Tian Jinzi's voice was like a hammer that struck everyone's hearts. The Azure Sea sect's upper echelons were filled with unwillingness, but in the face of the sword-worshipping sect's strength, they didn't dare resist. "My Azure Sea sect admits defeat." The Azure Sea sect's sect master left behind these words and left the central square with his disciples. Seeing this, the Luo family's branch also left with their people. In the entire square, only Fong Chen's group of 4 remained. "Junior brother Fong Chen, after this battle, your name will quickly spread throughout the Golden Crown country." Xiao Wu and Jian Feng joked. Fong Chen didn't care about this. The most important thing now was to rebuild the sword-worshipping sect. "Let's go to the sword-worshipping peak," said Tian Jinzi. The reason why he used force to intimidate all the powers in Jinzhou City was because he wanted to tell everyone that although the sword-worshipping sect was destroyed, its foundation was still there. With Tian Jinzi as the leader and Fong Chen's group as the support, rebuilding the sword-worshipping sect wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, with the help of the Luo family's headquarters, rebuilding the sword-worshipping sect was much smoother. The reason why Tian Jinzi dared to rebuild the sword-worshipping sect with such fanfare was that he had already gone to the Luo family's headquarters to find the Luo family's patriarch. He wanted to use the rebuilding of the sword-worshipping sect as bait to lure out the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect hidden in the Golden Crown country. Of course, Tian Jinzi really wanted to rebuild the sword-worshipping sect. Tian Jinzi's method had received the support of the Luo family's 2-star sect and the imperial family. Meanwhile, in a secluded place in the Golden Guangguan nation, the one-armed protector suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with frightening, killing intent. Chapter 399. The most important thing in rebuilding the sword reverence sect was to recruit new disciples. If there were no new disciples, how could Tianjinzi and the others become a two-star sect? It was just the beginning, so it was a little difficult. However, Tianjinzi believed that it wouldn't be long before the Sword Reverence sect became a two-star sect. A few days after returning to Sword Continent City, the Luo clan and the Imperial clan arrived as well. With a large amount of manpower, the ruins of the Reverend Sword Peak were completely cleared out in a few days. Next up was the reconstruction of the Reverend Sword sect. The Imperial family had specialized personnel to handle these matters. Furthermore, the number of people dispatched by the Imperial family was enormous. Even so, they had to wait for a full month before the sword-worshipping sect's buildings were rebuilt once again. After the reconstruction, the Sword Reverence sect looked brand new. The next step was to recruit new disciples. Sect Master, the Sword Reverence sect has been rebuilt. The next step is to recruit new disciples. Jian Feng grinned. Jian Feng was very happy to see the Sword Reverence sect rebuilt while he was still alive. In this month, Jian Feng and the others were very busy. It was difficult to restore the Sword Reverence sect to its original state. Fortunately, there were a lot of people, and they succeeded in the end. In this month, Tianjinzi had been hiding in the dark. He was worried that the mysterious expert who destroyed the Sword Reverence sect would come again. Today, after a discussion, the four of them were ready to start recruiting new disciples. The location was at the central square of the Sword Continent City. Since a month ago, when Tianjinzi shocked the entire Sword Continent City, the Luo family and the Azure Sea sect had not appeared. At noon, the central square of the Sword Continent City was packed with people. All the cultivators were here to join the Sword Reverence sect. I wonder if I can join the Sword Reverence sect. I heard that the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment requirements will be lowered. The Sword Reverence sect is rebuilt. This is the best time for us to join. When the Sword Reverence sect is rebuilt, it will be very difficult to join. Yes, no matter what, I want to join the Sword Reverence sect. With an expert like Tianjinzi, it won't be long before the Sword Reverence sect becomes a two-star sect. Joining the Sword Reverence sect means I can cultivate with Tianjinzi. That's great. In the central square, many cultivators were discussing. However, when Fang Chun appeared, the noisy square instantly fell silent. Fang Chun was in charge of today's disciple recruitment. Fang Chun swept his gaze over the crowd and said, "I'm sure all of you know that my Sword Reverence sect's recruitment criteria are very low. As long as you have a good character, you can join my Sword Reverence sect." Everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. Next, it was time for inspection. Every disciple came forward to be inspected by Fang Chun. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During this time, Fang Chun had inspected more than 100 disciples. At a certain moment, Fang Chun was inspecting a disciple. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. He released his pinnacle red-class soul and enveloped the disciple. In an instant, Fang Chun realized that this disciple had the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. Crash! Fang Chun pushed off the ground and directly appeared in front of the disciple. He grabbed the disciple's neck and said coldly, "Speak. Where did the aura of the Yellow Springs sect come from?" Fang Chun's face turned cold. He could sense the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on this disciple. He must have come in contact with the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. "I didn't." The disciple panicked and cried out. Crack! Fang Chun's hand tightened slightly, and the disciple let out a miserable cry. In the end, he couldn't endure Fang Chun's torture and confessed everything. Not long ago, a mysterious expert had appeared and found him, allowing him to sneak into the Sword Reverence sect. Where is that mysterious expert? Fang Chun asked coldly. "I also don't know," said the disciple. After this disciple, several more disciples were discovered by Fang Chun. They were all spies sent by the Yellow Springs sect. This matter made Fang Chun even more vigilant. It seemed the Yellow Springs sect had already made a move against the Sword Reverence sect. When the sun was about to set, Fang Chun finally finished his disciple recruitment. On this day, Fang Chun had recruited 200 disciples. After returning to the sect, Fang Chun reported this matter to Tianjinzi. The latter already knew. Today, in a certain corner of the Sword Continent city, I killed 2 hall masters of the Yellow Springs sect, said Tianjinzi. In a secluded place in the Golden Crown country, the one-armed protector's expression was ugly. He had lost 2 more hall masters. Damn the sword reverence sect. The one-armed protector roared inside. After a long time, he decided to personally go to the Sword Continent city to kill Tianjinzi. After the sword reverence sect was rebuilt, an unexpected news spread throughout the Golden Crown country. The 5 marquises who had attacked the sword reverence sect had all disappeared at the same time. This news made all the cultivators think that the 5 marquises were worried about Tianjinzi's revenge. At this time, there were several condensing reality realm cultivators in the sword reverence sect. They were the leaders of the 9 2-star sect. Tianjinzi, do you think the Yellow Springs sect will take the bait this time? The Luo family had asked. The Yellow Springs sect will definitely know that we are luring them out, said another leader. Tianjinzi smiled faintly and said, I have a feeling that they will definitely come. Tianjinzi and the other leaders hid in the sword reverence sect. They announced that Tianjinzi was in seclusion and that Fang Chun was temporarily in charge of the sword reverence sect. Right now, Fang Chun's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. He couldn't break through for the time being, so he didn't cultivate. Moreover, Tianjinzi would bring him to a place after he dealt with the hidden dangers. That was where Tianjinzi truly cultivated. On a certain day, Fang Chun was managing the disciples in the sword reverence sect. Suddenly, an aura soared into the sky and landed on the square of the sword reverence sect. Where is Fang Chun? Suddenly, a wild voice reverberated throughout the entire sword reverence sect. Fang Chun arrived at the square. He discovered that this person's aura was extremely vigorous. He was surrounded by an incomparably dense spiritual qi. Who are you? Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and asked. Black Iron Marquis. The Black Iron Marquis coldly said, I heard that your strength is tyrannical and that you can easily suppress the martial Marquis. I, Black Iron, want to see just how capable a newly advanced martial Marquis is. Hearing the words Black Iron Marquis, Fang Chun's eyes lit up. He hadn't been waiting for the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect, but a Black Iron Marquis had come. However, this was also good. He could take revenge for the Fengyan martial Marquis. Black Iron Marquis, you've come the right time. Fang Chun sneered. Little child, you are too confident. Today, let me teach you a lesson. The moment the Black Iron Marquis came up, he did not allow any explanation and used a fierce attack. Seeing the Black Iron Marquis attack, Fang Chun also directly attacked. The 8th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and used the 8th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. A powerful fire and water sword light instantly collided with the Black Iron Marquis fist. Is this all you've got? The Black Iron Marquis fist shattered the fire and water sword light. Wush's soul left his body, and the great Luo soul-killing flame was instantly used. The powerful soul flame directly drilled into the Black Iron Marquis mind. The Black Iron Marquis was caught off guard and let out a loud cry. However, a moment later, the Black Iron Marquis used his powerful soul to extinguish the soul flame. Brat, I'll tear you to pieces. The Black Iron Marquis angrily roared. Seeing the Black Iron Marquis roar, Fang Chun's eyes flickered. He revealed a trace of smile and said, that was just a warm-up. In the next moment, Fang Chun used the Wind and Cloud Sutra and used the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Suddenly, his large hand stretched out towards the Black Iron Marquis. What? After the Black Iron Marquis sensed this familiar aura, he cried out involuntarily, Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. How do you know the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture? The Black Iron Marquis naturally recognized the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. If it weren't for him, the Fengyan martial Marquis would not have died. He was the Fengyan martial Marquis enemy. Today, I'll take revenge for the Wind and Cloud martial Marquis. Fang Chun said indifferently. How arrogant. Even the Wind and Cloud martial Marquis was killed by me. You're just a junior. So what if you cultivate the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture? The Black Iron Marquis sneered. At the same time, a fierce attack exploded towards Fong Chen's large hand. The Black Iron Marquis was ranked 60th on the Martial Marquis list. He was very confident that Fong Chen was not his match. However, he didn't know that Fong Chen's strength had already reached the top 60 of the Martial Marquis list. The reason Fong Chen used the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was to end this battle. Crash! The majestic large hand directly pressed down on the Black Iron Marquis head. At this moment, the Black Iron Marquis was doing his best to resist. How is this possible? The Black Iron Marquis, who was originally full of confidence, finally began to panic the moment he was suppressed by Fong Chen. No, I can't accept this. The Black Iron Marquis angrily roared. The instant he roared, a wild black aura surged out from his body. In the next instant, the aura of the Black Iron Marquis sharply increased. Crack! A wound actually appeared on Fong Chen's large hand. This was caused by the Black Iron Marquis attack. The aura of the Yellow Springs sect. When Fong Chen saw this, he pushed the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture to its limits. His large hand directly suppressed the Black Iron Marquis. Although the latter did his best to resist, he was still suppressed by Fong Chen. Tian Jinzi and the others who were hiding in the dark were prepared to attack when they saw the black aura surging out from the Black Iron Marquis. However, in the end, they restrained themselves. This kid, the leaders nodded their heads, their faces full of smiles. At the same time, Fong Chen's large hand directly suppressed the Black Iron Marquis, instantly killing him. Senior Wind and Cloud, I've taken revenge for you. Chapter 400. After killing the Black Iron Marquis, the revenge for the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was finally completed. Tian Jinzi and the others, who were secretly worried for Fong Chen, revealed a smile on their faces. Tian Jinzi, the Tian Jinzi of your sword-worshipping sect has already matured. Yeah, Fong Chen was able to raise his strength to such a level in such a short period of time. He is truly a monstrous genius. We must nurture this kid well. A few leaders, who were hiding in the dark, were discussing Fong Chen. The appearance of the Black Iron Marquis filled the hearts of many leaders with complicated feelings. The Yellow Springs sect was hidden in the Golden Crown country, and it seemed that they had already infiltrated the Golden Crown country. Even the experts on the Martial Marquis list were willing to work for the Yellow Springs sect. The more it was like this, the more the Golden Crown country's royal family wanted to eradicate the Yellow Springs sect. If the Yellow Springs sect was allowed to continue developing, it would affect the status of the Golden Crown country's royal family one day. After Fong Chen killed the Black Iron Marquis, the sword-worshipping sect fell into a state of peace once again. Fong Chen had nothing to do, so he usually gave pointers to the new disciples of the sword-worshipping sect. Just like this, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Fong Chen's strength had increased again, and his water and fire sword art had reached the 9th level. Of course, in this half a year, the various forces of the Golden Crown country also had a harvest. Ever since the Black Iron Marquis died at the hands of Fong Chen, the 2-star sect leaders of the Golden Crown country joined forces to secretly search for clues. Finally, by chance, they found some clues about the Yellow Springs sect. The power of the joint forces of condensing reality realm experts was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Not long ago, in a hidden place in the Golden Crown country, an unprecedented battle broke out. On one side was the condensing reality realm experts of the Golden Crown country led by Tian Jinzi and the others, while on the other side was the Yellow Springs sect's one-armed protector. Although the one-armed guardian had hidden himself well, he was still discovered by the crowd. His cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the condensing reality realm. Although he was strong, with the crowd surrounding him, the one-armed guardian did not even have the chance to fight back, and was killed immediately. After killing the one-armed protector, the group cleared out all the members of the Yellow Springs sect in the hideout. Then, they discovered that there was something similar to an array formation in the hideout. In the end, They speculated that it might be some kind of teleportation array. After that, they destroyed the teleportation array. From then on, there were no longer any survivors of the Yellow Springs sect in the Golden Crown Nation. After quelling the chaos in the Golden Crown country, Tian Jinzi returned to the Sword Reverence sect. After half a year of development, the Sword Reverence sect had begun to take shape. With a little more time, they would be able to return to being a 2-star sect. As for Fang Chun and the other two, they were teaching the new disciples. One day, Tian Jinzi called Fang Chun to his study. "Sect leader, why did you call me here?" Fang Chun was a little confused, so he asked, "Fang Chun, do you still remember what I told you before?" Tian Jinzi said faintly, "Within the Sword Reverence sect, there's a place that is most suitable for the Heaven Sword Son to train. It is a place of opportunity. I feel that the time has come. You should go and try it." "Oh, a place of opportunity?" Fang Chen's eyes flashed. Recently, his cultivation had indeed reached a bottleneck, and he was unable to break through for the time being. He needed to find an opportunity. Every generation of the Heaven Sword Son has been there, including me, Tian Jinzi said slowly. Hearing this, Fang Chun was even more surprised. What kind of place was that? How could every generation of the Heaven Sword Son have been there? Let me remind you, in that place of opportunity, even if your cultivation has reached the critical point of the Chi-Hai realm, do not form your Dharma idol, Tian Jinzi suddenly said. Why is that? Fang Chun asked. Because although there are countless opportunities in that place of opportunity, the rules inside are chaotic. Once a condensing reality realm expert is discovered, they will be directly annihilated by the heavens. Tian Jinzi said, Tian Jinzi, was once a Heaven Sword Son. Because he couldn't resist the temptation, he forcefully formed his Dharma idol in that place of opportunity and died tragically. Hearing Tian Jinzi's words, Fang Chun nodded slightly. Finally, Tian Jinzi told Fang Chun that in 3 days, Tian Jinzi would personally open the place of opportunity. He told Fang Chun to prepare. 3 days later, Fang Chun followed Tian Jinzi. Using the sect's divine sword, they arrived beneath the Sword Reverence sect. Only after arriving here did Fang Chun discover that beneath the Sword Reverence sect was not what he had imagined. There was a huge stone door beneath the ground. Through this stone door, you can enter the place of opportunity. Tian Jinzi pointed at the huge stone door and said in a low voice, "How do I enter?" Fang Chun asked. "Take out your Heaven Sword Son token," Tian Jinzi said. After that, Fang Chun took out the Heaven Sword Son's token and approached the stone door step by step. When he got close to the stone door, the Heaven Sword Son's token suddenly emitted a gentle light. In the next moment, the stone door opened and Fang Chun was sucked in. Seeing Fang Chun enter the stone door, Tian Jinzi's face revealed a trace of a smile. "I wonder what level you can reach." Tian Jinzi squinted his eyes and looked at the stone door. He remembered that when Tian Jinzi entered the stone door for the first time, he cultivated for half a year and reached the peak of the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Among the generations of Heaven Sword Sons, there were even some who suppressed their cultivation and used the power of the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm to fight against a 2nd level condensing reality realm martial artist. Crash! After the stone door closed, Tian Jinzi returned to the Sword Reverence sect. In the following time, Tian Jinzi began to focus on the development of the Sword Reverence sect. In the Southern Mountain Land, in a hidden place, there was a deathly aura all year round. The surroundings were filled with an extremely dense, evil aura. If someone passed by here, they would definitely discover that the evil aura was so strong that it could corrode the body of a normal martial artist. In this evil place, there was a green rock. Suddenly, a mysterious black shadow appeared on top of the green rock. This black shadow was emitting a terrifying aura. After the black shadow appeared, 5 figures appeared behind him. "Damn it, the one-armed guardian is also dead. Our plan was almost ruined," the black shadow said coldly. His words contained a dense, killing intent. Master, the Golden Crown Nation is only a big country in the Southern Mountain Land. Although we lost the Golden Crown Nation, it did not affect our plan. One of the martial artists said, "These 5 people were the 5 martial marquises that went missing in the Golden Crown Nation." The one who spoke was the illusory martial marquis. Losing a one-armed guardian is nothing. The most important thing is that we cannot fail our mission. The Black Shadow said coldly, "Master, now that the entire Golden Crown Nation is united, as long as we enter the Golden Crown Nation, we will definitely be discovered. The plan is more important." Hearing this, the Black Shadow nodded and did not speak. Initially, his plan was to control the Golden Crown Nation. Once the Golden Crown Nation became their puppet, the rest of the plan would be much easier. Therefore, they destroyed the Sword Reverence sect without any warning. Originally, they wanted to destroy the other sects. However, the destruction of the Sword Reverence sect had alerted the other sects. They even started to join forces, so the Black Shadow gave up on this idea. However, he did not expect that the 3 sects that he had painstakingly built would be exposed in the Divine Illusion space. This made him furious. Now, there was not a single person from the Yellow Spring sect in the Golden Crown Nation. The plan is the most important. Temporarily give up on the Golden Crown Nation. The Black Shadow said, "Yes." The 5 people said in unison, "Sword Reverence sect," within an underground stone door. Before entering the stone door, Fang Chun didn't know what the land of opportunity that Tian Jianzi had spoken of was. Only after entering did Fang Chun realize that this really was a holy land for sword cultivators. This was a very small independent space. This space was filled with dense sword intent. This sword intent made Fang Chun extremely excited. "This place is much stronger than the Sword Reverence sect's ancestral land," said Fang Chun. At this time, Fang Chun was standing on a plain. At the center of the plain were many yellow prayer mats. Each one of them had a name on it. Fang Chun walked up to the prayer mats and looked at each one. He saw that these prayer mats were where the Sword Reverence sect's Tian Jianzi had once sat. In front of the last prayer mat were the words Tian Jianzi. Crash! Just as Fang Chun was thinking, another prayer mat appeared beside Tian Jianzi's prayer mat. "This is my prayer mat." Fang Chun was puzzled. "My junior, this is the space of swords. It is a holy land for sword cultivators. Comprehending the sword Tao here will be twice the result with half the effort." Fang Chun vaguely heard such a voice. Then he sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock and wrote down the name Fang Chun. Next was a long period of cultivation. First was tempering his sword intent. Fang Chun's sword intent had already reached the 2nd minor realm. Its power was extraordinary. And now, Fang Chun was using the space of swords to temper his own sword intent. Of course, Fang Chun was also cultivating the water and fire sword art. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chun was quietly sitting on the prayer mat. He had entered a state of enlightenment and hadn't awakened yet. During this time, the little mouse and the Banksian shoe had finally recovered. The 2 of them crawled out of Fang Chun's spatial ring and played around in the space of swords. "Brother Mouse, you are too powerful. Your teeth can bite through anything." The Banksian shoe followed behind the little mouse, chattering nonstop. The little mouse seemed to have reached the peak of the Chi-Hai realm. Its body was surrounded by a purple halo. The Banksian shoe was constantly flattering the little mouse, hoping to get its blood. Chapter 402. The Golden Crown Country was a big country in the southern mountain land. Within the Golden Crown Country, there was a list that everyone was familiar with, the Martial Marquis list. The Martial Marquis list had a total of 72 names. Every expert that could enter the Martial Marquis list had to be of the Chi-Hai realm and couldn't be older than 100 years old. In the world of cultivation, those who weren't older than 100 years old could be considered young. Being able to enter the Martial Marquis list represented talent and strength. Therefore, every warrior in the Golden Crown Country wanted to enter the Martial Marquis list. Of course, there were some hidden warriors. Because of their age, they couldn't enter the Martial Marquis list. However, their strength wasn't any weaker than the Martial Marquis list experts. Ever since the Divine Illusion space closed, the Golden Crown Country had been in chaos for more than a year. Finally, a few days ago, things had settled down. After the chaos was settled, the royal family of the Golden Crown country started to recruit the experts of the various sects. On a certain day, the royal family of the Golden Crown country announced that a month later, there would be a martial marquis list competition within the country. There were two ways to enter the martial marquis list. The first way was to challenge the experts of the martial marquis list. If you defeated or even killed them, you would be able to take their previous position. This was the most common way and also the way that everyone agreed on. As for the second way, it was the martial marquis list competition that the royal family didn't have a date. When the royal family created the martial marquis list, it was to choose the strongest Chi realm expert in the Golden Crown country. Therefore, the martial marquis list competition didn't have a date. The royal family could hold it whenever they wanted. The last time the martial marquis list competition was 20 years ago. Therefore, some of the experts on the martial marquis list had already occupied the list for 20 years. This time, when the royal family announced the competition, there were countless warriors who were celebrating. Although they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the martial marquis list competition, they could watch. With so many top experts fighting, it would definitely be very exciting. When the news of the martial marquis list competition spread, it caused a huge uproar. Countless warriors were discussing it. The royal family attached great importance to the martial marquis list competition that would take place a month later. Together with a few two-star sect, they built a large martial arts practice field in the wilderness outside of the imperial capital. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng, who were in the Reverend Sword sect, were extremely excited. Their strength had already reached the peak of the Chi realm. After some hard work, they believed that they had the strength to enter the martial marquis list. Therefore, when they heard this news, they were extremely excited. It's a pity that junior brother Fong Chen is not here, or else he would definitely have obtained a good ranking. Xiahou Wu regretfully said. Perhaps junior brother Fong Chen will appear in a month, Jian Feng said. Just like that, a month passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The martial marquis ranking contest was finally about to begin. In this 1 month, the number of martial artists in the capital had increased tremendously. Countless martial artists had traveled through the night just to watch the martial marquis list contest. On the day that the martial marquis list competition began, all the older generation martial marquis list experts appeared. Even the number 1 expert on the martial marquis list, the soaring dragon marquis, appeared. As for the illusory martial marquis and the other 4, no one cared about them at all. There were many martial marquis who were stronger than them. There really are a lot of people. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng stood within the crowd, grinning. Tian Jinzi was a condensing reality realm expert and the sect master of the sword-worshipping sect. He naturally sat together with the king of the imperial family. On the plains, there was a sea of people. After countless elections, the imperial family had decided on the final number of participants. Adding on the older generation martial marquis list experts, there were over 500 participants. Over 500 people fighting over 72 spots. It could be imagined just how difficult it was. King, the time has come. Do you want to begin? The judge walked in front of the king and respectfully said, "Let's begin." The king nodded his head. Afterwards, the judge announced that the martial marquis list contest had officially begun. Over 500 martial artists would fight in pairs. The side that lost would be immediately eliminated, and the side that won would enter the next round. In the first round, the older generation martial marquis list experts practically all won. As for Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng, they had also won their matches. While the Golden Crown Nation's martial artists were celebrating, as the heavenly sword son of the sword-worshipping sect, Fong Chen was cultivating within the sword space. Hiss, an extremely wild aura surged around Fong Chen's body. Sword intent filled the air, and the hidden star sword in his hand constantly emitted sword cries. Suddenly, Fong Chen opened his eyes. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly shot out a sword light that directly chopped down on the ground. Crack! A large hole appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen slowly put away the hidden star sword and stood up from the praying mat. After 2 months of cultivation, my cultivation base has improved a lot. Fangchen grinned. The sword intent here was too abundant. Moreover, comprehending the sword Tao here was twice the result with half the effort. The ancestor who had created this sword space was definitely a shocking expert. In 2 months, Fangchen's fire and water sword technique had reached the 10th level. Its power was extremely tyrannical. One sword strike could frighten even ghosts and gods. My current strength should be comparable to the top 40 experts on the martial marquee list, Fangchen said softly. Just as Fangchen was speaking, the golden heart suddenly started trembling rapidly. This time, the speed of the trembling of the golden heart was much faster than before. When Fangchen realized this, he continued to put spiritual stones into the golden heart. Then, Fangchen sat down cross-legged on the praying mat and continued cultivating. Time passed by slowly. The speed at which the golden heart swallowed spiritual stones made Fangchen's jaws drop. 4 sword strikes in a day, and the golden heart had swallowed 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This was unprecedented. However, it was fortunate that Fangchen had a lot of high-grade spiritual stones, which were enough for the golden heart to swallow. After swallowing for 10 days and about 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual stones, the golden heart finally fell into a deep slumber. Traces of golden light were emitted from the golden heart. It's transforming, Fangchen said in his heart. In the outside world, on the plains outside the imperial capital, the martial marquee battle had been going on for 10 days. It was estimated that it would take a month to finish. In 10 days, many martial artists had been eliminated. The remaining martial artists were the elites of the elites. After another 20 days, the martial marquee ranking battle had finally reached its final stage. The final rankings had basically been decided. When Xiahou Wu ascended the martial marquee rankings for the first time, he obtained the 53rd rank, whereas Jianfeng obtained the 59th rank. Seeing that his 2 disciples were ranked on the martial marquee list, Tian Jinzi was grinning from ear to ear. Now, what was being held was the ranking of the top 3. Now, the ranking of the top 3 officially begins. The judge announced. He was extremely excited in his heart. The top 3 were the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Black Armor Marquis, and the Soaring Marquis. These 3 were the top 3 of the previous martial marquee list. Their strength was extremely powerful. The 3 of them are too strong. No one can shake their positions. Yeah, especially the Soaring Dragon Marquis. His strength is really strong. It's said that he can fight against a level 1 condensing reality realm martial artist. Looks like the Soaring Dragon Marquis should be ranked first among the top 3. Although the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Marquis are strong, they can't shake the Soaring Dragon Marquis position. On the plains, many martial artists had excited smiles on their faces. The battle between the 3 Marquis was definitely the most intense and exciting battle. Just before the 3 of them were about to fight, the king of the Golden Crown country suddenly stood up and said, "I didn't tell everyone beforehand, but the martial marquis who obtained the top 3 of this year's martial marquee ranking will represent our Golden Crown country and enter the Southern Mountain Land." Hearing the king's words, many martial artists were in an uproar. This news was too sudden. Enter the Southern Mountain Land. Oh my God, the top 3 this time can actually enter the Southern Mountain Land and represent the Golden Crown country to enter the Southern Mountain Land. This is too good. Unfortunately, we can't fight for it. The Golden Crown country was only a big country in the Southern Mountain Land. The Southern Mountain Land was very big. Compared to the Golden Crown country, it was many times bigger. Outside the Southern Mountain Land, there was an even bigger stage. If one wanted to step onto the big stage, one must first leave the Golden Crown country and enter the Southern Mountain Land. Hearing this, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the other 2 grinned. They were very strong. They could even enter the Southern Mountain Land by themselves. However, there were many strong martial artists in the Southern Mountain Land. They were strong in the Golden Crown country, but it didn't mean that they were strong in the Southern Mountain Land. Entering the Southern Mountain Land for the first time, they would definitely encounter many difficulties. They definitely couldn't compare to the disciples of the Southern Mountain sect. Representing the Golden Crown country in the Southern Mountain Land meant that they could directly join some of the big sect in the Southern Mountain Land. In this way, they wouldn't have to worry about resources. It would be easier for them to cultivate. Looks like the three of us are about to enter the Southern Mountain Land. The soaring dragon Marquis grinned. Before entering the Southern Mountain Land, let's determine the winner. The Black Armor Marquis said. All right, let's determine the winner. The soaring dragon Marquis said. After a unanimous decision, the Black Armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis decided to fight first. The winner of the two would challenge the soaring dragon Marquis. Black Armor Marquis, I will definitely defeat you and then challenge the soaring dragon Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis coldly said, that will depend on your ability. The Black Armor Marquis smiled. Crash! The two peak martial marquises fought. As soon as they attacked, the martial stage was filled with extremely dense spiritual chi. On the plains, countless martial artists were retreating. The attacks of the two martial marquises were too strong. They were actually unable to withstand the energy emitted from the battle. Too strong. Is this a battle between peak martial marquises? A martial artist exclaimed. The two martial marquises seemed to be casually attacking, but each of their attacks contained boundless battle power. The soaring dragon Marquis looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, it looks like the Black Armor Marquis is still a level higher. With the soaring dragon Marquis's eyesight, he was able to see the difference between the two of them. As expected, after an intense battle, the Black Armor Marquis punched out. It seemed ordinary, but it sent the soaring dragon Marquis flying. Bang! The soaring dragon Marquis's body was sent flying. He landed on the ground, right at Xiahou Wu's feet. The soaring dragon Marquis was incomparably furious. He was unwilling to accept this. He had been so close to defeating the Black Armor Marquis, but in the end, he had still been struck. Scram! The soaring dragon Marquis was already unhappy after losing the battle. Seeing the surrounding martial artists looking at him, he was infuriated. He directly waved his sleeve, and a boundless aura bombarded the surrounding martial artists. Because Xiahou Wu was the closest to him, he was the most heavily injured. Chapter 403. Although Xiahou Wu was ranked on the Martial Marquis list, he was only ranked 53rd. How could he block an attack from the third-ranked Soaring Marquis? Bang! Xiahou Wu's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, vomiting blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were flickering. Killing intent erupted from his body. Xiahou, are you all right? When Jian Feng saw this scene, he quickly appeared beside Xiahou Wu and asked worriedly. The Soaring Marquis waved his sleeve, causing the surrounding martial artists to suffer. He had originally been preparing to leave, but when he sensed Xiahou Wu's killing intent, his expression changed, and he icily said, Little ant, you dare release killing intent towards me? You're really courting death. The Soaring Marquis had only just finished speaking when he prepared to attack Xiahou Wu. At this time, Tian Jinzi was also unable to sit still. His wrist flicked and a sword light shot out, blocking the Soaring Marquis's attack. Soaring Marquis, you're ranked 3rd on the Martial Marquis list. Bullying the weak isn't good, said Tian Jinzi unhappily. I'll give Tian Jinzi face and let you off. The Soaring Marquis didn't dare say anything. After all, although he was strong, he didn't dare look down on Tian Jinzi. The Soaring Marquis coldly snorted and prepared to leave. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the Sword Reverence Peak of Sword Continent City. This light contained an extremely majestic sword intent. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was in the sword space, suddenly opened his eyes. After cultivating for 3 months, there was finally a transformation. So the Tao of the sword is like this. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. In the next instant, sword intent surged out of his body. A wild sword intent soared into the sky. Crash! After Fang Chun had comprehended the true essence of the Tao of the sword, his sword intent had suddenly exploded. Under Fang Chen's gaze, his sword intent had broken through the 2nd minor realm, reaching the shocking 3rd minor realm. 3rd realm sword intent. Fang Chun was also incomparably excited. After cultivating for 3 months in the sword space, his sword intent had reached the third minor realm. This was a qualitative leap. Kid, your luck is really too good. Just as Fang Chan was getting excited, old Ancestor Bronze spoke. His words were filled with astonishment. That golden heart of yours is too strong. It forcefully transformed your Tao body into a sword body, said old Ancestor Bronze. Sword body. Fang Chan was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard the word sword body. The sword body is a constitution that sword cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. The Tao body is only slightly stronger than the average constitution, but the sword body is specially made for swords, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chan looked behind him. He felt that his body was like a sharp sword. It was different from before. With a shift of his mind, the sword will around him surged as if he could control the spiritual qi in the entire world. This is the sword body. Fang Chan held the hidden star sword and used the 11th level of the water-fire sword art. A majestic water-fire sword light immediately appeared in the sky. Not long ago, Fang Chan had cultivated the water-fire sword art to the 11th level. But although he had cultivated it to the 11th level, its power hadn't been as great as it was now. The sword body is transmitting sword intent. Fang Chan was shocked to find that his body was constantly transmitting sword intent into the hidden star sword, causing the water-fire sword light's power to explosively increase. Kid, now you know how terrifying the sword body is. Old Ancestor Bronze smiled. Only those peerless geniuses who cultivated the sword Tao could transform their bodies into a sword body. Generally speaking, less than 1 in a million martial artists could transform their bodies into a sword body. Even on the entire ancient sword continent, the number of martial artists who possessed a sword body could be counted on one hand. This time, the Golden Heart's transformation had brought great benefits to Fang Chan. It had allowed Fang Chan to possess a sword body. With a sword body, Fang Chan was destined to shine in the sword Tao. Kid, your heart is truly strange. Even I can't see through it. It's actually transforming your body. It's truly terrifying. Old Ancestor Bronze sighed as he thought of the Golden Heart. Fang Chan was still immersed in the joy of having a sword body. At this moment, he felt as if he had merged with the entire sword space. It was incomparably comfortable. His mind was filled with countless thoughts of the sword Tao. It was as if he was a peerless sword. Sword body, this is the sword body. Fang Chen's eyes were blurred at first, but in the end, they shot out a terrifying sword light. After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed the excitement in his heart. Kid, with a sword body, you're invincible within the Qi-Hai realm, said old Ancestor Bronze. A martial artist who possessed a sword body could cultivate the sword Tao much faster than an ordinary martial artist. On the entire ancient sword continent, there were only a few people who possessed a sword body. What is the origin of the Golden Heart? Fang Chen could not figure out. Since the Golden Heart could turn his body into a sword, it was obvious that it was a treasure among treasures. Invincible within the Qi-Hai realm, Fang Chen was extremely excited. 3 months ago, his strength was not enough to enter the top 30 of the martial marquee list. But 3 months later, he possessed a sword body. At this moment, he was invincible within the Qi-Hai realm. Of course, this was all because of the Golden Heart. Since his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, Fang Chen naturally would not stay in the sword space. Voila! Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the majestic sword intent within the sword space was completely absorbed by Fang Chen's sword body. In the next moment, the sword intent within the sword space disappeared. It was like an ordinary independent space. Fang Chen was once again shocked. The sword body was too strong. It could actually absorb such a large amount of sword intent in an instant. What Fang Chen did not know was that, as the Heaven Sword Son, he had already created history in the Sword Reverence sect. In the history of the Sword Reverence sect, there had never been a Heaven Sword Son who was able to completely absorb the sword intent within the sword space. He was the first. Of course, Fang Chen was also the first person to comprehend the third minor realm of sword intent within the sword space. Being able to comprehend the third level of sword concept at the Qi-Hai realm was enough to show that Fang Chen had a monstrous talent in the sword Dao. With the third level of sword concept and the sword body, Fang Chun was already ahead of the majority of sword Dao cultivators. The current Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword Dao was probably not even comparable to the Heaven Sword Sun. Hua La Fang Chun left the sword space and appeared within the sword reverence sect. Senior Brother Fang, a disciple, passed by the square and saw Fang Chun. He respectfully greeted him. Fang Chun nodded his head and asked, "Is the sect master here?" Senior Brother Fang, a month ago, the sect master and the others went to the imperial capital to participate in a martial marquee list battle. They have yet to return, the disciple said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately left the sword reverence sect. This time, Fang Chun did not walk alone. Instead, he took the transportation array and headed towards the imperial capital. After paying the required amount of spirit stones, Fang Chun entered the teleportation array. In the next instant, he appeared in the imperial city. Just as he appeared within the imperial capital, he felt two powerful auras. Outside the imperial capital, what a powerful aura! Fang Chun faintly said. He then left the imperial capital and arrived at the plains. Arriving here, Fang Chun happened to see the battle between the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis. The battle between the two was extremely intense. A battle between the top martial marquis list battle. Fang Chun faintly said. Just as Fang Chun was watching the battle, he suddenly saw Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu for the corner of his eyes, especially the bloodstains on Xiahou Wu's body. He quickly passed through the crowd and arrived beside Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. "What's going on?" Hearing someone speak, Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu turned to look. Their faces were filled with pleasant surprise. "Fang Chun, you've come out of seclusion." Jian Feng was incomparably excited to see Fang Chun. Xiahou Wu also grinned and nodded towards Fang Chun. "Who injured you?" asked Fang Chun. Xiahou Wu recounted to Fang Chun how he had been injured. Then, Fang Chun's gaze turned towards a certain region on the plains. This region was the region where the experts of the martial marquee list were located. At the very front, there was the arrogant soaring marquis. Soaring dragon marquis. Fang Chun muttered softly as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. "Junior apprentice Brother Fang Chun, it's a pity you came too late. Otherwise, you would definitely have entered the martial marquee list." Jian Feng felt it was a pity. "Yeah, Fang Chun, me and senior apprentice Brother Jian Feng have also entered the martial marquee list. If you were to participate, you would at least be able to enter the top 30, said Xiahou Wu. Fang Chun nodded and didn't say anything. His gaze shifted from the soaring dragon marquis to the martial stage. At this time, the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis were in the midst of an intense battle. Originally, everyone had thought that the soaring dragon marquis would easily defeat the black armor marquis. But only after the battle had begun did they realize that the black armor marquis had been hiding his strength. The black armor marquis defense is very strong, while the soaring dragon marquis offense is very strong. When the two of them collide, there will definitely be one side that will not be able to endure. Fang Chun thought to himself. With Fang Chen's current eyesight, he could see where the two were lacking with a glance. He then slightly shook his head and said, "In less than 3 moves, the black armor marquis will definitely lose." On the martial stage, the black armor marquis body was surrounded by a layer of black light. This caused his defense to reach its peak. Soaring dragon marquis, you can't break my defense. The black armor marquis sinisterly laughed. Is that so? After fighting for so long, the soaring dragon marquis finally discovered the mysteries of the black armor marquis defense. Hearing the black armor marquis words, the soaring dragon marquis faintly smiled. In the next moment, a scarlet light appeared on the soaring dragon marquis palm. When this light appeared, the entire plane became silent. On the platform, many condensing reality experts, including the king, also had faces of shock. This soaring dragon marquis has been hiding his strength all this time. Many condensing reality experts involuntarily cried out. The strength that the soaring dragon marquis was currently exploding with was countless times stronger than before. Moreover, The aura around the soaring dragon marquee was still rising. Crack. Chapter 404. Around the soaring dragon marquee, crimson light flickered. A wild aura soared into the clouds. Crack. The fist of the soaring dragon marquee gathered a scarlet radiance. Then, he punched towards the black armor marquee. This punch caused the expressions of countless condensing reality realm warriors to change. With a cracking sound, a crack finally appeared on the black armor marquee's invincible chi defense. The ground was trembling, and the martial arts stage was shaking. The battle between the two was too shocking. The black armor marquee was pushed back by a punch from the soaring dragon marquee. He stabilized his body with great difficulty. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Have you succeeded in cultivating it?" the black armor marquee hurriedly asked. Everyone knew that when the soaring dragon martial marquee was young, he had accidentally obtained an absolute art. The soaring dragon martial marquee had only cultivated half of this absolute art before he entered the martial marquee role. When he cultivated it to 90%, he was already the unshakable #1 on the martial marquee list. But now his attack power was actually so powerful. The black armor marquee believed that he must have successfully cultivated that ultimate art. "You are not my match." Crimson light surged around the soaring dragon marquee as he said softly. Hearing the voice of the soaring dragon marquee, the black armor marquee felt powerless for the first time. Facing the current soaring dragon marquee, he actually did not have the courage to make a move. After a long while, the black armor marquee said loudly, "I admit defeat." When the black armor marquee admitted defeat, it caused an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. The soaring dragon marquee was too strong. Even if he were to face a first-stage condensing reality realm warrior, he would not be afraid at all. Marquee of soaring dragon marquee. For a moment, voices rang out all over the plains. They were all chanting the name of the soaring dragon marquee. The soaring dragon marquee had become a godlike existence. With a valiant attitude, he had seized first place on the martial marquee list, shocking countless warriors. As expected of the soaring dragon marquee, on the platform, many of the condensing reality realm warriors were also sighing. Although the soaring dragon marquee was in the Chi realm, his strength had already surpassed the Chi realm. After a long while, the field gradually quieted down. They were all waiting for the referee's announcement. Finally, the judge stood out and surveyed the surroundings before he said, "This year's martial marquee rankings competition." Before the referee could finish his words, he was interrupted by someone. Everyone was shocked and looked at the source of the voice. At this time, Fong Chun walked out step by step and finally walked onto the martial arts stage. Fong Chun. The condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform all cried out in surprise. At this time, Fong Chun had just come out of his closed-door training and stopped the judge from announcing. Could it be that he was also going to participate in the martial marquee list battle? This was especially so for Tian Jianzi. When he saw Fong Chun appear, his eyes were filled with excitement. "Sorry, I'm late. The competition for the martial marquee rankings hasn't ended yet, right? Can I participate?" Fong Chun cupped his hands and asked the king. Hearing this, the king looked at everyone on the VIP platform. Seeing everyone nod their heads, he said, "Fong Chun, as the Heaven Sword son of the Reverend Sword sect, you can naturally participate. The competition for the martial marquee rankings hasn't ended yet, but because you're late, you can directly find a martial marquee rankings expert to challenge. If you win, you'll enter the martial marquee list." Hearing the king's words, Fong Chun nodded his head. Then, his deep eyes looked towards the resting area of the marquee rankings. Some of the marquee rankings lowered their heads one after another. They were afraid that Fong Chun would challenge them. And some of the marquee rankings higher up had fearless faces. They did not believe that Fong Chun had the strength to challenge them. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Fong Chun. They wanted to see who Fong Chun was going to challenge. "I want a challenge." Fong Chun looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the soaring marquee. He loudly said, "Soaring marquee." When Fong Chun said the words "soaring marquee," The entire plains went into an uproar. Countless cultivators were endlessly shocked. Fang Chun, Xiahou Wu, and Jian Feng also felt that Fang Chun was a bit reckless. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Arrogant, truly an arrogant fellow. He actually dares to challenge the soaring marquis. Isn't that just courting death? Although the soaring marquis is not a match for the profound armor marquis, he's still not someone Fang Chun can compare to. Does he think that just because he's the heaven sword son of the reverent sword sect, he could be so arrogant? I want to see just how he'll be trampled by the soaring marquis. On the plains, many dissatisfied voices rang out. They felt that Fang Chun was too arrogant. Although Fang Chen's name could be heard everywhere in the Golden Crown Nation, the soaring marquis was an expert of the older generation on the martial marquis list. His strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. On the platform, Tian Jinzi's face revealed a worried expression. He looked at Fang Chen. He also felt that the latter was a bit impulsive. As for the other condensing reality experts, they looked at Fang Chen with interest. Knowing that Fang Chen wanted to challenge him, the soaring marquis's eyes surged with killing intent. He said, a piece of trash dares to challenge me? Originally, the soaring marquis was not a match for the profound armor marquis. He was filled with anger. Now that he was challenged by a nobody, he became even more furious. On the martial stage, the referee asked again in disbelief, Fang Chen, are you sure you want to challenge the soaring marquis? Correct, unless he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Fang Chen's words once again caused a wave of ridicule. Unless he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Everyone looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. He was actually able to say such childish words. Good, very good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a young person. The soaring marquis suddenly stood up and walked onto the martial stage. He looked at Fang Chen and said, I don't dare to accept the challenge. I'm afraid there isn't a cultivator that I don't dare to accept the challenge in the Golden Crown Nation. Fang Chen did not pay attention to the crowd's ridicule. He knew that in a moment, they would realize just how stupid their ridicule was. With my personality, I wouldn't be so ostentatious. Fang Chen suddenly said to himself, but if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for bullying the weak for no reason and injuring Xiahou Wu. He's just an ant. For me, the soaring marquis, to injure him is his honor. The soaring marquis sneered, not placing Xiahou Wu in his eyes. The soaring marquis was ranked third on the martial marquis list. Other than the black armor marquis and the soaring dragon marquis, no one else was his match. How could he place a martial marquis ranked 53rd on the martial marquis list in his eyes? If you think others are ants, then aren't you also an ant? Fang Chen smiled. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu was moved. But at the same time, he was worried about Fang Chen. After all, his opponent was the soaring marquis. On the platform, Tian Jinzi sank into silence. Fang Chen was using his own method to obtain justice for Xiahou Wu. Am I getting old? Tian Jinzi thought to himself. As the sect master of the sword reverence sect, he had to consider the big picture. So when the soaring marquis had heavily injured Xiahou Wu, he had only stepped out to stop him. He had made things difficult for the soaring marquis. But now, hearing Fang Chen's words, his blood also began to boil. Fang Chen had not hesitated to challenge the soaring marquis for Xiahou Wu. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? An ant just like him. The soaring marquis was also infuriated by Fang Chen. A wild aura surged out of his body. In the martial marquis area, the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis were sitting side by side. Although the two of them had just fought, it didn't affect their conversation in the slightest. Soaring dragon, do you think this brat has some sort of trump card? The black armor marquis' eyes shined with a golden light as he stared at Fang Chen. He is the sword reverence sect's heavenly sword son. A while ago, I heard he killed the 60th ranked black iron marquis. Then he disappeared for a period of time. I estimate he's in seclusion. The soaring dragon marquis analyzed. For him to appear so arrogant, it seems he must have made a breakthrough. Hearing the soaring dragon marquis words, the black armor marquis understood. Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis had said that Fang Chun had made a breakthrough, the two of them didn't believe Fang Chun could defeat the Soaring Marquis. At such a young age, he managed to enter the Martial Marquis list. His talent isn't bad. What a pity. The Black Armor Marquis sighed. He was the clearest on the Soaring Marquis character. Currently, the Soaring Marquis was furious. Since Fang Chun had provoked him, he would definitely use thunderous methods to cripple Fang Chun. He might even kill Fang Chun. So he was sighing. A genius had died just like that. The Soaring Marquis glared at Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 405. That's right, Fang Chun viewed him as an ant. After the transformation of the Golden Heart, Fang Chun's body had been transformed into an extremely powerful sword body. Moreover, Fang Chun's sword intent had reached the third minor realm. With all these reasons added together, Fang Chun was worthy of being called an invincible Chi-Hai expert. Seeing the Soaring Marquis's eyes flashing with killing intent, Fang Chun shook his head slightly, and a laughable smile appeared on his face. Little brat, I will let you know that in front of me, the Soaring Marquis, you are nothing. Seeing Fang Chun's mockery, the Soaring Marquis was furious and said coldly. In the next moment, the Soaring Marquis did not speak anymore. His body emitted an extremely wild aura, and on his fist, a lightning mark appeared. Thunderbolt Fist. The Soaring Marquis used his ultimate skill. All the strength in his body was gathered on his fist, and within his body, one could hear the sound of rolling thunder. Seeing the Soaring Marquis use the Thunderbolt Fist, many warriors on the plains were shocked. The Soaring Marquis had used a killing move like the Thunderbolt Fist right from the start. It seemed like he was very dissatisfied with Fang Chun. Senior brother Jianfeng, will Fang Chun be all right? On the plains, Xiao Hou asked worriedly. He had a good relationship with Fang Chun, and now that he felt the Soaring Marquis's powerful attack, he could not help but worry about Fang Chun. Jianfeng was also worried about Fang Chun, but the Fang Chun he knew was not a reckless person. Since Fang Chun dared to challenge the Soaring Marquis, then he should have some confidence. Junior brother Xiao Hou, don't worry. Junior brother Fang Chun should have some confidence. Jianfeng said. At this moment, all the gazes on the plains were focused on the martial arts stage. Around the Soaring Marquis's body, the wild power of thunder unceasingly emerged. On his fist, the lightning mark was extremely dense. The entire martial arts stage was filled with rolling thunder power. Fist of Thunder, Sky-Breaking Fist. The Soaring Marquis tapped the ground with the tip of his foot as he leapt up and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun. Then, his fist, which was filled with destructive power, directly blasted towards Fang Chun. The Soaring Marquis had a sinister smile on his face. He could almost see the scene of Fang Chun being killed by his fist. Forget about the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Even trash like you dares to provoke me. You are truly courting death. The Soaring Marquis roared in a low voice as he punched out. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chun stood quietly. From beginning to end, there was no trace of fear on his face. He just stood there quietly. Many of the warriors thought that Fang Chun had been scared silly by the Soaring Marquis' powerful attack. Only the Condensing Reality Realm warriors on the VIP platform were shocked to find that Fang Chun's body was surrounded by an aura that made them feel oppressed. Fang Chun's strength. The first to speak was the king of the royal family. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chun suddenly moved. A hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the hidden star sword let out a series of sword cries. Fang Chun activated the sword body. The wild sword intent of the third minor realm soared into the sky. Water and Fire Sword Art, level 11. This was the first time Fang Chun fought an enemy after his body changed into a sword body. When Fang Chun activated the sword body, many of the Condensing Reality Realm warriors on the VIP platform were shocked. Why is there such a strong sword intent in his body? Even Tian Jinzi was shocked. Fang Chun's aura is increasing. The other Condensing Reality Realm warriors exclaimed. Crash! A sword light of water and fire shot out from within the hidden star sword. This sword light of water and fire contained an extremely majestic sword essence. Crack! The sword light of water and fire fiercely collided with the fist of the soaring marquis. With a cracking sound, the fist of the soaring marquis actually shattered, and blood spurted out. How is this possible? The soaring marquis let out a miserable cry, and in the next moment, he roared in anger. Seeing this scene, all of the condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform suddenly stood up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How can Fang Chun be so strong? This sword intent is too strong. It's the strongest sword intent I've ever seen. This kid's achievements in the sword Dao are too high. With just one sword, he defeated the soaring marquis. At this moment, all of the condensing reality realm warriors finally understood why Fang Chun challenged the soaring marquis. He was not blindly challenging him. He had a hidden trump card. This was the first time he had used his full strength in front of everyone, and it directly shocked all of the warriors. After being hit by Fang Chen's water and fire sword art, the soaring marquis fist was badly mutilated. He screamed miserably, his heart filled with anger. I don't believe it. The soaring marquis roared in anger. Enduring the pain, he once again used the thunder fist, wanting to defeat Fang Chun. He was the third ranker on the martial marquis list, but he was defeated by a nobody. He was not willing to accept this. Wind and cloud, sky, extinguishing scripture. Fang Chun glanced at the soaring marquis and used the wind and cloud, sky, extinguishing scripture. His big hand directly stretched out and instantly suppressed the soaring marquis. Crack! The bones in the soaring marquis body creaked. He screamed miserably. At this moment, a trace of fear actually appeared in his heart. At this moment, in the resting area of the marquis, the faces of many warriors were filled with shock, especially the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis. His strength. The soaring dragon marquis was the strongest among all the marquis. Naturally, he could sense Fang Chen's strength. At this moment, his heart was filled with a complicated expression. The strength that Fang Chun had displayed in the battle with the soaring marquis was not weaker than his. What was laughable was that he had previously thought that Fang Chun would be defeated by the soaring marquis. It seems that we have underestimated him. This kid's attack is too strong. Even the black armor marquis, who was known for his defense, did not have much confidence in facing Fang Chen's attack. At this moment, the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis had completely approved of Fang Chun. Crack! Fang Chen's large hand was suppressing the soaring marquis. He directly threw the soaring marquis onto the martial arts arena. His entire body was in a sorry state, covered in blood. Fang Chun, have mercy. The person who spoke was the king of the imperial family. Seeing the soaring marquis being suppressed by Fang Chun, the king spoke. No matter how it was said, the soaring marquis was still an expert of their Golden Crown Nation. If he was suppressed to death by Fang Chun, it would be their Golden Crown Nation's loss. Hearing the king's words, Fang Chun suddenly withdrew his hand. His aura instantly vanished, and the martial stage returned to normal. The only shocking thing was that the soaring marquis was lying on the martial stage. His aura was weak, and he was heavily injured. The soaring marquis's eyes were filled with pain. He was unable to accept this reality. He had been defeated by such a young martial artist. "Help the soaring marquis down," said the king softly. Immediately, several imperial guards came up to help the soaring marquis away. After helping the soaring marquis away, the king's eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Chun. He walked step by step towards the martial stage and said, "Fang Chun, your strength has exceeded our expectations. Do you still want to challenge him?" asked the king. Fang Chun slightly shook his head. Right now, he didn't really care about the martial marquis ranking. The reason he challenged the soaring marquis was to take revenge for Xiahou Wu. Hearing this, the king nodded and said, "Then, from now on, you are the Golden Crown Nation's martial marquis, ranking third." Ha ha, Tian Jinzi. Congratulations to your sword sect for having such a heaven-defying disciple. The other condensing reality experts all congratulated him. Tian Jinzi was full of smiles as he looked at Fang Chun and asked, "Fang Chun, since you've entered the martial marquis ranking, you should have a title. Have you thought about it? Hearing Tian Jinzi's question, Fang Chun was stunned. He really hadn't thought about it. Brother Fang is so young, but his strength is so strong. Moreover, Brother Fang's accomplishments in the Sword Dao are something ordinary people can't compare to. How about we call him Sword Marquis? On the plains, the soaring dragon Marquis grinned. Sword Marquis isn't bad, the king of swords. Sword Marquis is very suitable for Brother Fang. The black armor Marquis smiled. Fang Chun, Sword Marquis, what do you think? Tian Jinzi smiled. Fang Chun nodded and said, all right. Sword Marquis, this was Fang Chun's title on the Martial Marquis ranking. At this point, the Martial Marquis ranking battle had completely ended. The Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Black Armor Marquis, and the Sword Marquis were all in the top 3. Although the Marquis performances were very dazzling, in front of the top 3, they were completely overshadowed. On the plains, countless warriors were paying attention to the top 3 Marquis. They represented the strongest Qi high realm existences in the Golden Crown Nation. I once said that the top 3 of this year's Martial Marquis ranking will represent our Golden Crown Nation and enter the Southern Mountain Range. The king lightly said. Hearing this, even the Soaring Dragon Marquis face revealed a trace of seriousness. At their level, the Golden Crown Nation was no longer their stage. They urgently wanted to enter the Southern Mountain Range. And this time, it was the best opportunity to do so. Although at your level, you can also enter the Southern Mountain Range yourselves, but if you enter the Southern Mountain Range as a representative of the Golden Crown Nation, you can directly join a large sect. For you, this is an extremely important matter. The king said. Fang Chun and the others naturally understood that they were unfamiliar with the Southern Mountain Range. If they went to the Southern Mountain Range, they would have to start all over again. They would also have to compete with others for resources. In the Southern Mountain Range, there were many strong warriors. If they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. If they had the protection of a sect, it would be much safer. Moreover, they would be able to cultivate faster. In half a month, the imperial family will escort you to the Southern Mountain Range. You should go back and prepare. The king said to the 3 of them. As for the rest of you, as long as you work hard, the imperial family will definitely provide you with endless resources. At this moment, Fang Chun clenched his fists as he thought to himself. Chapter 406. Starting from a small sect in the small Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chun had relied on his own efforts to reach where he was now. He no longer needed to look up to the big country that he used to look up to, the Martial Marquis list that he used to look up to. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could become the number 1 on the list anytime. Although the journey was tough, Fang Chun's strength increased very quickly. After coming to the Golden Crown Nation for 3 years, the 17-year-old Fang Chun had become a 20-year-old young man. If the big sect in the Southern Mountain Land knew that Fang Chun was the number 1 Qi-Hai warrior, they would definitely go crazy to snatch him. The royal family gave them half a month to prepare. After half a month, they would head to the Southern Mountain Land. After the Martial Marquis list battle ended, most of the warriors in the imperial capital had left. The bustling imperial capital suddenly became a lot quieter. Fang Chun followed Tian Jinzi back to the Sword State City. Fang Chun, in this half a month, you should take a good rest. Tian Jinzi looked at Fang Chun and said with a gratified face. Fang Chun nodded and did not say anything. The sword-worshipping sect was now on the right track. Although it was still far from its peak, with the leadership of the condensing reality realm warrior Tian Jinzi, it would definitely become one of the 9 2-star sects in the Golden Crown Nation. In the next half a month, Fang Chun did not cultivate too much. He had reached a bottleneck and could not break through for now. One day, Tian Jinzi came to Fang Chun's courtyard. Sect leader. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said, Fang Chun, in a few days, you will be heading to the Southern Mountain Land. Tian Jinzi said slowly, there are countless powerful people in the Southern Mountain Land. It's not something that the tiny Golden Crown country can compare to. In the Southern Mountain Land, it's best to join a sect. That way, your cultivation will be much faster. I know. Fang Chun nodded. Having been in the ancient Sword Continent for so long, Fang Chun had a relatively good understanding of the ancient Sword Continent. The vast ancient sword continent had a total of 3 continents: the Sky Continent, the Five Elements Continent, and the Demon Continent. These 3 continents occupied the entire ancient sword continent. The place where Fengshan was located was just a small place in the Five Elements province. The 3 great prefectures were extremely vast. Among them, the Five Elements Prefecture was the most vast. Because the Five Elements Prefecture was vast, it was divided into the 4 great ridges of the north, south, east, and west. The Golden Crown Nation, where Fengshan was from, was just a big country in the Southern Mountains. In the entire Southern Mountains, there were many big countries like the Golden Crown Nation, as well as countless small countries. The sex forces in the Southern Mountain Range are very complicated. You must be careful when you enter the Southern Mountain Range, Tian Jinzi said in a low voice. Thank you for your concern, Sectmaster, said Fengshan. After you enter the Southern Mountain Land, if you have the chance, you can go to the famed sword sect and look for a sword cultivator called Jian Hoarder, Tian Jinzi suddenly said. Famed sword sect? Jian Hoarder? Fengshan was a bit puzzled. Strictly speaking, Jian Hoarder is your senior apprentice brother. He is a disciple of my Reverend Sword sect. 6 years ago, he left the Reverend Sword sect and went to the Southern Mountain Range. In these 6 years, news of him has only been sent back to the Reverend Sword sect once. That was when he joined the famed sword sect. After that, there was no news of him. The famed sword sect is considered one of the more powerful sects in the Southern Mountain Range. With Jian Hoarder's talent, he'll definitely become a core disciple very quickly. If my guess is correct, he should be a core disciple of the famed sword sect by now. If you can find him, you'll have someone to take care of you in the Southern Mountain Range, continued Tian Jinzi. Fengshan nodded. He made a mental note of Jian Hoarder. If he had the chance, he would definitely go look for him. Tian Jinzi chatted with Fengshan for a while longer before leaving. As the Reverend Sword Sect's Tian Jinzi, he would always go out to train. Only through life and death situations could he grow. If the current Fengshan stayed in the Golden Crown country, there wouldn't be any challenge for him. His strength would stagnate, so he had to go to the Southern Mountain Range. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go to the Southern Mountain Range. On this day, Fengshan used the transfer array to go to the Imperial capital and entered the Imperial city. At this time, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis had already arrived. The king of the Imperial family was also present. Fengshan, you're here. Seeing Fengshan arrive, the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis smiled and greeted Fengshan. This is your medallion. Once you enter the Southern Mountain Range, you can go to Leaning Water City and join the Baron sect. The king of the Imperial family handed over the medallions and smiled. Finally, the king of the Imperial family told the 3 of them about the things they needed to take note of when entering the Southern Mountain Range. Then, he activated the transfer array. You are the geniuses of the Golden Crown country. No matter what, the Golden Crown country will be your backing. The king of the Imperial family said in a deep voice. The 3 of them bade farewell to the king and entered the transfer array. This transfer array was the highest grade transfer array in the Golden Crown country. This transfer array was also the only link between the Golden Crown country and the Southern Mountain Range. Because the transfer array was very important, it had always been controlled by the Imperial family of the Golden Crown country. Normally, the transfer array would not be activated. However, this time, for Fengshan and the other 2, an exception was made to activate the transfer array. I hope the 3 of you can make a name for yourselves in the Southern Mountain Range. Seeing the transfer array being activated, the king of the Imperial family stared at the transfer array with his deep eyes and said softly, "Crash!" A white light flashed, and the 3 of them felt their vision turn white. Then the world started to spin. It was as if they had entered an endless darkness. Fengshan and the other 2's bodies started to float uncontrollably. After a while, the white light stopped. Fengshan and the other 2 opened their eyes. The transfer array had stopped. You guys come out quickly. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Fengshan and the other 2 raised their heads and saw a guard standing in front of the transfer array. The guard's face was very serious. He opened the door of the transfer array and said coldly to Fang Chun and the other two. Fang Chun and the other two nodded and walked out of the transfer array. This is the Southern Mountain Range. Fang Chun looked around and couldn't help but sigh. The Ling Qi in air here was much denser than in the Golden Crown country. Moreover, the guard just now was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Even the guard of the transfer array is so strong. Fang Chun thought to himself. The Southern Mountain Range was a place where the geniuses of countless countries gathered. Those who could enter the Southern Mountain Range were all monstrous geniuses. The guard looked at Fang Chun and the other two and knew that it was their first time in the Southern Mountain Range. The three of you, is this your first time in the Southern Mountain Range? The guard looked at the three and asked. Fang Chun and the other two nodded. The guard said, this is the border of the Southern Mountain Range, Spirit Heart City. It is very safe within Spirit Heart City, but once you leave Spirit Heart City, it will be very dangerous. Take care of yourselves. As the guard of the transfer array, he could see warriors coming to the Southern Mountain Range for the first time almost every day. But they didn't know the dangers of the Southern Mountain Range and would often leave Spirit Heart City without careful consideration. In the Southern Mountain Land, other than the cities, the wilderness was extremely dangerous. There were even powerful martial artists who would rob in the dark. After Fang Chun and the other two heard the guard's words, they nodded and left the transfer array. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do we do next? The Black Armor Marquis looked at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and asked. Although the Sword Marquis was very strong, he wasn't as old as the Soaring Dragon Marquis. So the Black Armor Marquis still followed the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis pondered for a moment and said, we've just arrived in the Southern Mountain Range and aren't familiar with the situation here. Let's stay in Spirit Heart City for now. Once we've completely understood the situation here, we'll head to Leaning Water City. Hearing this, the Black Armor Marquis and the Sword Marquis, Fang Chun nodded. After that, Fang Chun and the other two walked together and arrived at an extremely bustling inn in Spirit Heart City. After Fang Chun and the other two sat down, the waiter walked over with a smile and asked, Dear guests, what would you like to order? Give me a portion of your restaurant's specialty dishes, said the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The waiter looked at Fang Chun and the other two and said, You three must be new here. Why do you ask? Hearing this, Fang Chun was a little puzzled and asked, Our Kolaifu Inn is the most famous inn in Spirit Heart City. Our inn's expenses are very high. If we follow your request and order a portion of our restaurant's specialty dishes, it will cost at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, reminded the waiter softly. As the waiter of Kolaifu Inn, he received cultivators every day. There were many cultivators who came to the Southern Mountain Range for the first time and didn't understand these things. They randomly ordered wine and dishes and didn't have the money to pay in the end. So the waiter reminded them in advance. Hearing the waiter's words, Fang Chun and the other two sighed inwardly. As expected of the Southern Mountain Range, the spirit stones needed to eat a meal was equivalent to an ordinary person's annual income. Don't worry, we have plenty of spirit stones. Give us a portion of each dish and a jug of your restaurant's good wine, said Fang Chun. Okay, please wait a moment. Hearing this, the waiter laughed and left. As expected of the Southern Mountain Range, a meal costs 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The Black Armor Marquis couldn't help but sigh. Yes, although 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is nothing to us, some ordinary cultivators can't afford it. The Soaring Dragon Marquis also sighed. This Spirit Heart City is only a peripheral city of the Southern Mountain Range. What if it was the core city of the Southern Mountain Range? Fang Chun said. In a short while, the dishes were all served. This was the first time Fang Chun and the other two had come to the Southern Mountain Range. They were very happy, and the three of them happily drank. However, just as the three of them were happily eating and drinking, suddenly, a roar was heard in the inn. Hearing this voice, countless cultivators in the inn immediately stood up and quickly left the inn. Immediately after, a burly man walked in from outside the inn. Beside him were a few subordinates. The burly man had a scar on his face, and his whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. The burly man looked around and saw that Fang Chun and the other two were still sitting there. He roared angrily, "This inn is reserved by me. Hurry up and get out of here." Just as the burly man was roaring at Fang Chun and the other two, a cultivator suddenly appeared beside the burly man silently. "Oomph, you didn't even ask around. How dare you come to my Kalaifu Inn and behave so atrociously?" The middle-aged cultivator snorted coldly. He clenched his fist and directly grabbed the burly man's collar. With a shake of his wrist, the burly man was flung out of the inn. "This is just a lesson. The next time you cause trouble, your life will end here." After the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he turned and left, then instantly quieted down. Seeing this, Fang Chun and the other two exchanged glances. The middle-aged man who had just attacked was a condensing reality realm cultivator. Chapter 407. Kulaifu Inn was one of the most famous inns in the Spirit Heart City. It had a strong background, which made countless warriors not dare to cause trouble here. The tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now was obviously new to the Spirit Heart City and did not know the rules here. After being cleaned up by the middle-aged man, the inn returned to its peaceful state. Fang Chun and the other two continued to drink. After about an hour, Fang Chun and the other two finally had their fill. Then they went to pay the bill. At first, the soaring dragon Marquis wanted to pay the bill, but Fang Chun beat him to it. "Brother Fang, you are so mean. This meal was supposed to be my treat, but you secretly paid for it." The soaring dragon Marquis looked at Fang Chun and laughed. Hearing this, Fang Chun and the black armor Marquis both laughed. After the three walked out of Kalaifu Inn, they bumped into the tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now. When the tall and sturdy man saw Fang Chun and the other two walk out, his face was filled with anger. "You three little bastards." The tall and sturdy man was a genius from a big country in the southern mountain land. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm, and he was invincible among the younger generation of the big country. He came to the southern mountain land with great ambition and also teleported to the Spirit Heart City. When he was in the big country, the tall and sturdy man's character was very irritable. After coming to the Spirit Heart City, he did not restrain himself at all. That was why there was that farce in Kalaifu Inn. The tall and sturdy man was thrown out by the condensing reality realm warrior of Kalaifu Inn. He felt that he had lost a lot of face, but he did not dare to cause trouble for Kalaifu Inn. He could only vent his anger on Fang Chun and the other two. "Stop right there." The tall and sturdy man saw that Fang Chun and the other two ignored him. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Fang Chun and the other two, and said coldly, "In." Fang Chun and the other two were blocked by the tall and sturdy man. They raised their eyebrows slightly, and their faces were a little unhappy. "What? You don't dare to challenge a condensing reality realm warrior, and only dare to bully a Chi-Hai realm warrior?" The soaring dragon Marquis sneered and mocked. "Do the three of you want to die?" roared the burly man. "You want to kill the three of us? How naive." The black armor Marquis sneered. The three of them were invincible within the Chi-Hai realm. A warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm dared to challenge them. If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, the tall and sturdy man would have died long ago. "If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, I would definitely teach you a lesson." The burly man roared furiously. "You should be glad that this is Spirit Heart City," Fang Chun said. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them turned around and left. The burly man's face was filled with anger as he watched Fang Chun and the other two leave. Fang Chun and the other two temporarily stayed in the Spirit Heart City. As they stayed, they also learned about the situation in the southern mountain land. On a certain day, Fang Chun and the other two were strolling on streets. Suddenly, many cultivators rushed to the plaza like a flood. "Is there something going on in front?" Fang Chun was confused and asked. "Let's go and have a look," said the black armor Marquis. Soon after, the three of them followed the majority of the warriors and arrived at the plaza. At this moment, there was an arena in the plaza. On the arena stood a young warrior. This young warrior's body was filled with killing intent. "Who else is there?" The young warrior's voice was very heavy and cold. Fang Chun and the other two were a little confused. They immediately asked the warriors next to them. Soon, the three of them knew. I see. Fang Chen heard and nodded slightly. In the southern mountain land, fights were prohibited within the cities. However, there were many warriors in the cities, and conflicts were inevitable. Therefore, there was an arena here. Not only could the arena resolve the enmity between two people, but could also allow warriors to challenge each other. The warrior who stepped onto the arena first was called the Arena Guardian. The other warriors could challenge the Arena Guardian at will. As long as a warrior could win 10 battles, they would receive a reward from the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, this arena was the only place in the Spirit Heart City where people could fight. Who else is there? The young warrior standing on the arena had a fierce look on his face. There was a trace of blood on his body. He had come here to resolve a personal grudge with a warrior. After his enemy was killed, he began to defend the arena. Several warriors had already stepped onto the arena to challenge him, but they were all defeated by him. For consecutive victories, as long as he won 6 more battles, he would receive a reward from the City Lord Mansion. It was said that the City Lord's Mansion's rewards were very generous. Crash! Just as this cultivator finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked onto the stage. Fang Chun and the other two exchanged glances when they saw this. This burly man was the one who had spoken rudely to them before. "Let me end your winning streak," roared the burly man. As soon as the burly man stepped onto the arena, he began fighting with the young warrior from before. After a fierce battle, the burly man won. A wild smile appeared on the burly man's face. He looked around and suddenly noticed Fang Chun and the other two. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Fang Chun and the other two. "You 3 grandsons, do you dare to step onto the arena?" roared the burly man in front of all the warriors. Fang Chun and the other two's expressions changed. The explosive black armor marquis directly charged onto the arena. "Son of a bitch, you finally dare to step onto the arena," sneered the burly man. "You're courting death." The black armor marquis strength was one of the best in the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. In the face of the burly man's provocation, the black armor marquis was furious. "Black armor shield." The black armor marquis roared and used the black armor shield. A layer of black light appeared around his body. As soon as this layer of light appeared, the black armor marquis defense was raised to the extreme. In the next instant, the black armor marquis clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He directly punched the burly man. The burly man's face was filled with a mocking smile. However, just as the black armor marquis fist landed on the burly man's body, a trace of fear finally appeared on the burly man's face. "Ah!" The burly man let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying out of the arena by the black armor marquis fist. "Trash!" The black armor marquis sneered. The black armor marquis easily defeated the burly man, causing countless warriors to be shocked. It had to be known that Spirit Heart City was located at the edge of the southern mountain land. Therefore, the warriors here weren't as strong as those in the core cities of the southern mountain land. The burly man's strength was already considered pretty good among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. He didn't expect that this warrior in front of him would actually send the black armor marquis flying with a single punch. "Let me have a go at you." Following that, the younger generation of warriors continued to challenge the black armor marquis. After a series of fierce battles, the black armor marquis won 9 consecutive battles. After 9 consecutive victories, the 10th person to enter the arena finally caused a commotion in the entire plaza. "Li Jinghong, I didn't think that Li Jinghong would come to this place," someone exclaimed. Li Jinghong was one of the top warriors among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. His strength and cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. According to legends, Li Jinghong had once killed a warrior who was half a step into the true condensation realm. He even managed to retreat safely from a first-level true condensation realm warrior. Seeing Li Jinghong enter the arena, many warriors were shocked. "Your strength is not bad. You are worthy of my challenge." Li Jinghong smiled and said, "I hope that you won't disappoint me." The black armor marquis squinted his eyes and looked at Li Jinghong as he said in a low voice, Li Jinghong's wrist shook and a stream of spirit chi shot out towards the Black Armor Marquis. Being caught off guard, the Black Armor Marquis body was hit by the spirit chi stream. Fortunately, the Black Armor Marquis defense was very strong, and it wasn't a big deal. His defense is so strong. Seeing that the Black Armor Marquis was unharmed, Li Jinghong's face revealed a trace of surprise. Soon after, he used an even more powerful attack. Below the arena, Fang Chun and the Soaring Dragon Marquis were watching the battle between the Black Armor Marquis and Li Jinghong. This Li Jinghong's strength is similar to mine. The Black Armor Marquis is not his opponent. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fang Chun nodded. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was right. This Li Jinghong's strength was very tyrannical. The Black Armor Marquis relied on his defense and was unable to fight against him. As expected, after a fierce battle, the Black Armor Marquis was defeated. However, although the Black Armor Marquis lost, he still posed a considerable threat to Li Jinghong. Your defense is very strong. I wonder if you're interested in coming to my residence for a chat. Li Jinghong looked at the Black Armor Marquis and said with a smile, "Not interested." The Black Armor Marquis said directly. Li Jinghong was startled. His invitation had been directly refused by someone without even thinking about it. "Brother, I am Li Jinghong. If you are willing to come to my residence for a chat, perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise," Li Jinghong said. The Black Armor Marquis was just about to refuse when he suddenly heard Fang Chen's voice. He nodded and said, "Sure, but I want to bring 2 of my good friends." The Black Armor Marquis's acceptance of Li Jinghong's request caused a trace of joy to appear on Li Jinghong's face. He looked at Fang Chun and the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Although he was unwilling, he still agreed. "All right," said Li Jinghong. After that, Fang Chun and the other 2 followed Li Jinghong and left. On the way, the Black Armor Marquis was puzzled. He secretly asked, "Brother Fang, why did you want me to accept Li Jinghong's invitation? Spirit Heart City is very far from Water Leaning City. The journey is too dangerous. Perhaps we can borrow Li Jinghong to leave Spirit Heart City and go to Water Leaning City." Fang Chun secretly transmitted his voice. "Oh, Brother Fang, what did you discover?" asked the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Fang Chun's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Jinghong walking at the very front. He secretly transmitted his voice. The cultivation technique Li Jinghong just used is very similar to the divine statue, shocking the heavens. I suspect that Li Jinghong is a disciple of the divine statue sect. In the past few days in Spirit Heart City, Fang Chun had been flipping through the history books of the Southern Mountain Range. He had learned a lot, and the one that caught his attention was the divine statue sect's divine statue, shocking the heavens cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was extremely famous in the Southern Mountain Range. Fang Chun intentionally glanced at it a few more times. And the divine statue sect seemed to be in Water Leaning City. Although he had never heard of Li Jinghong being a disciple of the divine statue sect, his cultivation technique was very similar to divine statue, shocking the heavens. Chapter 408. According to Fang Chen's guess, Li Jinghong's strength was about the same as the Soaring Dragon Marquis. He wasn't a threat to him, so he dared to follow Li Jinghong. Li Jinghong's appearance shocked countless martialists on the square. After Li Jinghong left, countless cultivators' eyes were filled with envy. Those 3 lucky fellows had actually caught Li Jinghong's eye. They were really lucky, especially the burly man who had a grudge with Fang Chen's group. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. Why did he provoke those 3 in the first place? Not long after, Li Jinghong brought the 3 of them to a secluded courtyard in Spirit Heart City. "Sit." Li Jinghong pointed at a few stone benches in the center of the courtyard and smiled. Li Jinghong had just returned when a servant came out to pour tea. Fang Chen's group didn't hesitate and directly sat on the stone benches. "Why have you called us here?" the Black Armor Marquis asked. "No, I'm just looking for you," Li Jinghong said. "Right now, there's an opportunity in front of you. If you're willing, you can obtain this opportunity." "What opportunity?" the Black Armor Marquis asked. "An opportunity to join a large sect." Li Jinghong smiled mysteriously. "What sect?" the Black Armor Marquis continued to ask. Li Jinghong shook his head slightly. He wasn't willing to say too much. He looked at the black armor marquee and said, "There's still some distance from here to Leaning Water City. You need to leave Spirit Heart City alone and go to Leaning Water City. If you can reach the condensing reality realm before you reach Leaning Water City, I'll appear at that time, and you can join my sect." Hearing Li Jinghong's words, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed his guess was correct. Li Jinghong was a disciple of the Divine Statue sect. Could it be that Li Jinghong said this to recruit disciples for the Divine Statue sect? Li Jinghong didn't want to reveal which sect he was in. He only told the Black Armor Marquis to go to the Luo Shui city alone. Only those who reached the condensing reality realm before reaching the Luo Shui city could join Li Jinghong's sect. The sect that I'm in is considered one of the most powerful sects in the entire Southern Mountain Range. If you rely on your own efforts, I'm afraid you won't be able to join it in your lifetime, Li Jinghong said. The reason why I was sent to Spirit Heart City was to complete a mission and recruit talented disciples to join the sect, Li Jinghong said. The Black Armor Marquis nodded and said, "Let me think about it." Crash A command token appeared in Li Jinghong's hand, and he passed it to the Black Armor Marquis and said, "This is my identity token. You can use this command token to look for me once you arrive at Leaning Water City." After speaking, Li Jinghong disappeared and left. From beginning to end, he did not even glance at Fong Chun and the Soaring Dragon Marquis, directly ignoring the two of them. Me? The Black Armor Marquis still wanted to say something, but Li Jinghong had already left, leaving the Black Armor Marquis speechless. The Black Armor Marquis turned to look at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fong Chun, and said, "It seems that Li Jinghong has not discovered the strength of the two of you. It doesn't matter. We're heading to Leaning Water City anyway. Once we arrive at Leaning Water City, we can join the Baron sect." Fong Chun did not care about joining the Baron sect. "That's right. Our goal is Leaning Water City," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Soon after, the three of them returned to the inn. After resting for a day, the three of them bought a map of the Southern Mountain Range and prepared to head to Leaning Water City. On this day, Fong Chun and the other two left Spiritual Heart City early in the morning and appeared outside Spiritual Heart City. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked around and said, "In the Southern Mountain Range, it's safe within the city. However, it's extremely dangerous outside the city. Let's leave quickly." Soon after, the three of them quickly left Spiritual Heart City. However, what the three of them did not know was that as soon as they walked out of Spiritual Heart City, they were targeted by some warriors. Third brother, three people came out. They seemed to be young warriors. A one-eyed middle-aged man said to a warrior beside him, "Three young warriors, how strong are they?" The warrior called second brother asked. "They didn't fly, they just walked. They definitely haven't reached the condensing reality realm. At most, they're at the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm." The one-eyed middle-aged man said with a sinister smile, "Three Chi-Hai realm warriors, get ready to attack." The second brother muttered to himself for a moment and said, In the blink of an eye, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature in the air was extremely high. Fong Chun and the other two had already walked for an entire morning and were far away from Spiritual Heart City. However, in this entire morning, the three of them did not encounter anything. This allowed the three of them to relax a lot. It seems that the wilderness is not as dangerous as they said. The Black Armor Marquis grinned. "It's better to be careful," Fong Chun said in a low voice. Just as Fong Chun finished his words, a sinister smile suddenly appeared from the darkness. Immediately after, more than 10 warriors appeared in front of Fong Chun and the other two. At this moment, Fong Chun and the other two were in a wasteland. There was no one within 100 miles of them. "Three little bastards, leave your treasures behind, and I can spare your lives." A one-eyed middle-aged man looked at the three of them and sneered. "That's right, you're lucky to have met us. We only want wealth, not lives." The second brother grinned. Fong Chun and the other two saw these bandits and stopped. The Soaring Dragon Marquis took a step forward and looked at the bandits. He said coldly, "Humph, if you want to steal our treasures, let's see if you have the ability." Hearing the Soaring Dragon Marquis words, the one-eyed middle-aged man was furious. His body flashed, and appeared in front of the soaring dragon marquis. He started to attack him fiercely. Bang bang bungas, soon as they exchanged blows, the soaring dragon marquis discovered that the one-eyed middle-aged man's strength was not as good as his own. "You're courting death." The soaring dragon marquis displayed a fierce attack that was incomparably overbearing. After a fierce battle, he killed the one-eyed middle-aged man with a single punch. Third brother. Seeing the one-eyed middle-aged man killed by the soaring dragon marquis, the second brother did not have time to save him. He looked at the one-eyed middle-aged man lying on the ground, his face filled with anger. "I will take revenge for my third brother. You all must die." The second brother was furious. An extremely wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, a huge axe appeared above the second brother's head. This huge axe was filled with an extremely wild aura. Dharma Idol, the Dharma Idol of a condensing reality realm warrior. Seeing the huge Dharma Idol axe above the bandits' heads, the soaring dragon marquis frowned. At this moment, the black armor marquis and Fong Chun also attacked. Attack together. Fong Chun shouted, and the three of them attacked together. The three of them were at the peak of the Chi-Hai realm. If they attacked together, even a martial artist at the first level of the condensing reality realm would not be able to defeat them. Water and fire sword technique. Fong Chun displayed the 11th level of the water and fire sword technique. The powerful sword body was activated and the sword intent of the third minor realm instantly gushed out. Shio, the second brother, was attacking the soaring dragon marquis when he suddenly suffered the attack of Fong Chen's sword light. His figure instantly retreated and the pressure on the soaring dragon marquis decreased. Let's end this quickly. After all, this was the bandits' territory. Once they were blocked by powerful bandits, they would be in danger. Go to hell. The black armor marquis activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. He directly appeared in front of the second brother and blocked the second brother's attack. Poochie, after being hit by the second brother, the black armor marquis spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he endured it in the end and desperately blocked the second brother's attack. Seeing this, Fong Chun and the soaring dragon marquis simultaneously displayed a tyrannical and fierce attack, directly bombarding the second brother's body. Crack! One of the second brother's arms was cut off by Fong Chen's sword. He let out a miserable cry. At the same time, the other arm of the second brother was shattered by the soaring dragon marquis punch. "I'll kill you all." The second brother was extremely angry. He controlled the giant axe and attacked Fong Chun and the other two with all his might. Sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. Fong Chun displayed the sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. At the same time, he also displayed the 11th level of the water and fire sword technique. The soaring dragon marquis also did the same. He used all his strength and displayed his most tyrannical attack. Crack! The three of them combined their attacks and directly shattered the second brother's giant axe. Poochie! The giant axe shattered and the second brother spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak and his vitality was disappearing. I can't accept this. The second brother would never have dreamed that he, a condensing reality stage warrior, will be killed by three Chi-Hai stage warriors. Crack! The giant axe completely shattered and the second brother's body instantly fell to the ground. "Let's go!" Fong Chun yelled in a low voice. The three of them instantly disappeared from the wasteland. Not long after Fong Chun and the other two left, some bandits discovered that their leader had died. This news was then sent back to the bandits' territory. The leader of the bandits' territory was a second condensing reality realm warrior. His name was Wu He. He was originally a disciple of sect. However, because he violated the sect's rules, he was expelled from the sect. He did not want to accept this, so he became a bandit. His days here were very leisurely. All the warriors who passed by had to pay him a toll. When we heard that the second brother and the third brother had died, he was extremely angry. He immediately rushed to the scene of the battle. After seeing the injuries of the second brother and the third brother, his face became extremely serious. The one who killed the second brother was a Chi-Hai realm warrior. Wu said with a gloomy voice. This was because he could only smell the aura of the second brother's Dharma idol in the air. There was no aura of other Dharma idols. In other words, the one who killed the second brother was either a powerful condensing reality realm warrior who did not even release his Dharma idol. There was another possibility, which was that it was a group of top Chi-Hai realm warriors. After analyzing the situation, Wu believed that the one who killed the second brother was a Chi-Hai realm warrior. He saw that the second brother's body was covered with wounds. It seemed like the battle was very intense. If it was a powerful condensing reality realm warrior, he would not even need to release his Dharma idol. He could have easily killed the second brother with a single attack. Search with all your might, Wu said with a gloomy voice. Right at this moment, a human shadow rushed in front of Wu He. If Fangchen was here, he would definitely recognize that person. Chapter 409. What are you doing here? Wu He was in a fit of anger. Seeing the fantasy martial marquis arrive, he asked with a gloomy voice. Master Wu He, the guardian asked me to bring you a message. He wants you to quickly find some 9th level Chi-Hai warriors and send them over. The fantasy martial marquis said respectfully. The world only knew that the fantasy martial marquis had disappeared from the Golden Crown Nation, but they didn't know that he had already come to the southern mountain land to work for the guardian. I will, Wu said coldly. If that's the case, then I will take my leave. The fantasy martial marquis said, then turned and left. The death of Wu He's brothers made him extremely angry. 100 miles outside of the Spirit Heart City was sealed off by Wu He's men. They were searching for Fangchen and the other two. At this moment, Fangchen and the other two hurriedly walked for 3 hours and arrived at a mountain range. They thought that they were out of danger. Let's rest for a while, Fangchen said. The soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis nodded and sat cross-legged on a small hill. There are too many powerful warriors in the southern mountain land. Even condensing reality realm warriors have become bandits. The black armor marquis sighed. In the Golden Crown Nation, condensing reality realm warriors were already considered top warriors. But in the southern mountain land, condensing reality realm warriors were willing to become bandits. This is the southern mountain land. The competition is too fierce. The higher the cultivation level, the more resources you need. Without resources, you can only become bandits. The soaring dragon marquis said with deep feelings. We killed the second leader of the bandit group, which will definitely make the head leader angry. With our current strength, killing a first-level condensing reality realm warrior will not be a problem. But if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, it will be dangerous. Fangchen said, we must be careful on the way to the Water City, but we also need to train harder. As long as we reach the first level of the condensing reality realm, even if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, we will be able to escape safely. The soaring dragon marquis said, when they were in the Golden Crown Nation, they were the top 3 warriors in the martial marquis list. But when they came to the southern mountain land, there were many warriors that were stronger than them. The difference between the condensing reality realm and the Chi-Hai realm was too big. Therefore, only the top 10 warriors in the martial marquis list could challenge a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. However, it was only a challenge. It was still very difficult to actually kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. If the soaring dragon marquis and the other two did not join hands, it would be very difficult for a Chi-Hai realm warrior to kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. Martial marquis is martial marquis, martial marquis, marquis, martial martial. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distance. The illusory martial marquis had delivered the message and was preparing to return to report. As he walked, he suddenly discovered 3 warriors. When he looked at Fangchen, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fangchen, the illusory martial marquis, roared furiously. Back in the Golden Guangua, he had wanted to kill Fangchen. However, Fangchen had managed to escape. Now, Fangchen had actually appeared in the southern mountain land. It seems like even the heavens want me to kill you. The illusory martial marquis laughed sinisterly. When the illusory martial marquis discovered Fang Chun and the other two also discovered the illusory martial marquis. Mirage martial marquis. When Fang Chun saw the illusory martial marquis approaching, his eyes flickered with killing intent. Fang Chun, I never thought that I would actually meet you in the southern mountain land. Looks like you will eventually die in my hands. The illusory martial marquis said. Illusory martial marquis, you're actually here. The soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis exclaimed when they saw the illusory martial marquis. Soaring dragon martial marquis, black armor martial marquis. When the illusory martial marquis saw the two people behind Fang Chun, fear flashed across his heart. However, after pondering for a moment, the illusory martial marquis said, Soaring dragon martial marquis, black armor martial marquis, my target is only Fang Chun. I hope you will not interfere. Hearing the illusory martial marquis words, the soaring dragon martial marquis and the black armor martial marquis looked at each other. They shook their heads and said, Don't worry, we will definitely not interfere. The illusory martial marquis was laughable. He actually wanted to kill Fang Chun. With Fang Chun's strength, he could kill the illusory martial marquis in a matter of minutes. There was no need for the soaring dragon martial marquis and the black armor martial marquis to act. Fang Chun, I failed to kill you in Feng State City last time. Now, I will kill you with my own hands. The illusory martial marquis said sinisterly. You missed the chance last time. You no longer have the chance to kill me. Fang Chun said calmly. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The illusory martial marquis was one of the 5 marquises that had destroyed the sword reverence sect. So he had to kill the illusory martial marquis. He had originally thought that the illusory martial marquis had disappeared because he had gone into hiding. He hadn't expected him to come to the southern mountain range. It seemed that there were still remnants of the Yellow Springs sect in the southern mountain range. Is that so? Without the help of the soaring dragon martial marquis and the black armor martial marquis, what will you use to fight me? Even if you don't come looking for me, I will still come looking for you. Fang Chun icily said, Back then, you cruelly destroyed my sword reverence sect and killed my fellow disciples. This enmity can only be forgotten. How laughable. Do you really think this place is still the Golden Crown country? Do you really think that with your strength, you can kill me? The illusory martial marquis face was filled with a mocking smile. The absolute heaven martial marquis, the vanquishing wind martial marquis, the dragonar martial marquis, and the withering wood martial marquis. Where are the 4 of them? Fang Chun ignored the illusory martial marquis words and coldly asked. Back then, the mysterious black figure had brought 5 martial marquises to destroy the sword reverence sect in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Chun had once sworn that when he had the ability, he would definitely get revenge. And now, his revenge would begin with the illusory martial marquis. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The illusory martial marquis body flashed and his eyes flickered, his pupils turning gray. He had activated an illusion. After coming to the southern mountain range, the illusory martial marquis illusions had greatly improved. He believed that Fang Chun wouldn't be able to block his current illusions. You should be proud to die under my illusions. The illusory martial marquis sinisterly said, his gray pupils flickering. Crack! Just as the illusory martial marquis was feeling pleased with himself, Fang Chun easily broke through his illusions. Disdain appeared on his face. You call that an illusion? Asked Fang Chun. Yes, you can actually break through my illusions. Seeing this, the illusory martial marquis withdrew his illusions and launched a fierce attack. Since his illusions weren't effective, he wanted to use his powerful strength to kill Fang Chun. However, before he could unleash his fierce attack, it was directly suppressed by a large hand. Crack! The illusory martial marquis was suppressed by the large hand. His bones crackled as he constantly struggled. But he was horrified to find that this large hand was like a death god from hell, tightly holding onto him. How can this be? The illusory Martial Marquis constantly struggled. He circulated all the strength in his body, wanting to open his eyes, but he found that it was all futile. "Speak, where are the other 4 Martial Marquises?" asked Fong Chen once more. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the illusory Martial Marquis finally realized that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Fong Chen. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. "Fong Chen, how can you be so strong?" roared the illusory Martial Marquis. "Right, I forgot to tell you. Not long ago, the Golden Crown Nation's imperial family held a Martial Marquis ranking battle. Fong Chen easily defeated the soaring Martial Marquis and is ranked 3rd on the Martial Marquis ranking. His title is the Sword Marquis." The Black Armor Marquis grinned. "Sword Marquis, 3rd on the Martial Marquis ranking? How is that possible?" The illusory Martial Marquis constantly shook his head. He didn't believe it. "Where are the other 4? This is your last chance," shouted Fong Chen sternly. Crack! Fong Chen's hand exerted force, and the illusory Martial Marquis bones creaked. His entire body was in endless pain, but in the end, the illusory Martial Marquis didn't say anything. He knew the Protector's temper. Once the Protector learned of his betrayal, even if he returned alive, he would still die. "Fong Chen, if you kill me, the Protector won't let you off. Just wait for the Protector's endless pursuit." Thinking of this, the illusory Martial Marquis wildly laughed. Poochie, unable to get anything out of him, Fong Chen squeezed his fingers, and the illusory Martial Marquis was directly killed. How laughable! This illusory Martial Marquis actually tried to kill the Sword Marquis. Ha ha ha! The Black Armor Marquis grinned. Chapter 410. Revenge began with the illusory Martial Marquis. Back then, the mysterious Black Shadow brought the 5 Marquises to the Sword State City and destroyed the Sword Reverence sect with lightning speed. Among the 5 Marquises, the weakest was the illusory Martial Marquis. The other 4 Marquises were much stronger than the illusory Martial Marquis. If it was before, Fong Chen was just an ant-like existence to the illusory Martial Marquis and the others. But now it was different. Fong Chen's strength was already above them. As long as they met, Fong Chen was confident that he could easily kill them. Looking at the corpse of the illusory Martial Marquis, Fong Chen kept the illusory Martial Marquis interspatial ring and shook his head slightly. "Sword Marquis, although you didn't get the other 4 Marquises' positions, you still killed the illusory Martial Marquis." The Soaring Dragon Marquis said, "That's right. I believe the 4 of them have also come to the Southern Mountain Land. As long as we stay in the Southern Mountain Land, we will meet them one day." The Black Armor Marquis grinned. The more they interacted with Fong Chen, the more they realized how terrifying Fong Chen was. Terrifying talent, terrifying tenacity, terrifying willpower. As long as this kind of warrior didn't die prematurely, he would definitely grow into a peerless figure in the ancient Sword Continent. If the Soaring Dragon Marquis thought that he could suppress the Sword Marquis in the Golden Crown Country, then after coming to the Southern Mountain Land, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not confident. His growth is too fast. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked at Fong Chen and sighed his heart. The Sword Marquis talent was the strongest he had ever seen. "Let's go," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Then, the 3 of them continued forward. Fong Chen had already obtained 2 interspatial rings. Adding the illusory Martial Marquis interspatial ring, he had a total of 3 interspatial rings. As he walked, he checked the interspatial rings. Opening the first spatial ring, Fong Chen found a small number of spirit stones, and the rest were basically some elixirs. After looking through it, Fong Chen found that the things in this spatial ring were almost useless to him. Next was the second space ring. Moments later, Fong Chen shook his head slightly. Apart from spirit stones, There were also some soul weapons in this space ring. However, to Fang Chun, who possessed a top-grade soul weapon, these weapons were not worth mentioning. Finally, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the illusory martial marquee interspatial ring. This was because the owner of the 3 interspatial rings, the illusory martial marquee, was the strongest. I hope that your spatial ring won't disappoint me, Fang Chun thought to himself. Then his soul left his body and entered the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee. As soon as he entered the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee, Fang Chun discovered that there was a pile of spirit stones in the interspatial ring. High-grade spirit stones. Fang Chun carefully looked through it. There were about 2 million high-grade spirit stones in the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee. A dignified expert ranked 30 on the martial marquee list actually only has such a small amount of spirit stones. Fang Chun was a little puzzled. He continued to look and found that in the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee, other than spirit stones, the rest were spirit herbs. This is an illusory spirit herb. After Fang Chun saw these spirit herbs, his face revealed a trace of surprise. He never thought that there would be so many illusory spirit herbs in the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee. Illusory spirit herbs were considered very precious spirit herbs in the world of spirit herbs. Under normal circumstances, they were even more precious than spirit pills. Seeing so many illusory spirit herbs, Fang Chun knew that the majority of the illusory martial marquee spirit stones had been used to buy illusory spirit herbs. Illusory spirit herbs were absolute treasures to warriors who cultivated illusions. Consuming illusory spirit herbs could increase the power of illusions. These illusory spirit herbs are useless to me. Fang Chun grinned. Just as Fang Chun finished speaking, Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth. Kid, you really are ignorant. Ancestor, are you saying that I can use these illusory spirit herbs? Fang Chun was puzzled and asked. Fortunately, you have me by your side. Otherwise, you would have wasted so many illusory spirit herbs for nothing. Ancestor Bronze proudly said. Fang Chun listened attentively. Old Ancestor Bronze slowly said, everyone thinks that the illusory spirit grass can only be used by martial artists who cultivate illusions. However, they don't know that other martial artists can also use it. Why? Fang Chun asked. Kid, what do you major in? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Sword Dao. Fang Chun said. What would happen if you added illusions to your sword Dao? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chun sank into silence. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Ancestor, are you saying that if I add illusions to my sword Dao will become the illusory sword Dao? Kid, your comprehension ability is pretty good. That's exactly what I meant. I've lived for so long that I've seen all kinds of sword geniuses. Ancestor Bronze grinned. A long time ago, I don't even remember how long it was. At that time, sword Dao was flourishing and countless sword geniuses stood out from the rest. In that era of blooming flowers, countless sword geniuses found their own way of the sword and created countless different sword Daos that were derived from sword Dao. Among them were the illusory sword Dao, the lightning sword Dao, the water sword Dao, and so on. Ancestor Bronze continued. Of course, no matter what kind of sword Dao it is, they all belong to the grand Dao of the sword. The goal of all sword cultivators is the same. They all want to reach the peak of the sword Dao. So you can also change your sword Dao to the illusory sword Dao. That way, when you fight an enemy, your sword light will contain illusions. If your opponent isn't careful, they'll be defeated, said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor Bronze had lived for so long that he had naturally seen countless sword Dao geniuses. So when he saw the illusory spirit grass, he immediately thought of this point. Illusory sword Dao. Fang Chun's eyes lit up. A large amount of information about the sword Dao appeared in his mind. It was like a door was slowly opening for him. Why haven't I thought of this before? Wondered Fang Chun. If the illusory sword Dao was infused with illusions, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. "Ancestor, what should I do?" asked Fang Chun. Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. He then said, "If you were an ordinary person, I would naturally guide you. But your situation is a bit special, especially that golden heart in your body. I've lived for so many years, but I still can't see through it. So I can't guide you. You can only rely on yourself." Upon hearing the words of old Master Bronze, Fang Chun was taken aback. Immediately, he looked at the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart was lying quietly within Fang Chun's body, beating slowly. "Let's give it a try." Fang Chun turned to the soaring dragon Marquis and the profound armor Marquis. "The two of you, I've comprehended something. I need to meditate for a while. Can the two of you wait for me?" "Oh, Sword Marquis, you're about to break through?" The profound armor Marquis eyes lit up. Fang Chun shook his head. "I'm just comprehending something. No problem. Sword Marquis, go ahead and meditate. The two of us will stand guard for you." The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. After that, Fang Chun sat cross-legged on an empty ground. Wild sword intent instantly emanated from his body, protecting him. Fang Chun took out an illusory spirit grass and directly swallowed it. In the next moment, it entered his body, and its medicinal effects began to spread. "There's no movement." Fang Chun stared at the golden heart. He was very surprised to find that there was no reaction at all. "It seems I can only rely on myself." Seeing that there was no movement from the golden heart, Fang Chun grinned. He began to digest the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects. In an instant, Fang Chun found that he was seeing illusions. What a powerful illusory spirit grass. Fang Chun couldn't help sighing. If it weren't for his will being strong enough, he would have already fallen for the illusory spirit grass. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The illusory spirit grass was too powerful. Just as Fang Chun was digesting the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. In the next instant, Fang Chun found that all the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects within his body had been absorbed by the golden heart. "It's been absorbed." Seeing this scene, Fang Chun's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. Then Fang Chun began to devour the illusory spirit grass in large mouthfuls. "What is the sword Marquis eating?" The black armor Marquis was shocked to see Fang Chun's appearance. "This spirit grass seems to be an illusory spirit grass." The soaring dragon Marquis frowned. "What illusory spirit grass? What is the sword Marquis doing? Can illusory spirit grass be eaten in large quantities like this?" The black armor Marquis was incomparably shocked. He looked at Fang Chun like he was a freak. Even the soaring dragon Marquis was flabbergasted. Illusory spirit grass was something an ordinary martial artist would be unable to devour after just one. Was it really fine for the sword Marquis to devour so many? While the black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis were shocked, Fang Chun was happily devouring the illusory spirit grass. In just a moment, Fang Chun had devoured 30 illusory spirit grass. At a certain moment, the golden heart stopped absorbing the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects. When Fang Chun saw that, he also stopped devouring. Hiss! The golden heart began to rapidly revolve. In just a moment, a dense aura was emitted from the golden heart, directly spreading throughout Fang Chun's body. This was the illusory aura. Fang Chun's guess had been correct. The illusory aura had been purified by the golden heart. After it was purified, Fang Chun was actually unable to sense the illusory aura. Hiss! In an instant, Fang Chun had completely absorbed the illusory aura. At this moment, Fang Chun suddenly closed his eyes. His sword body was fusing with the illusory aura with all its might. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze, who was within the python sword, also sighed. "This kid's luck is really off the charts. He can even do this." Even the illusory Marquis, who was proficient in illusory techniques, would not dare to swallow 30 illusory spirit grass in one go. Fang Chun had done it, and he was fine. His body was currently fusing with the illusory aura. When his sword body had completely fused with the illusory aura, his sword Dao would also become the illusory sword Dao. 2 hours later, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. When the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis looked at Fang Chun, they realized that they could not see Fang Chun clearly. They were all shadows. The two of them rubbed their eyes and continued looking, but they still could not see clearly. Sword Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis seemed to have realized this and hurriedly asked. Fang Chun's eyes looked at the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis. He activated his sword body, and the illusory aura instantly surrounded his body. In an instant, the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis eyes actually had a hint of confusion. Fang Chun withdrew the illusory aura. At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis eyes were wide open as they looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. Chapter 411. When Fang Chun saw their expressions, he was very satisfied with his meditation. He nodded and said, "You can say that." The sword Dao that he was currently cultivating was the illusory sword Dao. He had integrated illusions into his sword Dao, so it could be considered the illusory technique that the two of them were talking about. When Fang Chun looked at the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis, he used the illusory chi. Even with their cultivation, they were still temporarily confused by his illusory technique. It was obvious that the 30 illusory spiritual herbs that he had swallowed had improved his illusory technique foundation by a lot. Illusory sword Dao. When Fang Chun thought of this, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "We can go now," Fang Chun said. "Go where?" Just as Fang Chun was speaking, a sinister voice suddenly entered the ears of the three people. When the three of them heard that, they were immediately shocked. You killed my second brother and third brother. You want to escape? Dream on." Wu's hoarse voice rang out again. Crash. Immediately after, Wu He appeared in front of the three of them. Behind Wu He stood many members of the bandits. After days of sleepless searching, Wu He finally found a clue and found this place. Second level of the condensing reality realm. When they saw Wu He appear, Fang Chun and the other two's expressions changed greatly. From the aura that Wu He emitted, it was obvious that he was a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist. The difference between the first level of the condensing reality realm and the second level of the condensing reality realm was huge. Fang Chun and the other two could join forces and kill a first-level condensing reality realm martial artist. But facing a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, they did not dare to be careless. "All three of you will die." Wu Yi's expression was sinister as he looked at the three of them and sneered. "What should we do?" the black armor Marquis asked. The soaring dragon Marquis and Fang Chun frowned as they quickly thought of a solution. Hiss, Fang Chun quietly activated his sword body. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent soared into the sky. In the next moment, an illusory aura accompanied by a powerful sword intent enveloped Fang Chun. "Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. In this way, we still have a chance of survival," Fang Chun said in a low voice. "Let's fight together," the soaring dragon Marquis roared. The majestic sword will around Fang Chun instantly filled the entire land. The Five Rivers and his bandits were all enveloped by the sword will. Just as Five River was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that his subordinates were all like zombies. They had lost their senses and were standing behind him in a daze. "Yes, an illusion." Five Rivers' expression changed slightly. "Do it." Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and fiercely slashed out. Suddenly, a majestic sword light of water and fire appeared in the air and bombarded towards Five River. As a second-layer condensing reality realm martial artist, facing 3 Chi-High realm martial artists, Five River was naturally not afraid. He displayed a powerful and domineering attack to block Fang Chun's sword light. Bang! When the sword light collided with his attack, a wild illusory aura instantly filled the air. Even Five River, who was a second-layer condensing reality realm martial artist, was stunned. Five River woke up from his daze. His face was filled with surprise as he said coldly, I did not think that your illusion technique would have reached such a level. If I do not kill you, I will not be at ease. After discovering that Fang Chen's illusion technique was so powerful, Five River displayed a powerful attack towards the three of them. Whoosh, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand continuously swung out. Streaks of sword light immediately bombarded Five River and the others. Miserable screams came from behind Five River. Wherever the sword light passed, Five River subordinates would all die tragically. They were too weak to block Fang Chen's illusory sword art. Before they could even make a move, they were already trapped in the illusion. Seeing his subordinates die one by one, Five River was furious. He roared furiously, "Kid, I will tear you to pieces." Five River roared as a giant axe appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the giant axe instantly chopped towards Fang Chen and the others. Black Armor Shield. The Black Armor Marquis roared as he activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. The Soaring Dragon Marquis also used all his strength to block Five River's giant axe attack. Whoosh, Fang Chen activated the illusory sword art again and displayed the 11th level of the fire and water sword art. Suddenly, streaks of sword light slashed towards Five River's giant axe, causing Five River to be affected by the illusion technique. Five River was affected by the illusion technique, and the direction of his giant axe changed. Although Five River woke up in an instant, the giant axe in his hand still chopped empty air. Damn it! Five River also realized the power of Fang Chen's illusion technique. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he stared at Fang Chen. He had to deal with Fang Chen first before dealing with the other two. Seeing Five River's attack, Fang Chen waved his wrist and the illusory sword art appeared. Five River's mind was affected and his body stopped for a moment. Split up and run. Fang Chen roared as he jumped and directly entered the dense forest. Five River woke up and gave up on attacking the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis. He furiously chased after Fang Chen. "Kid, you're dead." Five River let out an angry roar and disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing Five River's disappearing figure, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis were terrified. They looked at each other and disappeared. Five River was a second stage, condensing reality, realm warrior. His strength shocked Fang Chen. He still hasn't released his Dharma idol. Fang Chen thought to himself. Five River hadn't released his Dharma idol yet, and the three of them were already running away. If he released his Dharma idol, how strong would his strength be? Soon, Five River caught up with Fang Chen. His huge axe once again chopped towards Fang Chen. The huge axe carried an extremely terrifying aura. Shu Fang Chen pushed his sword body to the extreme. The illusory chi merged with his sword intent and spread out for 100 meters. As long as Five River was within 100 meters of Fang Chen, he would be affected by the illusory sword art. After chasing for a while, Five River let out an angry roar. A Chi-Hai warrior was actually chased by him for such a long time. "I'm going to kill you." Five River roared angrily. Suddenly, an illusory rat appeared above his head. Yes, it was a rat. After the rat appeared, Five River's aura instantly increased. This illusory rat was his Dharma idol. The Dharma idol is a rat. When Fang Chen saw Five River's Dharma idol, he was also extremely shocked. After the Dharma idol appeared, Five River's huge axe once again chopped down. In an instant, the Dharma idol merged with the huge axe and chopped towards Fang Chen. This time, Five River's hand loosened, and the huge axe flew out. This way, Five River wasn't affected by the illusory sword art, and the huge axe was still chopping towards Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen panicked and rushed forward without knowing where to go. Just as the giant axe was about 100 meters away from him, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped forward. Bang! Although Fang Chen tried his best to block, he was still hit by the huge axe. His body fell to the ground in front of him. "Let's see how you escape." Five River's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He opened his hand, and the huge axe returned to his hand. The rat once again appeared above his head. Five River walked step by step towards Fang Chen, preparing to kill Fang Chen. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Five River was puzzled and looked around. When his gaze landed on Fong Chun, he discovered that a demonic beast the size of Small Mountain was walking towards him. This Five River instantly recalled the legend of this mountain range and cried out, "How is this possible?" The space around Five River seemed to distort. Five River wanted to turn around and leave, but at that moment, the huge monster suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, the Dharma idol above Five River's head shattered. The Dharma idol shattered, and Wu He let out a wretched cry. Next, the colossal creature arrived before Wu He and stomped down on his body, crushing his body into pieces. Five River was in the second stage of the condensing reality realm. He had been an outlaw for so many years and had always been free and unfettered. But now, he was actually trampled to death by a demonic beast. After Five River died, the huge monster opened its mouth and directly bit Fong Chun. Then, it turned around and drilled into the depths of the mountain range. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis hastily fled. They didn't know how long they had fled, but they suddenly heard a roar towards the sky. Then, they discovered that the ground was trembling. What is that sound? The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis asked in alarm. I wonder how the sword Marquis is doing. The black armor Marquis' eyes flickered as he looked behind him and said faintly. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis sank into silence. The reason why the two of them were able to escape was entirely because of the sword Marquis. Being chased by a second stage condensing reality realm martial artist, the sword Marquis was simply unable to resist. The soaring dragon Marquis sighed and said, "The sword Marquis' strength is tyrannical, and he also has such a powerful illusion technique. He might be able to escape." The black armor Marquis said, "If the sword Marquis dies, I, the soaring dragon Marquis, will definitely avenge him." "Me too. If the sword Marquis was killed by that bandit leader, I, the black armor Marquis, will definitely kill him and avenge the sword Marquis." After they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and quickly disappeared into the mountain range. At this moment, in a bandit territory, many bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly, they felt the ground shake and the mountains shake. Then, they heard an angry roar. Yes, the sound came from the mountain range. What is going on? Not long ago, the boss went to the mountain range to look for the killer of the second brother. Could it be that the sound came from the boss? The boss must have found the killer. Let's go and take a look. No. When the boss went out, he ordered us to guard the bodies of the Chi-Hai realm martial artists in the territory. The boss is a second stage, condensing reality realm martial artist. A normal martial artist would not be a threat to the boss. Many bandit members said one after another. Chapter 412. There was a mountain range 100 miles away from Spirit Heart City. Normally, warriors wouldn't enter this mountain range. It was also the territory of Wu He's bandit group. In this mountain range lived a tyrannical monster. It was said that this monster was as large as a small mountain. Of course, this was just a legend. No one had seen it before. As the bandit leader of this area, Wu He had naturally heard of this legend. However, he didn't believe it at all. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, Fong Chun was lying quietly on the ground in a hidden valley. Beside him, Little Mouse and Banksy and Shu were quietly guarding him. Fong Chun had been hit by Fong Chen's giant axe. Although he had a sword body, he still suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, Fong Chun had a lot of healing pills in his interspatial ring. After killing Luo He had obtained her interspatial ring. Just the top grade spirit pills alone numbered over 100. At this time, these pills finally came in handy. Little Mouse fed Fong Chun some pills. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Chun finally woke up. He opened his eyes and moved his fingers. He felt pain all over his body. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Beside Fong Chun, Little Mouse saw Fong Chun wake up and chirp nonstop. Behind Little Mouse, the Banksy and Shu also laughed and said, "I knew it. With Brother Mouse's help, he will definitely be saved." As soon as he woke up, he heard the Banksy and Shu flattering him. Fong Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had a simple conversation with Little Mouse. Then Little Mouse pointed behind it. Well, you said a monster saved me. But where is it? Fong Chun looked at the cliff behind Little Mouse, puzzled. Dong, just as Fong Chen's voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled. The cliff in front of Fong Chen's eyes began to move. Fong Chun was dumbfounded. How could the cliff move? But when he took a closer look, his heart was in turmoil. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fong Chun couldn't help but exclaim. The behemoth in front of him wasn't a cliff, but the body of a demonic beast. If one did not look carefully, one would not realize that it was a demonic beast. It saved us, Fong Chun said in surprise. The little mouse nodded. Then, with a whoosh, it jumped onto the giant's shoulder. Following the little mouse's body, Fong Chun looked up and discovered the giant. It's a turtle. Fong Chun was shocked. This was the biggest turtle he had ever seen. How can it be such a big tortoise? Why did it save me? Fong Chun was puzzled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse chirped at Fong Chun, causing Fong Chun to be filled with shock. You're saying it saved me because... Fong Chun was shocked. Ancestor bronze. This turtle had saved him because of his aura. Fong Chun was completely shocked. Ancestor bronze had been dead for so long. How could he have interacted with this giant turtle? Ancestor, Fong Chun anxiously asked. When Ancestor bronze heard Fong Chun's words, he said slowly, he used to be my disciple. There was a trace of sadness in his voice. Your disciple? Fong Chun cried out. 10,000 years ago, I took in many disciples. He was my youngest. Back then, he was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was much stronger than you are now. Ancestor Bronze slowly said, however, after I died, my enemy captured my disciple and destroyed his physical body. Then they sealed his soul and placed it inside this giant turtle. Due to the severe damage to his soul, my disciple was unable to recover to his peak. That enemy from back then was too cruel. He directly used a special method to seal my disciple's damaged soul into the large tortoise. All these years, my disciple has been living as a tortoise, struggling at death's door. At this point, Ancestor Bronze fell silent. Who was he? 10,000 years ago, he was the famous Ancestor Bronze of the ancient Sword Continent. But after his death, his disciple had been subjected to such a vicious method. My disciple, Ancestor Bronze's heart was filled with sorrow. The giant turtle had sensed Ancestor Bronze's aura on Fong Chun's body, so it had saved Fong Chun. While Fong Chun had been unconscious, the giant turtle had communicated with Ancestor Bronze. When Ancestor Bronze had learned of his death, he had been filled with grief. Fong Chun carefully examined the giant turtle. It was the size of a small mountain, and its aura was extremely dense. Just like that, he lived for thousands of years. Fong Chun was incomparably shocked. A living martial artist had been sealed inside a giant turtle by someone using a heaven-defying method. He had lived for thousands of years while at death's door. That kind of torture was something only he knew best. Is there no other way? Asked Fong Chun. There is. Unless I resurrect, said Ancestor Bronze. Old Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice, only my blood can undo the seal. Otherwise, my disciple will never be able to be reborn. Fong Chun fell silent when he heard Ancestor Bronze's incomparably solemn words. Ancestor Bronze was dead, and his disciple had suffered at the hands of his enemy. He had been forced to live for so many years. For a moment, the entire mountain valley was filled with sorrow. Roar! The giant turtle stuck its head out and roared at Fong Chun. It seemed to be communicating with Ancestor Bronze. After a long time, Ancestor Bronze said to Fong Chun, let's go. What about it? Asked Fong Chun. Just leave it here. Ancestor Bronze said dejectedly. Ancestor, I'll definitely help you resurrect. Fong Chun clasped his hands toward the giant turtle and turned to leave. 10,000 years ago, he had been a heavenly genius, Ancestor Bronze's disciple. But 10,000 years later, he had been forced to possess the giant turtle's body and live for thousands of years. Who could understand such sorrow? Looking at Fong Chun's back as he left, the big turtle roared at the sky. It let out a mournful cry, and its gaze was filled with reluctance. My disciple, If I can be resurrected, I'll definitely save you." Ancestor Bronze's voice entered the giant turtle's ears. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had left the mountain valley and arrived at the mountain range. Wu He's corpse was still lying on the ground. When Fang Chun saw Wu He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had met Ancestor Bronze's disciple. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Wu He. Fang Chun came to Wu He's corpse, took his interspatial ring, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the interspatial ring vibrated. With a thought, Fang Chun summoned the communication jade pendant into Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chun injected his spiritual energy, and a voice came from the communication jade pendant. "Wu He, how are your preparations? The illusory martial marquis hasn't returned yet. What's going on?" Hearing this voice, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of surprise. But before he could speak, another voice came from the communication jade pendant. "In 3 days, I'll come to your territory. You must protect the bodies of the Qi-Hai realm." Then, the communication jade pendant dimmed. The Yellow Spring Sex people. Fang Chun thought to himself. After a while, Fang Chun thought of a brilliant plan. Within Wu He's territory, countless bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly, Wu He returned. "Boss, you're back. Did you find the murderer?" asked one of the bandit members. "I already killed him," Fang Chun said calmly. At this moment, his face was exactly the same as Wu He's. With Fang Chen's illusory sword Dao, it was easy for him to change his appearance. As long as he didn't reveal any flaws, the bandit members wouldn't be able to find out. "How are the bodies of the Qi-Hai realm?" asked Fang Chun. "Boss, they're all fine," the bandit member said with a smile. "Bring me to them," Fang Chun said. After that, the bandit member brought Fang Chun to a prison cell. In front of the prison cell, the bandit member opened the iron door and said, "Boss, the bodies of the Qi-Hai realm are all here. Our brothers are still outside capturing them. You could go out first," Fang Chun said, and entered the prison cell. Inside the prison cell, there were countless iron cages. Inside these cages, there were countless Qi-Hai realm warriors. They were lying quietly in the cages, as if they had lost their senses. So many Qi-Hai realm warriors. What are they trying to do? Fang Chun thought to himself. Fang Chun walked in front of one of the iron cages. Seeing the Qi-Hai realm warriors lying quietly in the cage, he frowned. These people. Fang Chen's soul ejected from his body and investigated. He was surprised to discover that these martial artists were not dead. Their souls had been imprisoned by 5 rivers using a special method. Could it be that they want to revive the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chun guessed. "We can't alert them for now. Let's wait for the people of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive first," Fang Chun said to himself and left the prison cell. Just like that, Fang Chun pretended to be Wu He in Wu He's territory and stayed there, waiting for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle was restless after knowing that there was still a trace of his master's consciousness left in the world. Occasionally, the bandit members would send back news that there was a monster riot in the mountain range. After Fang Chun heard about the situation, he sighed deeply. In the end, he sent many bandit members to the depths of the mountain range. Roar! In the depths of the mountain range, angry roars could be heard from time to time. The bandit members sent by Fang Chun all died at the hands of the big turtle. Standing in the territory, Fang Chen's deep eyes looked towards the depths of the mountain range. He sighed and said, "I can't save you. I can only let you vent," transforming into a big turtle and living for 1,000 years. Chapter 4:13. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle roared towards the sky, as if it was telling Fang Chun something. After hearing the turtle's roar, the bronze ancestor fell into silence. Once upon a time, his disciple was extremely famous in the ancient Sword Continent. But now, he had turned into a big turtle and was living like this. "I will definitely save you." A solemn voice came from within the python sword. Fang Chun sighed and shook his head slightly. In the next few days, Fang Chun sent the bandits into the depths of the mountain range from time to time. On one hand, it was to weaken the bandits, and, on the other hand, It was to let the big turtle vent. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, the people from the Yellow Spring sect arrived as promised. When Fong Chun saw the people from the Yellow Spring sect, he almost went crazy. The person who came was none other than one of his enemies, the Deadwood Martial Marquis. Wu He, the body of a Chi-Hai warrior. Are you ready? The Deadwood Martial Marquis said in a low voice. Fong Chun looked at the Deadwood Martial Marquis with a playful smile on his face and said, Deadwood Martial Marquis, where are the other 3 Martial Marquis? Hearing Fong Chun's words, the Deadwood Martial Marquis' face slightly changed. He looked at Fong Chun and said, what do you mean? In an instant, Fong Chun's face twitched, and in the next moment, he returned to normal and said, I forgot to tell you. My name is Fong Chun, the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect. Hearing Fong Chun's words, the Deadwood Martial Marquis' face kept changing. He also did not expect that someone would dare to impersonate Wu He. Where did Wu He go? Why are you here? The Deadwood Martial Marquis asked gloomily. When the 5 of them followed the Protector, they had already destroyed the Sword Sect. Why was Fong Chun still alive? I am here. Where do you think Wu He can go? Fong Chun sneered. I don't believe it. Wu He is at the 2nd condensing reality realm. You are not his opponent. The Deadwood Martial Marquis said coldly. In the next moment, the Deadwood Martial Marquis released a powerful chi and launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fong Chun. While using the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture, Fong Chun's giant hand reached out and instantly suppressed Martial Marquis Kumu. No! Before he could even touch Fong Chun, he had been suppressed. The Witheredwood Marquis' heart was filled with shock as he roared furiously. What about the other 3? Fong Chun asked coldly. No, impossible. How can you be so strong? A hint of panic appeared on Martial Marquis Kumu's face. As he roared, he secretly took out a communication jade pendant. He wanted to send back the news of this place. However, Fong Chun had already noticed him. The moment he took out his communication jade pendant, Fong Chun's hand pressed down again and directly snatched it away. You're right in front of me, yet you still want to send a message back. Fong Chun's face was full of ridicule. He was not even afraid of the soaring dragon Marquis, let alone a mere withered wood Marquis. Was the illusory Martial Marquis also killed by you? Only at this moment did Martial Marquis Kumu know that Fong Chun's strength had already reached such a level. He furiously asked, That's right. The illusory Martial Marquis is only the beginning. Fong Chun said. Crack. Fong Chun's hand continuously pressed down. The suppressed Martial Marquis Kumu let out a miserable cry. At the same time, Fong Chun activated his sword body. A wild sword intent mixed with an illusory aura instantly enveloped Martial Marquis Kumu. Martial Marquis Kumu's strength was not strong, so he was unable to resist Fong Chun's illusory aura. He instantly fell into an illusion. After falling into the illusion, Martial Marquis Kumu's face was filled with confusion. His eyes were filled with an aura of death. His entire person stood there in a wooden manner. Fong Chun withdrew his hand and looked at Martial Marquis Kumu. He said, Send a message to the other 3. Tell them to come here. Hearing Fong Chun's words, Martial Marquis Kumu nodded his head. He took out a communication jade pendant and sent a message to the other 3 marquises. After Martial Marquis Kumu sent the message, Fong Chun withdrew his illusory aura. Martial Marquis Kumu instantly woke up. Fong Chun, please let me go. When the Sword Reverence sect was destroyed, it was the Protector who brought us there. It had nothing to do with me. Martial Marquis Kumu knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Who is the Protector you speak of? Fong Chun asked. Others call him the Netherworld Protector. His strength is extremely tyrannical. He forcefully controlled us. We had no choice. Martial Marquis Kumu said in horror. Netherworld Protector, where is he? Fong Chun asked. Martial Marquis Kumu constantly shook his head. Normally, he would not be able to see the Netherworld Protector, so he naturally did not know where he was. After that, Fong Chun asked a few more questions, but he was unable to find out anything. In the end, Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Fang Chun, you can't kill me. Seeing this, Martial Marquis Kumu constantly retreated. Pucci, the hidden star, sword in Fang Chen's hand, fiercely slashed out. Carrying a tyrannical illusory aura, it directly pierced through Martial Marquis Kumu's head. Martial Marquis Kumu instantly died. Back when you destroyed the Sword Reverence sect, you should have been prepared to die, Fang Chun icily said to Martial Marquis Kumu. After that, Fang Chun put away Martial Marquis Kumu's spatial ring. Then he called over several bandit members and said, he pretended to be Martial Marquis Kumu and was killed by me. Deal with his corpse. Yes, boss. The bandit members had no idea that the person in front of them was no longer their boss. I'll be right here waiting for you, Fang Chun thought to himself. The 5 martial marquises that had destroyed the Sword Reverence sect were the Absolute Heaven Marquis, Wind-Destroying Marquis, Dragonar Marquis, Martial Marquis Kumu, and Martial Marquis Mirage-in. Among them, the Martial Marquis Kumu and Martial Marquis Mirage-in had already been killed by Fang Chun. The remaining 3 were also on their way. For the time being, Fang Chun didn't want to clash with the Netherworld Protector. That was because from Martial Marquis Kumu's words and actions, Fang Chun guessed that this Netherworld Protector was definitely extremely powerful. Before he was completely certain, he definitely couldn't let the Netherworld Protector know about him. I wonder what they're secretly planning. Fang Chun pondered, but no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to figure it out. In the end, Fang Chun decided not to think about it anymore. He just waited within his territory. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. On this day, outside of the Spirit Heart City, there were 3 silhouettes. They were quickly heading towards Fang Chun's territory. Martial Marquis Kumu sent us a message and asked us to come here. He said that there were too many Chi-Hai bodies, and he couldn't take them all by himself. The Dragonar Marquis said in a low voice, "It's good to have more. The earlier we finish the mission, the more free we will be." The Wind-Destroying Marquis said, "According to Martial Marquis Kumu, there are a lot more Chi-Hai bodies this time compared to the previous times. I hope we can finish the mission." The Absolute Heaven Marquis said, "I wonder where that Martial Marquis Mirage-in went." Hearing the Absolute Heaven Marquis mention the Martial Marquis Mirage-in, the Dragonar Marquis said, "Could something have happened to him?" "I don't think so. With the Martial Marquis Mirage skills, even if he met a condensing reality realm warrior, he would still be able to escape," the Absolute Heaven Marquis said. As they were talking, the 3 of them arrived at the territory. Wu-He, with the Absolute Heaven Marquis as the leader, he yelled and went straight to the palace where Wu-He was. After entering the palace, they found that Wu-He was standing there alone. The palace was empty. "Wu-He, where's Martial Marquis Kumu?" The Absolute Heaven Marquis saw Wu-He and asked in a low voice. "Dead," Fang Chun said calmly. "What dead?" The Dragonar Marquis heard and asked in confusion. "How'd he die?" The Wind-Destroying Marquis said in a low voice. "He was killed by me." "Why did you kill Martial Marquis Kumu? Are you not afraid of the Hell-Law Protector?" The Absolute Heaven Marquis roared in anger. If Wu-He was not a second-stage condensing reality realm warrior, they would have killed him already. Just when they were angry, Fang Chun opened his mouth and said, "After Martial Marquis Kumu, it will be the 3 of you." Hearing Fang Chun's words, the Absolute Heaven Marquis frowned and said coldly, "Who are you?" Fang Chun's face wriggled. In the next moment, he returned to his original appearance and said, "The person who will kill you." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he suddenly used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture. His big hand stretched out and directly suppressed the 3 of them. "You're courting death." Seeing that Fang Chun was not a condensing reality realm warrior, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 sneered and attacked together. "You want to kill the 3 of us? You're dreaming." The Dragonar Marquis roared in anger. When they saw Fang Chun's big hand pressing down on them, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 felt a trace of pressure. Suddenly, the 3 of them used their own unique skills. Absolute Heaven Sword Art, Wind-Destroying Kick, Dragon Arm Fist. The 3 of them used their own unique skills. The tyrannical attacks instantly collided with Fong Chen's big hand. Crash! After the three of them collided with Fong Chun, an illusion suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. In an instant, they fell into an illusion. Crack! Fong Chen's big hand continued to press down. The three of their attacks were instantly shattered by Fong Chen's big hand and then directly suppressed the three of them. The current Fong Chun was invincible in the Chi-Hai realm. He did not care about the three of them at all. Crash! The absolute heaven martial marquis and the other two suddenly sobered up. Their eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? His illusion is even stronger than the illusory in martial marquis. His attack is too strong. The three of us can't block it at all. Damn it, are the three of us going to die here? The three martial marquis roared in anger. Presumably, when you destroyed the worshipping sword sect, you were already prepared to die. Fong Chen's big hand suppressed the three of them and lightly laughed. What? You're from the worshipping sword sect? Hearing this, the absolute heaven marquis was shocked. In the worshipping sword sect, other than Tian Jinzi, there was not a single condensing reality realm warrior. This person's cultivation was obviously not at the condensing reality realm, but his true strength was comparable to a condensing reality realm warrior. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's attack together. The absolute heaven marquis roared. The three of them simultaneously exploded with their most dazzling power. Suppress. Fong Chun roared in a low voice. The big hand once again pressed down. Under the suppression of Fong Chun, the three of them could not do anything. Die. Fong Chun looked at the three of them, struggling, and said softly. Then his big hand directly crushed the three of them. With a flick of his wrist, the three spatial rings were collected by Fong Chun. Looking at the three corpses, Fong Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Chapter 414. So far, the 5 martial marquis that attacked the sword sect were all killed, leaving only the culprit, Protector Yuming. However, the current Fong Chun was not strong enough to deal with Protector Yuming, so he had to be patient. Fong Chun glanced at the 3 corpses, then left the hall and went to the prison. He had already figured out the reason why the souls of these Chi-Hai realm warriors were imprisoned. At this moment, Fong Chun was using a heaven-defying method to break the imprisonment of these warriors' souls. After an hour, the dozens of Chi-Hai realm warriors in the prison all woke up. When they saw Fong Chun, their faces were filled with fear. Wu He is dead. From now on, you are free. Fong Chun said with a smile. Benefactor, did you save us? A warrior asked. Hurry up and leave. Fong Chun said. Soon after, these Chi-Hai realm warriors scattered in confusion. Of course, when these Chi-Hai realm warriors were escaping, they were stopped by the bandits in the territory. They were not weak, so they fought with the bandits directly. The whole territory was in a tragic situation. As for Fong Chun, he quietly left his territory and headed for Luisui City. After some warriors escaped to the Spirit Heart City, they spread the news of Wu He's death. Suddenly, countless warriors who had a grudge against Wu He went to the bandit territory to kill the bandits. In less than a day, Wu He's bandit group was completely disbanded. The territory was in a mess. Fong Chun, on the other hand, was walking in a desert. The Spirit Heart City was very far from the Water City. If he wanted to walk there, it would take at least a month. However, Chi-Hai realm warriors could not fly. Only when they reached the condensing reality realm could they use the spirit chi in their body to fly. Of course, condensing reality realm warriors could only fly for a short period of time. If they wanted to fly for a long period of time, they had to be stronger than the condensing reality realm. While Fong Chun was heading towards Lishui City, 2 rays of golden light suddenly shot out from a remote area not too far away. Then, 2 wild auras filled the air. Ha ha! Soaring Dragon Marquis. We have finally broken through to the condensing reality realm. The Black Armor Marquis laughed wildly. The aura around his body was incomparably strong. Now that I've reached the condensing reality realm, it will be much easier to head to the water-leaning city. The Soaring Dragon Marquis laughed. After they separated from the Marquis of Jinwu, Fong Chun, They carefully headed towards Luoshui City. During this period of time, they encountered many bandits, but with the two of them working together, they were able to overcome the difficulties. At the edge of life and death, the two of them finally broke through to the condensing reality realm and formed the Dharma idol. Since we have reached the condensing reality realm, let's hurry to water-leaning city. The black armor Marquis grinned. After reaching the condensing reality realm, a warrior's body would experience a qualitative leap, and he or she would be able to form a Dharma idol, which would increase their power by countless times. The black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis quickly disappeared into the desert. Condensing reality realm warriors could fly in the air. After the black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis reached the condensing reality realm, their speed was much faster. In a mere 10 days, they arrived at water-leaning city. After they entered water-leaning city, they finally let out a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived safely. Black armor Marquis, which power do you plan to join? The soaring dragon Marquis asked. The black armor Marquis pondered for a moment, then said, I want to join the sect that Li Jinghong is in. Although they did not know what kind of sect Li Jinghong was in, they could guess that it was most likely the Divine Statue sect. Then I'll congratulate you, Black Armor Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. At that time, Li Jinghong only noticed the Black Armor Marquis and did not look directly at the soaring dragon Marquis and the Jinwu Marquis, so only the Black Armor Marquis had a token. Soaring dragon Marquis, you and I must train well and take revenge for the Jinwu Marquis. Before the Black Armor Marquis left, he said, Definitely. After the soaring dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis parted ways, they made some inquiries and headed towards the desolate sect. At this moment, Fong Chun was in a hidden place, checking the spatial rings of the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other three. After checking, Fong Chun obtained a total of 5 things. The first was spirit stones. The 4 Marquis spirit stones added together was a total of 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Adding the 19 million from Fong Chun and the 2 million from the illusory Marquis, his total amount of high-grade spirit stones reached a terrifying 51 million. 51 million high-grade spirit stones. Even the soaring dragon Marquis, who was ranked first on the martial Marquis list, did not have that much wealth. The current Fong Chen's total wealth had already surpassed some ordinary condensing reality realm warriors. The second was pills. In the spatial rings of the 4 Marquis, Fong Chun obtained some top-quality spirit-level pills. Of course, the most important one for Fong Chun was the accumulating sword pill. The accumulating sword pill was one of the top-quality spirit-level pills. For sword cultivators, it was extremely precious. If one could consume the accumulating sword pill, one's strength would definitely increase. This accumulating sword pill was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Marquis. Fong Chun placed it in his own spatial ring, preparing to directly consume it in a while. The third was martial skills. The Absolute Heaven sword technique of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis, the wind-destroying Martial Marquis wind-destroying kick, the Dragon-Arm Martial Marquis Dragon-Arm Fist, and the Deadwood Martial Marquis Deadwood Sutra. All of them were top-grade 4 martial skills, slightly stronger than the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. After going through Fong Chen's selection, he felt that the Absolute Heaven Sword technique was more useful to him. The other martial skills were not suitable for him. However, they were still grade 4 martial skills, so he still put them away. The fourth was weapons. However, for Fong Chun, who possessed a top-quality spirit weapon, the weapons of the 4 Marquis were nothing. The best weapon was the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis' top-quality spirit weapon. The others' weapons were all top-quality spirit weapons. The fifth was a map. This map caused Fong Chun to be extremely shocked. This was because the map was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis. This map was incomplete, as if it had been torn apart by someone. This was only a part of the map. On this small map, there were complicated routes marked. Fong Chun could not understand them at all. What is this map? Fong Chun was extremely puzzled. He looked at it for a while, but still could not understand. In the end, he directly put away the map. After plundering the spatial rings of the 4 martial marquises, Fang Chen's wealth suddenly became enormous. Wait until we reach Water City. I'll sell all the useless martial skills, medicinal pills, and weapons for spirit stones, said Fang Chen. In any case, they were useless. It was better to exchange them for spirit stones for Fang Chen's cultivation. After checking the 4 spatial rings, Fang Chen took out the accumulating sword pills. Even the absolute heaven martial marquis did not have that many accumulating sword pills. 3. A total of 3 accumulating sword pills. Their value was extremely high. Fang Chen swallowed 1 accumulating sword pill. He found that his sword intent was rising, and his sword body was also growing. Not long after, the medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. He found that his sword body had become much stronger. As expected of the accumulating sword pill, Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. The medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was too powerful. It could even strengthen the sword body. Fang Chen could not wait to swallow the remaining 2 accumulating sword pills. After that, his sword body improved again. When a medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was completely digested, Fang Chen's sword body had reached an extremely powerful stage. It was also at this time that Fang Chen found that his golden heart was rapidly beating. In the next moment, a light flashed in his mind. He had successfully cultivated the 12th level of the water fire sword technique. The 12th level of the water fire sword technique. Even Fang Chen was extremely excited. The 12th level of the water fire sword technique must be extraordinary. Whoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly shot out. In an instant, it bombarded a mountain peak in the distance. Crack! A crack appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. It was enough to show how powerful the 12th level of the water fire sword technique was. The water fire sword technique has reached the 12th level. My strength has increased again. Now, I can easily kill a warrior who just entered the condensing reality realm. I can even fight against a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen said confidently. After killing the 4 martial marquis, Fang Chen's harvest was huge. Not only did he obtain a large amount of spirit stones, he also cultivated the water fire sword technique to the 12th level. The strength of his sword body had increased, and his overall strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Water-leaning city, I'm coming. Chapter 415. After reaching the 12th level of the water and fire sword art, Fang Chen's strength had increased. Now, he could protect himself in the wilderness of the southern mountain land. Fang Chen left and headed in the direction of Water-leaning city. At this moment, on a plain not far from Fang Chen, there were 2 men. Their faces were full of smiles. Above the head of one of the men, there was a flute. This flute was his Dharma idol. Big brother, haha, I've finally reached the condensing reality realm. The chubby warrior laughed loudly. Second brother, congratulations on successfully condensing the Dharma idol. The man who was called Big Brother had a smile on his face. Big brother, I've been training in the sound wave attack. The Dharma idol I condensed is a flute. This can increase my sound wave attack in all aspects. The second brother smiled honestly. The big brother nodded. He was happy for his little brother. If there was someone here, they would be shocked. The big brother the chubby warrior was talking about was a very famous assassin in the Water City. His code name was Lion Tiger. In the Water City, as long as the name Lion Tiger was mentioned, there would be no one who did not know him. Although Lion Tiger's cultivation was only at the 3rd condensing reality realm, his true strength could easily kill a 4th condensing reality realm warrior. Lion Tiger's Dharma idol was the Shadow Lion Tiger. Assassins moved in the dark. With the Shadow Lion Tiger's characteristics, Lion Tiger could completely hide in the dark. There were many 4th condensing reality realm warriors who had died in Lion Tiger's hands. Even 5th condensing reality realm warriors were a little scared when Lion Tiger was mentioned. In everyone's impression, Lion Tiger was a cold-blooded assassin. He would never smile, let alone talk to people like that. Of course, they did not know that Lion Tiger had a younger brother. When they were very young, their parents died in an accident. In the years after, Lion Tiger had always taken care of his younger brother. However, because Lion Tiger was an assassin, he had offended many strong warriors. He was never willing to let others know about his younger brother. This time, his younger brother was going to break through to the condensing reality realm. Therefore, Lion Tiger was willing to give up an assassin mission to protect his younger brother. Now, his younger brother had finally broken through and condensed a perfect Dharma idol. The lion and tiger were happy for him. Just as Sherhu was speaking to his younger brother, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distant plains. When Sherhu saw this person, his expression changed slightly. How could a warrior appear in such a desolate forest? Sherhu sensed that something was amiss and looked at the man warily. Fangchen also noticed the two people on the plain. However, he continued to move forward without batting an eyelid. When he reached the two of them, Sherhu's younger brother's eyes brightened. "Little fellow, I just broke through. Why don't you exchange a few moves with me?" Hearing his brother's words, Lion Tiger frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. With his cultivation, he could tell that this person had not reached the condensing reality realm yet. He hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he be your opponent? Lion Tiger said, "I want to practice." The chubby warrior grinned. "Sorry, I have something to do. It's not convenient," Fangchen said. However, the chubby warrior ignored Fangchen's words. He took a step forward and blocked Fangchen. In the next moment, he released his Dharma idol flute. Then, a strange sound wave came out of his mouth. Yes, sound wave attack. Hearing the sound wave attack from the chubby warrior, Fangchen's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he activated his sword body and performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword arts. Whoosh! The combination of the illusory sword arts and the 12th level of the fire and water sword arts was extraordinary. Even though the chubby warrior was in the condensing reality realm, he couldn't block it. Crack! The chubby warrior's sound wave attack was instantly shattered by Fangchen's sword light. Then, the sword light carried an illusory aura and instantly appeared in front of the chubby warrior. The chubby warrior's expression suddenly became dazed. At the critical moment, Lion Tiger attacked and shattered Fangchen's attack. The sword technique contains an illusory aura. Lion Tiger stared at Fangchen and muttered to himself. In his heart, there was a trace of shock. Fangchen's cultivation had not reached the condensing reality realm, but his strength completely crushed his younger brother. "Who are you?" Lion Tiger stared at Fangchen and asked. "This is my first time in the Southern Mountain Land. I want to go to the water-leaning city." Facing Lion Tiger, Fangchen didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the chubby warrior woke up. His face was full of shock. He couldn't remember what had just happened. Lion Tiger stared at Fangchen for a while. In the end, he realized that Fangchen wasn't lying. Therefore, he let Fangchen go. Although he was an assassin, he wouldn't kill the innocent. After hearing Lion Tiger's words, Fangchen quickly disappeared from the plains. Second brother, that person's strength is extraordinary. Although he didn't condense a Dharma idol, his strength isn't something you can compare to. You have to work hard on your cultivation. Lion Tiger said slowly. "I will." The chubby warrior smiled. "Now that your cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm, you can go to the water-leaning city and join a large force. If that's the case, I can rest assured." Lion Tiger said. After going through a series of hardships, Fangchen finally arrived at the water-leaning city. The water-leaning city was much bigger than the Spirit Heart City. Inside the city, people came and went, and it was bustling. Fangchen walked on the streets of the water-leaning city with a smile on his face. A token appeared in his hand. This token was given to him by the king of the Golden Crown country. As long as he had this token, he could join the Baron's sect. On this day, Fangchen asked around and found the location of the Baron's sect. Then, he went to the Baron's sect. The Baron's sect was one of the large forces in the water-leaning city. Although it couldn't be compared to the Divine Statue sect, it was still a top force. The Baron's sect was located on a mountain peak in the depths of the water-leaning city. Before Fangchen arrived at the Baron's sect, he was stopped by a guard. "This is the Baron's sect's forbidden area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." The guard said coldly. I come from the Golden Crown country. I have a token here. I want to join the Baron's sect. Fang Chun took out the token and said. The guard took the token and went to find the deacon elder. Soon, the deacon elder appeared. He looked at Fang Chun and asked, "Are you a disciple of the Golden Crown country?" "Yes, I am," Fang Chun said respectfully. "Good. Since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, from today onwards, you are a disciple of the Baron's sect," the deacon elder said with a smile. After that, the deacon elder brought Fang Chun into the Baron's sect. The sect in the southern mountain land had a strict hierarchy. There were many warriors. Therefore, warriors who had just entered the sect were not considered true disciples of the Baron's sect. Fang Chun, since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, you do not need to take part in the assessment. You can directly enter the Baron's sect. However, since your cultivation has not reached the condensing reality realm, you can only start as a servant of the Baron's sect. The deacon elder said after learning about Fang Chun's cultivation along the way. Fang Chun nodded his head and did not say anything. The servants of the Baron's sect are responsible for all the big and small matters within the sect. The servant area is located halfway up the mountain. The entire servant area is divided into 4 districts: east, south, west, and north. You can go to the east district first, the deacon elder said. Fang Chun nodded his head. Then, he asked casually, "May I ask the deacon elder if there were 2 warriors from the Golden Crown country that joined the Baron's sect?" Hearing this, the deacon elder shook his head slightly and said, "A while ago, there was a guy called Long Tongue who joined the Baron's sect. His cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm. He is now a registered disciple of the Baron's sect." After saying this, the deacon elder brought Fang Chun to the East District servant area. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked out and greeted the deacon elder respectfully. "Deacon elder, Chen Tian, this disciple is a new servant. I will leave him to you." After the deacon elder finished his arrangements, he left. Chen Tian looked at Fang Chun and grinned. "Kid, Chen Tian, am the boss of the East District servant area. From today onwards, you will follow me." "Senior Chen Tian, as a servant, what do I need to do every day?" Fang Chun asked. "Do you see that? There's a herb field over there. From today onwards, you'll be in charge of this field. You will have to water the plants and weed them every day. If you fail, there will be serious consequences." Chen Tian said as he pointed at a herb field that was overgrown with weeds. The Baron sect was much stronger than any other sect in the Golden Crown country. Although the Baron sect was only a 2-star sect, it was still very powerful. A warrior at the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm who joined the Baron sect would have to start as a servant. He would have to reach the condensing reality realm and condense his Dharma idol before he could become a registered disciple. Although he was assigned to the servant area, Fang Chun did not mind at all. With his strength, he would be able to leave the servant area in no time. The next day, Fang Chun arrived at the herb field that belonged to him. Just as he was looking at the plants growing in the field, a loud voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you new here?" Hearing this voice, Fang Chun turned around and saw a tall warrior standing in front of him. "That's right. I am new here," Fang Chun said. "Good, very good. Since you are new here, you have to follow the new rules. You go and help me carry 100 dan of water, and then help me weed out the weeds in my herb field." The tall warrior said coldly. "Why should I help you?" Fang Chun asked back. "Little brat, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you believe that I will kill you?" The tall warrior said coldly. "Since you don't know what is good for you, then from today onwards, you will be in charge of all my servants. If you fail to complete them, you will pay the price." Many servants walked past them one after another. When they saw the tall warrior scolding the new servant, they all started whispering to each other. Chun Hu is bullying the new servant again. There is no other way. Every new servant is bullied by Chun Hu. Not only do they have to work for him, they also have to give him half of the spirit stones they earn every month. This Chun Hu is just relying on his big brother Chen Tian, who is the boss of the eastern servant area. Otherwise, he would have already been beaten up. Chapter 416. The Baron sect's odd job district was the lowest class district. To put it nicely, they were the Baron Sex warriors. To put it bluntly, they were the people who did the hard work for the Baron sect. When Fang Chun first came in, he was assigned to the odd job district. Furthermore, when he arrived, he was bullied by the old people there. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Since others could ask him to do things for them, why couldn't he let them do it for him? Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood up and looked at Chun Hu. He grinned and said, "You want me to help you guard your herb field? Brat, do you have any other choice? Let me tell you, Chun Hu's big brother, Chun Tian, is the boss of the Eastern Odd Job District. If you don't do it, you won't be able to stay in the Odd Job District in the future," Chun Hu said fiercely. Hearing Chun Hu's words, Fang Chun asked back, "In the Baron Sex Odd Job District, as long as you're strong, you can get anyone to do things for you, right?" "Of course. You newcomers are destined to help the old people when you just came in," Chun Hu said. Fang Chun nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Soon after, he walked towards Chun Hu. The latter thought that he was going to guard his herb field and was overjoyed. However, just as the smile on his face blossomed, Fang Chen's fist suddenly landed on his face. "Ah!" A miserable cry came from Chun Hu's mouth. The surrounding odd jobs were all shocked. Was this newcomer crazy? He dared to hit Chun Hu? Was he courting death? Countless odd jobs looked at the newcomer who hit Chun Hu. Although Chun Hu's strength wasn't too strong, he had a strong brother. "Brat, are you courting death?" Chun Hu covered his nose and roared furiously. "From today onwards, you'll help me do all the odd jobs. If you can't complete them, you will know the consequences," Fang Chan said in an incomparably domineering manner. "What? You want to do odd jobs for you?" Chun Hu thought that he had misheard. This newcomer actually wanted him to do odd jobs for him? What a joke. "Brat, you're dead. You won't be able to survive in the servant district in the future." Chun Hu roared furiously. As Fang Chun roared, he attacked as well, wanting to teach this newcomer a lesson. However, Fang Chun didn't care about his attack at all. Bang, another punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it directly smashed onto Chun Hu's head. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tiger Chin's body was sent flying. He fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. His nose was broken. Damn it! Chun Hu couldn't help but curse out loud. Pain came from his nose. At this moment, he even had thoughts of killing someone. Fang Chen walked towards Chun Hu step by step. He narrowed his eyes and said, "My servant, you dare hit me." Chun Hu. Before Tiger Chin could finish his words, he was punched by Fang Chen again. This time, Fang Chen's fist landed on Tiger Chen's head, causing a big bump to appear. "My big bro is Chun Tian." Tiger Chun wanted to use his big bro status to threaten Fang Chun, but it didn't work. Each time he spoke, he would receive a punch from Fang Chun. After a few punches, Tiger Chin's head swelled. At this time, Tiger Chin finally realized how terrifying Fang Chun was. "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll help you do odd jobs." Tiger Chin begged for mercy. "If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have hit you." Fang Chun clapped his hands and smiled. He turned and left, returning to his own residence. The surrounding servants were all shocked. This newcomer had actually beaten Tiger Chun to the point of begging for mercy. That was too fierce. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This newcomer is too fierce. He actually beat Tiger Chun into a pig's head. Haha, Tiger Chun begging for mercy from a newcomer? What a novel thing. This brat injured Tiger Chun. He definitely won't let this matter rest. That's right. Tiger Chun will definitely think of ways to torture him. At this moment, Tiger Chun was trying his best to get up from the ground. He was already extremely angry. When he saw the surrounding servants, he roared, "What are you looking at? Go and work." When the surrounding servants heard him, they dispersed in an uproar. However, at this moment, Tiger Chun pointed at the last servant and said loudly, "You, help me guard this herb field." Hearing Tiger Chin's words, the servant's face was filled with grievance. However, he had no choice. He didn't dare to disobey Tiger Chin's words. Tiger Chin glanced at Fang Chin's residence and said coldly, "Brat, I'll make you regret this." After that, Tiger Chin left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed since they arrived at the desolate sex servant district. From the first day, Fang Chun didn't go to work in the herb field. That was because his herb field had already been contracted by Tiger Chun. Fang Chun wasn't worried about Tiger Chun's revenge. Within the 4 great servant districts, the strongest person was only a half step into the condensing reality realm. They posed no threat to Fang Chun. On the other hand, he was happy to be free. He could even cultivate in peace. Just as Fang Chun finished cultivating, a warrior appeared in Fang Chun's residence. Seeing this person, Fang Chun was a little puzzled. "Brother Fang, you offended Tiger Chun before. I heard that he has already found a few strong servants to settle the score with you." The warrior said in a low voice, "You have to be careful. Although Tiger Chun isn't strong, he has his big brother Chin Tian backing him up. No one in the Eastern Servant District would dare to touch him." Hearing this warrior's words, Fang Chun nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder." On the second day after this warrior warned Fang Chun, Tiger Chun finally brought a few servants to Fang Chun's residence. "Fang Chun, get the hell out here." Because he was confident, Tiger Chun was arrogant and domineering as he roared furiously. After a while, Fang Chun opened the door and walked out. "Tiger Chun, didn't I beat you up enough last time?" Fang Chun said directly. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Tiger Chun was furious. He turned his head to look at the servants behind him and said, "You guys teach him a lesson. If anyone can break his dog legs, I will go my big brother and put in a good word for you. You will follow my big brother in the future." Hearing Tiger Chun's words, the servants were eager to give a try. Their faces were full of playful smiles. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Tiger Brother." One of the servants flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chun. He launched a fierce attack on Fang Chun. Bang! With another punch, Fang Chun easily sent this odd job worker flying with a single punch. "What a piece of trash. All of you, come at me together." Tiger Chun was a little angry when he saw the servant who was stronger than him being sent flying by Fang Chun. In the next moment, the remaining 3 servants joined forces and surrounded Fang Chun. A minute later, 3 miserable cries rang out. Tiger Chun saw that the 3 servants couldn't even withstand a single punch from Fang Chun. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Tiger Chun's scalp went numb. The servants he had brought with him had all been defeated by Fang Chun. Tiger Chun's worries were justified. In the next second, Fang Chun's fist landed on his face. 3 seconds later, Tiger Chun's head turned into a pig's head. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Scram. Fang Chun looked at Tiger Chun and said, "Oh, right. Don't forget to guard the medicinal field." Hearing Fang Chun's words, Tiger Chun quickly disappeared. After Tiger Chun was beaten up by Fang Chun, Fang Chun's place once again became quiet. On this day, after Fang Chun finished his cultivation, he prepared to go out for a walk. Just as he was walking in a certain area of the servant district, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Actually, it couldn't be considered a familiar face. Wasn't this chubby warrior the one who had come to the plains of Water-Leaning City to fight with him? At the same time that Fang Chun saw the chubby warrior, the latter also noticed him. Why are you here?" The chubby warrior looked at Fang Chun and asked. Beside him stood the deacon elder. "Why are you here?" Fang Chun asked back. "I have reached the condensing reality realm and was preparing to join a sect. After a round of selection, I decided to join the Baron sect." The chubby warrior laughed. However, when he saw Fang Chun's clothes, he immediately understood. "You became a disciple of the Baron sect's servant district?" the chubby warrior asked. Fang Chun nodded. The chubby warrior continued. "It's not easy to meet a familiar face. You should quickly leave the servant district and come find me." After the chubby warrior finished speaking, he followed the deacon elder and left. In the eyes of the deacon elder, he didn't believe that Fang Chun could leave the servant district in such a short time. Of course, if he knew that the chubby warrior was defeated by Fang Chun after reaching the condensing reality realm, he wouldn't think that way. "It seems that I need to increase my cultivation speed as well." Fang Chun looked at the chubby warrior's back as he left and grinned. Fang Chun's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Qi-Hai realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the condensing reality realm. He needed to work hard. Day after day passed in the servant district. During this time, Fang Chun had been cultivating. He had a lot of spirit stones, enough to support his cultivation. Normally, he would stay in his room and cultivate. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. As for the herb field, he didn't need to worry about it. Chun Hu, who had been beaten twice, had become much more obedient. He sent people to guard the herb field every day, so there was no need for Fang Chun to worry about it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the servant district, there was a special elder who came every month to check on the success of the servant's work. At the same time, he was also there to distribute spirit stones. This was the benefit of joining a big sect. Even if you were a servant, you could still receive a certain amount of spirit stones. Today was the day that the elder of the servant district finished checking and distributing the spirit stones. At this moment, in a room somewhere, Chun Hu's eyes were filled with a sinister expression. He said eerily, "Little brat, let's see how you die this time." Chun Hu had been beaten twice by Fang Chun. He had been waiting for a chance to take revenge on Fang Chun. He didn't want to tell his big brother about small things. On the surface, he looked like he was obediently watching over the herb field for Fang Chun. But secretly, he had done something. In the herb field, he had put a lot of insects that were hard to detect. These insects had already eaten up most of the seedlings in the herb field. Chapter 417. The handyman elder was the elder with the highest authority in the handyman district. Every month, the handyman elder would come to inspect the work of the handymen in the 4 handyman district and issue spirit stones instantly. On this day, after the servant elder finished inspecting the other 3 servant districts, he was accompanied by a group of people to the eastern servant district. Servant elder. The eastern servant district supervisor, Chun Tian, smiled and cupped his hands towards the servant elder. "Let's start inspecting the eastern servant district," said the servant elder. Then, accompanied by Chun Tian, the servant elder began his inspection. 2 hours later, the servant elder had basically finished his inspection. He was very satisfied with the eastern servant district situation and was full of smiles. "Not bad. Your eastern servant district's performance this month has been pretty good. I can make the decision to give you an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." The servant elder nodded. He was very satisfied with the eastern servant district situation. "Then I'll have to thank the servant elder." Hearing the servant elder's words, Chun Tian's face was full of smiles. He was ecstatic. The servant elder was very satisfied with the eastern district situation and was willing to give them an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. And these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were completely distributed by Chun Tian. In other words, he could distribute them as he pleased. Another sum of spirit stones. Chun Tian was very excited. He had already thought it through. Of these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, he would take 3,000 and the remaining 7,000 would be rewarded to the diligent servants. In the eastern servant district, he was the strongest. He was the boss, so no one would dare to say anything. Chun Tian's face was full of smiles as he quickly followed the servant elder. There was only one last medicinal field left. As long as they finished inspecting this medicinal field, they would pass this month's inspection. "Servant elder, this is the last medicinal field. Please take a look." Chun Tian saw this medicinal field from a distance and softly said. The servant elder nodded and walked in front of the medicinal field. Just as the servant elder looked at the herb field, the smile on his face froze and was replaced by anger. "Chun Tian, take a look for yourself. What is this?" The servant elder's voice was filled with anger. When Chun Tian heard this, he cursed in his heart. Immediately after, he carefully sized up the medicinal field. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. There were many insects in the herb field. Due to poor management, all the spirit grass sprouts in the herb field were eaten up by the insects. In other words, this medicinal field had already been destroyed. The medicinal herb field was one of the more important industries in the odd job district. Under normal circumstances, the odd job workers in the odd job district would work hard to take care of the medicinal herb field. Once the seedlings of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field had matured, the sect would transfer the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field to the sect's spiritual fields. But at this moment, Chen Tian's face darkened when he saw the tattered leaves of the spirit grass seedlings. How could this be? Chen Tian's heart was filled with fury. He could imagine just how furious the servant elder was right now. Damn it! Not only did I lose 10,000 upper spiritual stones, but I also have to be punished by the servant elder. Chen Tian thought to himself, it's obvious that no one took care of this medicinal herb field. Chen Tian, you have always been in charge of the Eastern Odd District. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. The servant elder coldly said, otherwise I will have to reconsider whether you, Chen Tian, are suitable to manage the Eastern Odd District. Hearing the servant elder's angry voice, Chen Tian hurriedly said, Servant elder, please wait a moment. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. While the servant elder was waiting, Chen Tian hurriedly went to look for Fang Chun. He clearly remembered that this medicinal herb field was under the charge of Fang Chun. Damn newbie, he actually dared to make fun of me. Chen Tian's heart was filled with anger. Just as Chen Tian went to look for Fang Chun, the latter just happened to leave. Seeing Fang Chun, Chen Tian was burning with anger. Fang Chun, Chen Tian roared loudly. What's the matter? Fang Chun asked. Did you manage your medicinal herb field properly? Chen Tian angrily roared. Fang Chun frowned and said, You're managing it. Come with me to take a look at your medicinal herb field. If you don't give me an explanation today, you will be punished. Chen Tian finished speaking and brought Fang Chun to the medicinal herb field. After arriving at the medicinal herb field, Chen Tian angrily said, Take a look for yourself. Fang Chun looked at the medicinal herb field and was shocked to discover that there were large amounts of insects inside. The spirit grass sprouts had long since been eaten up. He instantly understood that Chun who had set him up. You, give me an explanation. Chun who said in a low voice. The servant elder had been watching from the side, waiting for Chen Tian's explanation. I asked Chun who to help me look after it, and he also agreed. Who knew that he would manage the medicinal herb field like this? Fang Chun said. You asked Chun who to look after it, but he agreed. Who can testify? Chen Tian questioned. Why don't you call Chun Hu over and you'll know? Fang Chun said. A moment later, Chun Hu was called over by Chen Tian. He already knew what had happened, and a trace of schadenfreude appeared in his eyes. This scene was seen by Fang Chun. Chen Hu, Fang Chun said he wanted you to help look after his medicinal herb field. Did you agree? Chen Tian angrily glared at Chen Hu. Chen Hu hastily shook his head. Big brother, how could I agree to help him look after his medicinal herb field? This Fang Chun is too scheming. He can't look after his own medicinal herb field, so he wants to push the blame onto me. Hearing Chen Hu's words, Chen Tian looked at Fang Chun and asked, Do you have anything else to say? Fang Chun didn't say anything. He didn't bother to explain. Chen Tian looked at the servant elder and said, Servant elder, ever since this kid entered the Eastern District's servant district, he has refused to accept any management. Now that he has made a mistake and damaged the herb farm, everything will be decided by the servant elder. The servant elder glanced at Fang Chun, his face filled with anger. A mere servant actually dares to do such a thing. If I don't punish you, how will I manage the servants of the servant district in the future? The servant elder coldly said. After pondering for a moment, the servant elder coldly said, However, since this is your first offense, I will let you stay in the Baron sect. If you make such a mistake again, I will personally cripple your cultivation and expel you from the Baron sect. Fang Chun tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He raised his head and glanced at Chen Hu. When the latter saw Fang Chun looking at him, he involuntarily took a step back. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. You have committed a mistake, so you must bear the consequences. From now on, for 2 years, all of your spirit stones will be cancelled. Furthermore, you will be in charge of 10 medicinal fields. You must take care of each one with great care. There will be a monthly inspection. If even one medicinal field fails to pass, I will enforce the rules of the sect. With that, the servant elder impatiently left the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the servant elder's disappointment in the Eastern Servant District, Chen Tian's face was filled with a complicated expression. At the same time, His heart was filled with hatred for Fong Chun. "Kid, you're on your own now." After Chun Tian finished speaking, he glared at Fong Chun before turning around and leaving. Seeing this, Chun Hu hurriedly followed behind Chun Tian. A trace of killing intent flashed in Fong Chen's eyes before he returned to his own residence. The Eastern Servant District was supposed to receive an extra 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. However, because of Fong Chun, not only did they lose the 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones as a reward, but even the spirit stones that they were supposed to receive were reduced by a lot. This made many servants hate Fong Chun even more. Some of them even wanted to teach Fong Chun a lesson. Hearing this news, Chun Hu was secretly happy. Although he was no match for Fong Chun, there were still many strong servants in the servant district. If they want to find trouble with Fong Chun would definitely be in a lot of trouble. On a certain day, outside Fong Chun's residence, an errand boy shouted loudly, "Fong Chun, get the hell out here." Creak, the door opened, and Fong Chun walked out calmly. "Fong Chun, it's all because of you that our spirit stones have decreased by a lot. You'll have to make up for this loss." The servant said coldly, "It just so happens that I have some helpers." Fong Chun sneered. Then, he threw out a punch that landed directly on the servant's body. With a bang, the servant was caught off guard and was sent flying by Fong Chun. Fong Chun took a step forward and stepped on the servant's body. He said condescendingly, "Now, do you still want me to make up for your loss?" The servant's face was filled with horror as he was stepped on by Fong Chun. He had not expected Fong Chun to be so strong. "Brother Fong, please spare my life. From now on, you will be in charge of managing my herb farm number 1. If there are any mistakes during the inspection at the end of the month, you will be held responsible," Fong Chun said solemnly. The servant was intimidated by Fong Chun and nodded repeatedly. The next day, the servant called Zhan Yu miserably helped Fong Chun manage his herb farm number 1. "He's too strong. I'm not his match. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked him." Zhan Yu felt incomparably regretful. Many servants were unhappy with Fong Chun, but he had taken the lead. Not only did he not get his spirit stones back, he even had to help Fong Chun manage his herb farm number 1. He was incomparably depressed. Just as Zhan Yu was feeling depressed, a voice rang out. "Zhan Yu, what are you doing here?" The person who spoke was Chun Hu. Seeing Chun Hu, Zhan Yu helplessly shook his head, not saying anything. "Zhan Yu, why are you helping Fong Chun manage his herb farm number 1? asked Chun Hu. "Me." Zhan Yu wanted to cry. When Chun Hu heard Zhan Yu's words, he was infuriated. Zhan Yu had a good relationship with him, and it was Chun Hu's idea to have Zhan Yu cause trouble for Fong Chun. But now seeing Zhan Yu help Fong Chun manage his herb farm number 1, Chun Hu was shocked. "Even you aren't his match?" asked Chun Hu. "He's very strong," said Zhan Yu. Chapter 4:18. Sung Bo's strength ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Region's worker district. Not long ago, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment and entered seclusion to cultivate. In 3 days, he would exit seclusion. After being beaten up by Fong Chun, Chun Hu was a bit afraid of Fong Chun. Even Zhan Yu had been defeated by Fong Chun. Fong Chun was definitely extremely powerful. So Chun Hu decided to have Sung Bo teach Fong Chun a lesson. 3 days later, Sung Bo exited seclusion. His strength had once more advanced. As soon as he exited seclusion, Chun Hu immediately rushed over. "Brother Sung Bo," Chun Hu looked at Sung Bo and smiled. "Brother Chun Hu." Because of Chun Tian, Sung Bo, and Chun Hu called each other brothers. "Brother Sung Bo, your strength has improved?" asked Chun Hu. Sung Bo nodded. A brilliant smile appeared on Chun Hu's face as he said, "Brother Sung Bo, to tell you the truth, while you were in seclusion, a new worker came to our eastern region. However, this worker relied on his strength to beat me up a few times. Now, even Zhan Yu was forced by him to guard the medicinal field for him. You have to avenge me." "Yes, a new worker?" Sung Bo's expression didn't change. "Correct, it's a new worker. But he's a bit strong," said Chun Hu. How strong can a new worker be?" "Brother Chun Hu, lead the way. I just came out of seclusion and just so happened to need someone to practice with." Chun Hu was overjoyed when he heard Sung Bo's words. He immediately brought Sung Bo to Fong Chen's residence. The two of them soon arrived in front of Fong Chen's residence. Sung Bo took a step forward and roared, "Fong Chen, scram out here." Creak. The door opened, and Fong Chen walked out. When he saw Chun Hu, Fong Chen knew that this worker was most likely Chun Hu's reinforcements. However, he just so happened to be lacking a few workers to guard his medicinal field. "You're Fong Chen?" Sung Bo icily asked Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded. Sung Bo said angrily, "Chun Hu is my brother. You dare to make a move on him? How audacious! Are you done?" Fong Chen looked at Sung Bo and asked. "Yes." Sung Bo was a little puzzled. "If you're done, go and guard the herb field for me," Fong Chen said with a smile. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Sung Bo became even angrier. He roared angrily, "Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am today." As soon as his voice fell, Sung Bo launched a fierce attack. A minute later, Sung Bo fell to the ground. His heart was filled with horror. His strength had improved so much that he could at least rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Shores District. He didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one punch from Fong Chen. "From now on, the two of you will be in charge of my medicinal field. If you dare harm me, you should know the consequences," Fong Chen icily said to Chun Hu. Chun Hu had long since been scared silly. He also hadn't expected Fong Chen to be so powerful. Even Sung Bo wasn't his match. Sung Bo struggled to get up from the ground. He fearfully glanced at Fong Chen and then turned to leave. When the two of them appeared in the medicinal field, Zhan Yu's face was filled with shock. He asked, "Sung Bo, Chun Hu, what are you doing here? Are you here to save me?" Black lines appeared on Sung Bo and Chun Hu's foreheads. They were a bit speechless. In the end, under Zhan Yu's dumbfounded gaze, the two of them began to manage the remaining 9 medicinal fields. "Brother Chun Hu, you've made me suffer. This Fong Chen's strength isn't just powerful, it's extremely powerful. I can rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Shores District, but I can't even withstand one punch from him." Sung Bo cried as he weeded. "I also didn't expect him to be so strong." Chun Hu was a bit unwilling. He was thinking about how to deal with Fong Chen. The news of Sung Bo's defeat to Fong Chen instantly spread throughout the Eastern Shores District. Countless workers were shocked. Sung Bo's strength was obvious to all in the Eastern Shores District, but he couldn't even beat a new worker. The more it was like this, the more curious everyone was about this new worker. When they saw Sung Bo, Zhan Yu, and Chun Hu helping Fong Chen guard the 10 medicinal fields, they were all shocked. Some of the workers who had been bullied by Chun Hu had smiles on their faces. Chun Hu also had such a day. The news of Chun Hu helping Fong Chen guard the medicinal fields finally reached Chun Tian's ears. Chun Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Shores District, and he was the strongest. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Even if he faced a warrior who was half a step into the condensing reality realm, he would not be afraid. He was working hard on his cultivation. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the condensing reality realm and leave the Chores District to become a registered disciple of the Baron sect. One day, while Chun Tian was cultivating, a worker suddenly ran over and told Chun Tian about Chun Hu. "You're saying that Fong Chen didn't manage the medicinal fields himself, but forced Chun Hu and the others to help him?" Chun Tian's face showed a hint of displeasure. "That's right, Boss Chun Tian. This Fong Chen relied on his strength to do whatever he wanted in the Chores District." The worker said, "Even Sung Bo was no match for him. Looks like I underestimated him. But he dared to bully my little brother. He is looking for death." Chun Tian said coldly. After that, Chun Tian rushed to Fong Chen's residence. On the way, Chun Tian saw Chun Hu and the other two carefully managing the medicinal fields. He yelled, "Chun Hu, what are you 3 doing? Don't you care about your own medicinal fields? Why are you helping others?" Hearing Chun Tian's yell, Chun Hu's face was filled with joy. He hurried out of the medicinal fields and cried, "Big brother, you have to help me. This Fong Chen relied on his strength to bully me when he heard that I was your little brother. He beat me up a few times. I wanted revenge, so I went to find Sung Bo, but he was still no match for him. He actually forced us to help him guard the medicinal fields. Hearing Chun Hu's tearful complaints, Chen Tian was enraged and shouted, "Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. A puny new servant actually dares to bully me, Chen Tian." Seeing Chun Tian appear, more and more odd-job workers gathered around. These odd-job workers were all watching. Chun Hu and Chen Tian soon arrived in front of Fong Chen's residence. Before Chen Tian could say anything, Fong Chen's door opened and he walked out. Seeing Chun Tian, Fong Chen smiled faintly. "You finally couldn't hold back anymore? Fong Chen, you've gone too far. You don't even manage your own medicinal fields, and you actually forced my little brother to help you." Raged Chun Tian. Chun Hu often bullies the other workers. "Why don't you say anything when he's forced to help?" retorted Fong Chen. Chen Tian paused for a moment before continuing. Don't try to quibble. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will I be able to continue living in the Eastern Worker District?" Chun Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Servant District. All the servants in the Eastern Servant District were very afraid of Chun Tian. Chun Tian's prestige in the Eastern Worker District was getting higher and higher. He was very happy and enjoyed this kind of life. Fong Chen was the first worker who dared to openly defy him. He wanted to teach this reckless guy a lesson in front of all the other workers. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chun Tian roared and activated all the power in his body, launching a fierce attack. Shoo! A ferocious fist radiance instantly appeared in front of Fong Chen. Chun Tian roared furiously as he increased the strength of his fists once again. The powerful fist force directly enveloped Fong Chen's entire body. Chun Tian is so strong. The surrounding workers were all discussing. Fong Chen looked at Chun Tian's attack with a relaxed expression. He could tell Chun Tian's strength with just a glance. Chun Tian's strength was at most comparable to a half-step condensing reality realm warrior. I even dare to fight against a condensing reality realm warrior. A mere Chi-Si warrior is nothing, Fong Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, he activated his sword body. A wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, instantly enveloped Chun Tian. In the next moment, Fong Chen stabbed out with the hidden star sword in his hand. Suddenly, a wild sword light directly pierced towards Chun Tian. When the hallucinatory aura appeared, the countless workers in the surroundings immediately felt a wave of confusion. When they came to their senses, they were shocked to discover that the long sword in Fong Chen's hand was pressed against Chun Tian's neck. Crash! The hallucinatory aura dissipated, and Chun Tian instantly woke up. He was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that Fong Chen's long sword was pressed against his neck. Chun Tian was greatly alarmed. He had never imagined that Fong Chen's strength would be so strong. Is this a hallucination? Chun Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Chun Hu, who was standing behind Chun Tian, was already shocked. His face was filled with shock. His big brother was the boss of the Eastern Worker District. How could he lose to this new worker? Countless thoughts flashed through Chun Tian's mind. In the end, he gave up. The aura emitted by Fong Chen's body was enough to make him feel pressured. This person's strength is already close to the condensing reality realm. Chun Tian revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. I lost. Too weak. I don't want to kill you. Fong Chen looked at Chun Tian and said, however, your brother Chun, who's been causing trouble for me time and time again. If I don't teach him a lesson. Before Fong Chen could finish, Chun Tian spoke first. My brother caused trouble for you. It is his fault. As his brother, I will teach him a lesson. As soon as Chun Tian finished speaking, he turned around and threw a punch at Chun Hu. With a cracking sound, Chun Hu found that one of his arms was broken. A miserable cry rang out. Chun Hu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen nodded and said, Do I still have to work as a worker? Hearing Fong Chen's question, Chun Tian quickly said, No need. I'll help you with your matter. Fong Chen turned around and returned to his residence, leaving behind countless shocked workers. Big brother, why are you doing this to me? Chun Hu endured the pain and asked loudly. If I didn't do anything and he did, then it wouldn't be something that could be dealt with just one arm. Chen Tian coldly said. Big brother, even you aren't his match? Chen Hu asked. In the future, he will be the boss of the Eastern Worker District. Chen Tian left behind these words and left. Chapter 419. Fang Chen did not care about being the boss of the Eastern Servant District. After all, his goal was to increase his strength. He did not care about these meaningless titles at all. However, ever since he became the boss of the Eastern Servant District, no one dared to disturb him. He did not even need to manage his herb farm anymore. He just cultivated leisurely. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen had been cultivating. His cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 8th Qi-Hai realm to the mid-stage of the 8th Qi-Hai realm. Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the 8th Qi-Hai realm soon, or even the 9th Qi-Hai realm. After increasing his cultivation, Fang Chen's strength had increased again. Right now, he was not any weaker than a normal first-stage condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen had a lot of pills and spirit plants in his space ring. Therefore, he did not lack any resources for his cultivation. One day, when Fang Chen stopped cultivating, Chen Tian suddenly came to look for Fang Chen. Boss Fang, today is the monthly inspection. The servant elder will be here soon. Chen Tian said to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, You are in charge of bringing the servant elder to the inspection. I will not be going. Chen Tian nodded and left. Not long after, the servant elder arrived. Last month, the herb farm was destroyed. The servant elder was not happy about it. Therefore, when he came to the Eastern Servant District, he went to check on the 10 herb farms that were given to Fang Chen. When he saw the 10 herb farms, his face was full of smiles. He kept nodding and said, Not bad, 10 herb farms. Very good management. Looking at the healthy growth of the seedlings in the herb farm, the servant elder was very happy. Finally, the servant elder finished the inspection and left the Eastern Servant District. Chen Tian gave some soul stones to Fang Chen. These belonged to Fang Chen, but Fang Chen rejected them. He did not dare to do anything this month. Plus, he had a lot of soul stones. These soul stones were nothing. Distribute them to the others, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen was training in the servant district. As for the soaring dragon Marquis, it had been 2 months since he became a disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon Marquis had made great progress. Right now, he was already at the late stage of the first stage of the condensing reality realm. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the second stage of the condensing reality realm. Brother Fang, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. The soaring dragon Marquis said in a low voice. What he did not know was that Fang Chen, whom he thought was dead, had actually come to the Baron sect. Furthermore, he had already stayed in the servant district for more than a month. In another large sect in Leaning Water City, the Black Armor Marquis was also diligently cultivating within the Divine Statue School. Ever since he joined the Divine Statue School, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Furthermore, with Li Jinghong's help, the Black Armor Marquis' improvement was even greater. Xianjia, you've improved a lot. Work hard. Just as Xianjia was cultivating on the square, Li Jinghong suddenly walked over and smiled. Senior Brother Li. Seeing this, the Black Armor Marquis grinned. The reason why he was able to have his current achievements was all because of Li Jinghong. Right now, the Black Armor Marquis was still too weak within the Divine Statue School. Therefore, even if he wanted to leave the sect, he had no choice. He could only wait until his strength was a bit stronger before he went to look for the soaring dragon Marquis. Work hard on your cultivation. Once your cultivation reaches the 3rd condensing reality realm, I'll go and avenge the sword Marquis. The Black Armor Marquis secretly said in his heart. Within the 5 Elements province, the Southern Mountain Land was only one of the mountains. However, even so, the Southern Mountain Land was still vast and boundless, within a certain danger zone in the Southern Mountain Land. This danger zone was the most dangerous danger zone in the entire Southern Mountain Land. Even almighty condensing reality realm experts would not dare to rashly enter this danger zone. However, at this moment, within this danger zone, there was a white-clothed girl on top of a blue stone. She quietly stood there. In front of her, there was a warrior whose entire body was covered in a gray mist. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Star and Moon, who he had fallen in love with back then. After leaving the Divine Wind Nation, Star and Moon traveled all the way and cultivated. Unintentionally, they came to the Southern Mountain Land, because Star and Moon's strength was too weak, and she was very beautiful. She was targeted as soon as she entered the Southern Mountain Land. One day, while Star and Moon was cultivating, she was suddenly ambushed by a powerful warrior. She was severely injured and escaped into this danger zone. She originally thought that she was going to die here. However, she did not expect to meet the person in front of her in this danger zone. This old man took her in as his disciple the moment he saw her. Moreover, he accompanied her to cultivate for more than 3 years. Today, they were finally going to leave this place. She didn't know exactly how strong her master was, but she knew very well that this danger zone was a piece of cake for her master. I've killed your enemy. It's time for us to leave, the old man shrouded in gray mist said in a low voice. Master! Star and Moon cupped her hands and greeted the old man. As the profound body, your name will definitely shake the entire continent in the future. Come back with me. The next time you are born, you will definitely shock the world, the old man said slowly. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes glanced at the endless blue sky. A figure that she yearned for day and night appeared in her mind. Fang Chun, where are you? Star and Moon thought to herself. After a long time, Star and Moon followed her master and left the Southern Mountain Land. Crash! Star and Moon's master flicked his wrist, and the void tore open. A wild aura came out from the crack in the void. Even a condensing reality realm expert would be injured in the face of such a wild aura. However, Star and Moon's master led Star and Moon into the crack in the void with ease. If this scene was seen by the experts of the Southern Mountain Land, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this was not something that a condensing reality realm expert could do. Water-leaning city, barren sect, Eastern Servant District. Fang Chun, who was cultivating, suddenly sneezed. Immediately after, Star and Moon's gentle and beautiful face appeared in his mind. Star and Moon. Fang Chun muttered. In the next moment, Fang Chun realized that he had forgotten himself. He immediately shook his head and sobered up. What's going on? Why did I think of Star and Moon? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. However, at the same time, he also missed Star and Moon. I wonder where Star and Moon are. Fang Chun thought to himself. Just wait. One day I will find you. Fang Chun swore to himself. Fang Chun stopped cultivating and left his residence. He strolled around the Eastern Servant District. Seeing this, Chun Tian hurried over and led the way for Fang Chun. Boss Fang, I am very familiar with the Eastern Servant District. Let me show you around. Chun Tian smiled. Fang Chun nodded and did not refuse. At first, Chun Tian brought him around the herb fields. There were many herb fields in the entire Eastern Servant District. The most important one in the Servant District was the herb fields. After walking around the herb fields, Chun Tian brought Fang Chun to a building complex. Boss Fang, this is the Eastern Servant District's Alchemy Hall. Over there is the Weapon Hall, Cultivation Method Hall, and Exchange Hall. Chun Tian introduced to Fang Chun. This was the first time Fang Chun had seen these halls in the Servant District. Fang Chun then went to the Alchemy Hall. However, Fang Chun was disappointed. The Servant District was indeed the Servant District. The Alchemy Hall here only had low-grade pills. They couldn't even enter Fang Chun's eyes. Fang Chun then looked at the Weapon Hall and Cultivation Method Hall and shook his head helplessly. After coming out of the other halls, Fang Chun pointed at the Exchange Hall and asked, "What's this Exchange Hall for?" Boss Fang, the Exchange Hall is specifically designed to provide convenience for handyman landlords. When handyman disciples need spirit stones, they'll give their precious treasures to the Exchange Hall. Chun Tian explained, "Of course, if you have enough spiritual stones, you can also buy the treasures in the Exchange Hall." Hearing Chun Tian's explanation, Fang Chun's eyes lit up. Weren't the treasures he obtained from the 4 martial marquises' spatial rings able to be exchanged for spiritual stones? Come, let's go take a look. Fong Chen smiled. When they arrived at the exchange hall, Fong Chen found that the treasures that could be exchanged for were all low-grade. Boss Fong, do you want to exchange for spiritual stones or treasures? Asked Chen Tian. I just happen to have some treasures that I want to exchange for spiritual stones. Fong Chen smiled. At this moment, a staff member walked over and expressionlessly said, "The exchange hall has rules. If you want to exchange for spiritual stones, the lowest price is 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. If your treasures aren't worth that price, please leave." Chapter 420. Fong Chen had obtained a large amount of wealth from the interspatial rings of the four martial marquises. What was a mere 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Fong Chen glanced at Chen Tian beside him and said, "You go back first. I'll just take a look around." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Chen Tian naturally understood that Fong Chen did not want him to see his wealth. After all, one should not show off one's wealth. He nodded and turned to leave. After Chen Tian left, Fong Chen looked at the staff member and handed over an interspatial ring. "I want to exchange all of these things for high-grade spirit stones." The staff member took the interspatial ring disapprovingly. After all, this was the servant district. How much wealth could a servant have? However, when the staff member saw the wealth in the interspatial ring, his heart was filled with shock. His eyes flickered as he looked at Fong Chen in shock. He licked his dry lips and said, "You want to exchange all of these?" Fong Chen nodded. The staff member looked at Fong Chen with respect and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll praise them for you." After saying that, the staff member quickly entered the backstage and began the appraisal. This time, Fong Chen sold spirit rank elixirs that were useless to him, as well as spirit weapons and a few cultivation techniques. Other than the absolute heaven sword technique, he sold all of the other cultivation techniques. Not long after, the staff member ran out. At this time, there was an old man following behind the staff member. "This is the elder of our exchange hall," the staff member introduced. "Brother, we have finished calculating all of your items. They were all exchanged according to the market price. Among them, the cultivation techniques are more expensive. Then there are the spirit weapons. In total, we'll charge you 20 million high-grade spirit stones. How about it?" Hearing the elder's words, Fong Chen nodded. 20 million high-grade spirit stones was within his expectations. Not long after, the elder handed the 20 million high-grade spirit stones to Fong Chen. His face was filled with excitement. Ever since he had become an elder in the servant district, this was the biggest business he had ever done. After all, the servants in the servant district were not rich. Otherwise, they would not have joined the Baron's sect. The elder's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Fong Chen. "Is there anything else I can do for you, brother?" the elder asked with a chuckle. Fong Chen thought for a moment, then took out more than 7 billion medium spirit stones and said, "I want to exchange all these medium spirit stones for upper spirit stones." Seeing so many mid-grade spiritual stones, the elder was shocked. It seemed that this kid's background was not simple. However, as the elder of the exchange hall, he had to fulfill his duty. He would not ask about the origin of the servants' wealth, nor would he reveal the wealth of the servants. The elder picked up one of the mid-grade spirit stones and appraised it. He said, "You mid-grade spirit stones aren't too pure. How about 500 mid-grade spirit stones for one high-grade spirit stone?" Hearing the elder's words, Fong Chen nodded. After coming to the southern mountain land, Fong Chen realized that the currency here was mostly high-grade spirit stones. Almost no one used mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he wanted to exchange all these mid-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen had a total of 7,775,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the exchange rate of 500 to 1, he could exchange for a total of 15,550,000 high-grade spirit stones. Because Fong Chen's transaction amount was very large, the elder of the exchange hall made the decision to give Fong Chen 16 million high-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 20 million from before and the 51 million high-grade spirit stones that Fong Chen originally had, Fong Chen now had 87 million high-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge sum. Even some of the rich disciples of the Baron sect did not have such wealth. Finally, under the burning gaze of the elder of the exchange hall, Fong Chun left the exchange hall. After the exchange, Fong Chun returned to his residence in the Western Servant District in a courtyard. This courtyard was an independent one. The boss of the Western Servant District, Dong Han, lived here. Dong Han was the boss of the Western Servant District. Not long ago, his strength had reached the half-step condensing reality realm. Among the bosses of the 4 big servant districts, Dong Han's strength was not at the top, but he was not at the bottom either. On this day, Dong Han was resting. Suddenly, a servant rushed into Dong Han's independent courtyard. "Boss Dong Han," the servant called out. "What's the matter?" Dong Han did not open his eyes and asked directly. "Boss Dong Han, I just saw the boss of the Eastern Servant District, Chen Tian." He listened to the words of a new servant and bowed to him. It seemed like he was very afraid of this servant. The servant said, "Oh, is that so?" Dong Han was slightly moved and asked. After asking around, it seems like this new servant is even stronger than Chen Tian. Now, he's still the boss of the Eastern Servant District. The servant said in a low voice. After hearing this, Dong Han narrowed his eyes and pondered in his mind. After a long time, Dong Han said, "Chen Tian is a piece of trash. He can't even keep his position as the boss of the servant district." Although Dong Han did not have much contact with Chen Tian, the 4 of them were in charge of the 4 big servant districts. They had already formed a tacit understanding that no one would interfere with each other's affairs. But suddenly, an outsider came in and became the boss of the servant district. Moreover, it was a new servant. This made Dong Han very unhappy. "I'd like to see how strong this new servant is." After saying this, Dong Han turned and left, heading towards the Eastern Servant District. At this time, Fong Chun was walking in the servant district. Everywhere he passed, there were servants greeting him. Seeing Fong Chun come out of the exchange hall, Chen Tian ran up with a smile and led the way for Fong Chun. "Boss Fong, our Eastern Servant District is very peaceful right now. Work is progressing very smoothly," Chen Tian said with a smile. Fong Chun nodded. He did not care about these things. He was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating. He wanted to reach the condensing reality realm as soon as possible and then become a true disciple of the Baron sect. Just as Fong Chun was talking to Chen Tian, a group of servants suddenly came from afar. Looking at their clothes, they were from the Western Servant District. The leader was naturally the boss of the Western Servant District, Dong Han. "Boss Fong, it's the servants of the Western Servant District. The leader is their boss, Dong Han." Seeing Dong Han arrive, Chen Tian said in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, Dong Han arrived in front of Fong Chun. He sneered and mocked. "Chen Tian, you really are a piece of trash. You can't even keep your position as the boss of the Eastern Servant District. You actually let a new servant take it away. Dong Han, why did you bring people to my Eastern Servant District?" Hearing this, Chen Tian roared angrily. Since you, Chen Tian, don't have the ability, then let me, Dong Han, help you take charge of the Eastern Servant District." Dong Han grinned. His meaning was very clear. From today onwards, he would take charge of the Eastern Servant District. Hearing Dong Han's words, Chen Tian was furious. "Dong Han, this is my Eastern Servant District. Don't be so impudent," Chen Tian roared. Seeing Chen Tian's angry appearance, Dong Han felt very relieved. His eyes then looked towards Fong Chun and asked, "You're the boss of the Eastern Servant District?" Fong Chun nodded and said, "You can say that. A guy who hasn't even grown out his hair dares to call himself the boss of the Eastern Servant District? Is there no one else in the Eastern Servant District?" Dong Han laughed wildly. Seeing Dong Han's appearance, Fong Chun was very unhappy. He turned his head to look at Chen Tian and asked, "A servant from the Western Servant District was beaten up in our Eastern Servant District. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Chen Tian was a little stunned, but he instantly understood Fong Chen's meaning. He nodded and said, "No problem." After receiving Chen Tian's answer, Fong Chen's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he looked at Dong Han. For some reason, seeing Fong Chen smile, Dong Han's heart actually had a trace of an indescribable fear. "Damn it!" Dong Han cursed, then looked towards Fang Chun and said angrily, "Kid, you're courting death." Just as Dong Han's voice fell, the aura of a half-step condensing reality realm instantly exploded out. The wild aura caused countless servants in the surroundings to be shocked. However, before Dong Han could make a move, his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'll leave the rest to you." Fang Chun didn't even look at Dong Han as he turned and left. Chen Tian recovered from his shock and nodded at Fang Chun. He then walked towards Dong Han, who was lying on the ground with a sinister smile. The crowd didn't see clearly how Fang Chun dealt with Dong Han. They only saw a flash of black light, and Dong Han's body flew out. At this moment, Dong Han was also scared silly. He fell to the ground and stared blankly at Fang Chun in the distance. Bang! At this moment, Chen Tian kicked Dong Han's body and directly woke him up. "Damn it, Chen Tian, you dare to hit me?" Dong Han saw Chen Tian kick him and roared angrily. "So what if I kicked you? Who told you to come to my eastern district and behave so atrociously?" Chen Tian sneered, then started punching and kicking Dong Han. Because he was seriously injured by Fang Chun, Dong Han couldn't resist Chen Tian's attacks. After a quarter of an hour, Dong Han was carried away by the servants of the Western District. Chen Tian felt very good. Ever since he came to the servant district, he had never felt as good as today. The boss of the Western District had been beaten to such a state. The servants of the Eastern District cheered endlessly. In a certain courtyard of the Southern Odd Job District, Dong Han was sitting on a stone bench in a sorry state. Beside him were two cultivators. "What did you end up like this?" The boss of the Southern District, Nan Meng, asked curiously. "Who beat you up like this? Could it be that you've offended a desolate sect disciple again?" The boss of the Northern District, Bei Hai, asked. Dong Han shook his head. His head had already turned into a pig's head. His nose was bruised, and his entire body was in pain. His heart was filled with anger. "Big brothers, you must avenge me. I was beaten up like this by the boss of the Eastern District," Dong Han cried. After a while, Dong Han told the two of them the whole story. After the two of them heard the story, their faces became serious. "The new boss of the Eastern District actually beat you up like this. He's too arrogant," Nan Meng said coldly. "Doesn't he know that the servant district is our territory? He dares to mess with us. He's really courting death," Bei Hai said gloomily. The two of them instantly made a decision. They would avenge Dong Han and teach the new boss of the Eastern District a lesson. Chapter 421. Nan Meng and Bei Hai immediately decided to teach the new boss of the Eastern Servant District a lesson. "Let's go now." In the entire Servant District, Nan Meng and Bei Hai's strength was considered the top. With the two of them working together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the two of them, the servants immediately understood that they were here to cause trouble for Fang Chun. Chen Tian, who had received the news in advance, quickly arrived at Fang Chun's residence. He warned Fang Chun, "Boss Fang, the boss of the Southern Servant District, Nan Meng, and the boss of the Northern Servant District, Bei Hai, have arrived in a threatening manner. They seem to have come to avenge Dong Han." Hearing Chen Tian's words, Fang Chun did not care at all. He said, "It doesn't matter. Boss Fang, the two of them are very strong. I heard that when they work together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior." Chen Tian reminded him again. However, Fang Chun did not care at all, which made Chen Tian feel a little helpless. Just as Chen Tian was about to say something, he suddenly heard a deep voice. Chen Tian knew that the two of them had arrived. "Fang Chun, get out of here." Nan Meng's voice was very loud. It shook the entire Eastern Servant District. Fang Chun's door opened with a creak, and he walked out from inside. "You are Fang Chun?" Nan Meng saw Fang Chun. His face showed a trace of surprise. He did not expect Fang Chun to be so young. "Yes," Fang Chun said. "Kid, you have only been in the Servant District for a short time. How dare you injure Dong Han? Are you looking for death?" Bei Hai's temper was more violent. He roared angrily. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. The people of the servant district had come to cause trouble for him again and again. It seemed that he needed to show his true strength. If I were you too, I would go back now. Fong Chun sneered. Let me Beihai fight you. As soon as Beihai's voice fell, he suddenly burst out with a powerful strength. A wild aura instantly swept across the entire land. However, just as Beihai was about to attack, an even more powerful aura burst out from Fong Chen's body. A wild sword intent emerged, carrying a strong hallucinatory aura. It instantly enveloped Beihai. In an instant, the North Sea fell into an illusion. Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked. When they sensed this wild aura, they retreated one after another. However, even though they retreated, they were still enveloped by the hallucinatory aura. Their eyes were dull, as if they were zombies. Beihai. Seeing that Beihai had fallen into an illusion, Nan Meng roared. Suddenly, Beihai woke up from the illusion. His eyes flickered as he stared at Fong Chun. He said in a low voice, "There's something strange about this kid. He knows illusions. Let's go together." At this moment, Nan Meng also realized how powerful Fong Chun was. Therefore, he was prepared to join forces with Beihai to encircle Fong Chun. Seeing the two of them working together, Fong Chun laughed coldly and said, "It's useless." As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, he performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. A wild sword intent instantly shot out from a hidden star sword. Whoosh! Beihai and Nan Meng's bodies were sent flying at the same time. How is this possible? Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked when they saw this scene. The sword intent around Fong Chun had actually caused their souls to tremble. He's too powerful. He defeated Beihai and Nan Meng with one sword. His strength is comparable to a condensing reality realm expert. He's really powerful. No one in the servant area is his match. It seems that he's the boss of the servant area from now on. Many servants were shocked. Fong Chen's strength was too strong. Even some of the nominal disciples were not as strong as Fong Chun. Fong Chun put away the hidden star sword and stood quietly on the ground. He looked at Beihai and Nan Meng, who were slowly getting up from the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. If he wanted to kill us, we would have been dead. Beihai was shocked. There was a storm in Nan Meng's heart. Fong Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. It was not something that he could compare with. After a mental struggle, Nan Meng and Beihai revealed a bitter smile on their faces. Immediately, they cupped their hands together towards Fong Chun and said, "Brother Fong, we were in the wrong previously. I hope that you will forgive us and let us off. My ambition is not here. You can continue to be the boss of the servant area. I will continue to cultivate." Fong Chun said softly, "Thank you, Brother Fong." Hearing this, the two hurriedly left the eastern servant area. The news of Fong Chun taking on two experts by himself instantly spread throughout the odd job worker district. Countless odd job workers from the 4 odd job worker districts regarded Fong Chun as their boss. His strength was extremely powerful. Even if the bosses of the 4 odd job worker districts joined forces, they might not be his match. From then on, Fong Chun became the uncrowned king of the 4 servant areas. No one dared to disrespect Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun said that his ambition was not here. Normally, the 4 of them would be responsible for the affairs in the servant area. He would just cultivate quietly. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Fong Chun was walking in the eastern servant district. Suddenly, a few figures came from afar. "Soaring Dragon, your current cultivation has already reached the late 1st level of the condensing reality realm. I hope you can cultivate well. This time, you came to the servant area to choose a few servants. When you return, try to break through to the 2nd level of the condensing reality realm in one go." An elder said with a chuckle. This elder was the elder of the honorary disciple area. Ever since the Soaring Dragon Marquis joined the Baron sect and became an honorary disciple, he gradually revealed his frightening talent. In just a few months, the Soaring Dragon Marquis cultivation had already reached the late 1st level of the condensing reality realm. The elder had already regarded the Soaring Dragon Marquis as the honorary disciple with the greatest hope of breaking through to the second level of the condensing reality realm. On this day, the elder accompanied the soaring dragon Marquis and specially came to the servant area to choose a few servants to take care of the soaring dragon Marquis food and lodging. I will work hard. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis nodded heavily. Unknowingly, the soaring dragon Marquis and the elder had already arrived at the eastern servant area. This is the eastern servant area. You could choose a few servants here, the elder said with a smile. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded, and the two continued forward. Suddenly, the elder saw Fong Chun walking forward. Immediately, he cried out, "That laborer in front, come over here for a moment." Hearing the voice, Fong Chun was a little puzzled. He turned his head to look and shockingly discovered the soaring dragon Marquis. The latter had also discovered Fong Chun. After seeing Fong Chun, his eyes were filled with shock. The soaring dragon Marquis stopped in his tracks, his eyes burning as he looked at Fong Chun. And Fong Chun also walked step by step until he was in front of the soaring dragon Marquis. "Kid, what's your name?" the elder asked. "Fong Chun." Fong Chun replied. "Looks like you're not bad. From today onwards, you will follow the soaring dragon Marquis and be responsible for his food and lodging," the elder said with a smile. Without waiting for the elder to finish speaking, the soaring dragon Marquis opened his mouth to speak. "Fong Chun, you didn't die." The soaring dragon Marquis' heart was in a perilous situation. Fong Chun was actually able to survive the pursuit of a third-level condensing reality realm martial artist. Moreover, he came to the water-leaning city alone and joined the Baron's sect. "I was lucky to escape," Fong Chun said with a smile. Seeing this, the soaring dragon Marquis' face also revealed a trace of a smile. He, the sword Marquis, Fong Chun, and the black armor Marquis had come out together from the Golden Crown Nation. They had spent a long time together, and their relationship was naturally very good. Originally, when he thought that Fong Chun had died, the soaring dragon Marquis was rather unhappy in his heart. But now, seeing Fong Chun standing in front of him alive and well, he was extremely excited. "Fong Chun, why are you in the servant area?" The soaring dragon Marquis was extremely puzzled and asked. Logically speaking, with Fong Chun's strength, he could absolutely directly become an honorary disciple of the Baron's sect, or even an official disciple. Why was he in the servant area? "You two know each other." The elder at the side looked at Fong Chun in astonishment and asked. "Elder, Fong Chun came out with me from the Golden Crown Nation, but on the way to Water-Leaning City, we got separated," the soaring dragon Marquis said with a smile. "That's good. Since you two already know each other, then let him be in charge of your daily life," the elder said. The soaring dragon Marquis slightly shook his head and said, "Elder, I don't have the qualifications to let Fong Chun be in charge of my daily life." "Why?" the elder asked, puzzled. The soaring dragon Marquis glanced at Fong Chun and then said, "Back then, before I had advanced to the condensing reality realm, Brother Fong's strength was already stronger than mine. The current him will only be stronger." "Oh, there's such a thing." Hearing this, the elder did not dare to believe it. Soon after, he looked at Fong Chun and asked, "How strong is your true strength?" Hearing this, Fong Chun thought for a moment and said, "I don't know exactly how strong I am, but it should be comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. Elder, my talent is not even worth mentioning in front of Brother Fong," the soaring dragon Marquis said. The soaring dragon Marquis' strength naturally did not need to be mentioned. For the soaring dragon Marquis to hold this kid in such high regard, it seemed that he was not simple either. The elder had the thought of testing Fong Chun. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around the elder's body. In the next moment, his large hand directly reached towards Fong Chun. Fong Chun sensed danger and instinctively dodged. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Bang! Fong Chun's fist collided with the elder's opponent, letting out a deafening sound. Fong Chun's body continuously retreated and finally stabilized himself. At this moment, the elder looked at Fong Chun with a burning gaze. "To be able to block my attack, your true strength must be at least at the first level of the condensing reality realm, and your cultivation is only at the 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm. The elder's heart was filled with shock. What was a genius? This was a true genius. At the 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm, his strength was comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. This was definitely a genius among geniuses. This kind of genius is actually assigned to the servant area. What a joke. At this moment, the elder thought of this problem and said in a deep voice. After a while, the elder called the servant elder. Elder, why are you looking for me? The servant elder looked at the elder in the disciple area and said respectfully, I want to ask for someone from you. Is that possible? The elder said directly, Of course. The servant elder said, Elder, you can choose whoever you like. I want him. The elder pointed at Fong Chun and said, Fong Chun. Looking at Fong Chun, the servant elder laughed and said, This kid is not bad. During the time he was in the servant area, he managed the medicine field in an orderly manner. He is a very good servant. Although he made mistakes before, it is better for him to learn from his mistakes and learn from them. Hearing the servant elder's words, the elder in the disciple area had the urge to explode. Such a genius. And you let him manage the medicine field? The elder did not say anything else, and directly left the servant area with Fong Chun and the soaring dragon marquis. Of course, the elder also asked for Fong Chen's opinion. After getting Fong Chen's approval, he then left with Fong Chun. Genius. He is definitely a genius. This is the most powerful genius I have ever seen. At the 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm, he is already comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. If he reaches the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm, he will definitely be promoted to an official disciple. The elder thought to himself with a smile. Chapter 422. The purpose of coming to the southern mountain land was to increase his strength. The servant area was naturally not Fong Chen's choice. Therefore, when the elder suggested bringing him to the honorary disciple area, Fong Chun gladly agreed. Brother Fong, with your strength, it won't be long before you become an official disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon marquis said with a laugh. He was very happy that Fong Chun did not die. He also discovered that Fong Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to before. Fong Chun laughed and did not say anything. Soon, the elder brought Fong Chun to the honorary disciple area and found Elder Han, who was in charge of the honorary disciple area. Elder Han. The elder came to Elder Han's courtyard and smiled. Elderly, how come you have time to come here? Elder Han smiled. Elder Han, I just went to the servant area and found a genius disciple. I brought him here to show you. Elderly said. Behind Elderly, besides Fong Chun, there was also the soaring dragon marquis. Elder Han knew the soaring dragon marquis, so he naturally knew that the genius disciple that Elderly mentioned was Fong Chun. That's right, it's him. I don't know which bastard elder it is to actually assign such an outstanding genius disciple to the service area. Luckily, I met him today, or else such a genius disciple would have been buried. Elderly quickly said, Oh. Elder Han heard Elderly's words and was a little curious about Fong Chun. After a minute, Elder Han found out that Fong Chen's real cultivation was at the 8th Chi-Hai realm, and his strength was comparable to the first condensing reality realm. He was shocked. Within the Chi-Hai realm, crossing realms was not a big deal, but crossing realms from the Chi-Hai realm to the condensing reality realm was definitely a genius among geniuses. There was a fundamental difference between the Chi-Hai realm and the condensing reality realm. A warrior without a Dharma idol, no matter how strong he was, would not be able to defeat a warrior with a Dharma idol. However, Fong Chen's appearance made Elder Han's jaw drop. 8th Chi-Hai realm. When Elder Han thought of this, he was extremely excited. Such a monstrous genius at such a young age. He felt as if he had picked up a treasure. Haha, Old Li, you did well in this matter. Elder Han laughed loudly. It's been a long time since a disciple from our nominal disciple area has been promoted to an official disciple. The higher-ups of the sect are dissatisfied with our nominal disciple area. This kid's appearance is absolutely timely. Elder Han laughed. At the 8th Chi-Hai realm, he already has the power of a late-stage condensing reality realm warrior. If he reaches the 9th Chi-Hai realm, or even higher, you will definitely be qualified to become an official disciple. Elder Han continued. The two elders laughed heartily. Fang Shun and the soaring dragon Marquis stood to the side, not saying a word. After a long while, Elder Han calmed down the excitement in his heart. Then, he looked at Fang Shun and said, Fang Shun, from today onwards, you are a registered disciple of the Baron sect. You must train well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Thank you, Elder. Fang Shun cupped his hands and thanked him. Not long after, the news of Fang Shun becoming a nominal disciple spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Even the 4 servant areas knew about it. No wonder he is the boss of our servant area. He became a nominal disciple so quickly. His cultivation hasn't reached the condensing reality realm yet. This is an exception. In the history of our servant area, this hasn't happened for a long time. So powerful. When I first saw him, I felt that he was very powerful. In the 4 servant areas, many of the servants were discussing and praising Fang Shen's power. At the same time, the bosses of the 4 servant areas were also scared. Luckily, they all recognized Fang Shun and didn't find trouble with Fang Shun. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Any one of the nominal disciples would be able to crush them like ants. The strength of a nominal disciple wasn't something that servants like them could compare to. However, while they were discussing Fang Shun, the disciples of the 4 servant areas were also working hard on their cultivation. After being stimulated by Fang Shun, they also wanted to be promoted to nominal disciple. The nominal disciple area. This was Fang Shen's 3rd month in the Baron sect. During the first 2 months, Fang Shun had been cultivating. Now, he finally arrived at the nominal disciple area. However, Fang Shun had a rough understanding of the situation. First-level condensing reality realm disciples were all nominal disciples and weren't considered official disciples. In order to become an official disciple of the Baron sect, one's cultivation had to reach the 2nd-level condensing reality realm. There were a total of 50 nominal disciples in the nominal disciple area. Most of these nominal disciples were at the mid-condensing reality realm. There were very few late condensing reality realm warriors. In the nominal disciple area, the soaring dragon Marquis was considered an influential figure. After only being in the Baron sect for a few months, he had already become one of the top warriors in the nominal disciple area. This made countless nominal disciples look up to him. Many of the nominal disciples were usually working hard on their cultivation. However, one day, they suddenly heard that a new disciple had arrived in the nominal disciple area. If it was a normal day, a new disciple wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone was already used to it. However, when everyone found out that this new disciple was only at the 8th level of Qi-Hai realm, they were all shocked. How could an 8th level Qi-Hai realm warrior become a nominal disciple? Most of the nominal disciples even thought that there was an inside story. There are even some disciples who shamelessly boasted that they would teach this nominal disciple who came in through the back door a lesson. In short, Fang Shen's name spread throughout the nominal disciple area. In the nominal disciple area, in the courtyard of the soaring dragon Marquis. After all, the Baron sect was a big sect in the water-leaning city. Even in the southern mountain region, it could be considered one of the top sects. As a nominal disciple of the Baron sect, the treatment was pretty good. Every disciple had their own courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard of the soaring dragon Marquis, Fang Shun and the soaring dragon Marquis were sitting quietly and chatting. Brother Fang, ever since we parted that day, the two of us went through untold hardships to come to the water-leaning city. After that, the Black Armor Marquis chose Li Jinghong's sect, while I came to the Baron sect. The two of us made a decision. As long as our cultivation reached the 3rd condensing reality realm, we would take revenge for you. The soaring dragon Marquis said, "Who would have thought that you actually didn't die? That's great." Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned and said, "Many thanks." Brother Fang, why are you telling me this? We are both from the Golden Guan country. Naturally, we have to take care of each other. The soaring dragon Marquis said straightforwardly. After that, the soaring dragon Marquis gave Fang Chen a general introduction of the Baron sect. The Baron sect was a peak 2-star sect. It was only one step away from becoming a 3-star sect. In the entire southern mountain range, there were a total of 3-star sects. The Divine Statue sect in the water-leaning city was one of them. The other 2 3-star sects were in other places. The Barren sect was extremely huge. The hierarchy between the disciples was very strict. If one wanted to join the Barren sect, they had to go through a strict test. If one's cultivation was below the condensing reality realm, one could only become an errand boy. One would start from an errand boy step by step. When one's cultivation reached the first condensing reality realm, one could be promoted to a registered disciple. Of course, registered disciples were not considered official disciples of the Barren sect. Registered disciples only had a certain amount of potential to become official disciples. When a registered disciple's cultivation reached the second condensing reality realm, they could be promoted to an official disciple. Of course, in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Going from the first level to the second level was also extremely difficult. Moreover, registered disciples could not enjoy the resources of the sect. Therefore, in the registered disciple area, no one had been promoted to an official disciple for a year. This made the upper echelons of the Barren sect slightly dissatisfied. As expected of a big sect, Fangchen could not help but sigh. When he was in the Golden Crown country, he thought that the 9 2-star sects were already very powerful. But now, it seemed that the 9 2-star sects could barely be considered as a 2-star sect in the Golden Crown country. If they were placed in the Barren sect, they would not even be considered a 2-star sect. Yes, a top 2-star sect. Their foundation is too strong. The soaring dragon Marquis could not help but sigh. Then, are there any above the official disciples? Fangchen asked. This kind of big sect definitely did not only have official disciples. There might even be some elite disciples. Those with a cultivation between the second condensing reality realm to the 5th condensing reality realm are all official disciples. Those with a cultivation of the 6th condensing reality realm can become core disciples. The soaring dragon Marquis said faintly. Those who could reach the 6th condensing reality realm were already considered the top experts among the younger generation in the southern mountain range. How many core disciples are there in the Barren sect? Fangchen asked. 9. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Cultivating in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Wanting to cultivate to the 6th condensing reality realm was extremely difficult. Even within the 3-star sect in the southern mountain range, there were probably not many disciples above the 6th condensing reality realm. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded his head. The southern mountain range already had experts as common as clouds. He wondered what the 5 elements region or even the entire ancient sword continent would be like. At this time, Fangchen once again thought of the outer realms that the expert who died had mentioned. The ancient sword continent was only a small place. The real stage was the outer realms. Actually, in the eyes of the experts, the southern mountain range is also a small place. Fangchen thought to himself. At this moment, he was even more eager to increase his strength. From the portrait he saw in the Golden Guan Nation, Fangchen guessed that his mother's family should be a big family in the outer realms. That kind of big family was not something that the ancient sword continent could compare to. If he wanted to find his mother, he had to grow up. The road ahead is still long. Fangchen sighed in his heart. At this time, the soaring dragon Marquis continued. Us honorary disciples are basically unable to enjoy the resources of the sect. However, in the honorary disciple area, there are 2 places to cultivate. One is the body tempering pool. Body tempering pool? Fangchen was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was specially created by the Barren sect for the honorary disciples. Within the body tempering pool, there is a large amount of precious body tempering liquid. The honorary disciples are all at the first condensing reality realm and have just condensed their Dharma idol. Therefore, their physical bodies are relatively weak. The soaring dragon Marquis said. What is the effect of this body tempering pool? Fangchen asked. When a martial artist enters the body tempering pool, They can soak in the body-tempering liquid and let the body-tempering liquid strengthen their physical bodies. For a first condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is very good. But for a second condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is not good. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Chapter 423. Competition. Yes, it's competition. It's very intense. In the entire honorary disciple area, all the disciples have their eyes on the body-tempering pool. However, because the maintenance of the body-tempering pool requires a large amount of spirit stones, the sect set it up that it can only hold 5 people at a time. In other words, as long as these 5 people stay in the body-tempering pool, the others will not be able to enter. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fangshan nodded. For such a large sect, the amount of spirit stones spent every day must be a shocking number. Therefore, it was understandable for them to make such a decision. After all, this was the honorary disciple area. Being able to build a body-tempering pool was already considered pretty good. In the past, in front of the body-tempering pool, the disciples would often fight with each other. It was extremely chaotic. However, later on, the disciples reached a unanimous decision. That is, the time in the body-tempering pool will be allocated according to strength. The Soaring Dragon Marquis continued. In the honorary disciple area, there were a total of 50 honorary disciples. They were ranked according to strength. The higher the ranking, the longer the time in the body-tempering pool. Up until now, the Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis was already ranked second among the honorary disciples. The first was a warrior at the peak of the condensing reality realm. He and the Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis were the 2 warriors with the highest hopes of becoming an official disciple. After understanding the body-tempering pool, the Soaring Dragon Marquis continued to talk about the other training ground. Was the other training ground? Fangshan asked. The other training ground is also tailor-made by the sect for us honorary disciples. It's called the Sea of Souls. The Soaring Dragon Marquis laughed. Fangshan was a little confused about the Sea of Souls. He asked, puzzled. The upper echelons of the sect once said that us honorary disciples must not only increase our strength, but also increase the strength of our physical body and soul. This is to prepare for becoming an official disciple in the future. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said, the Sea of Souls is a very mysterious place. The reason why it's called the Sea of Souls is because when a warrior enters it, it's like being in the sea. It can effectively increase the strength of a warrior's soul. Of course, it's only useful for us honorary disciples. Is the Sea of Souls also ranked? Fangshan asked. He didn't need the Soaring Dragon Marquis to know what kind of existence the Sea of Souls was. It was truly unexpected that the Baron sect would nurture their disciples in such a comprehensive manner. There's no need for the Soul Sea, because not every disciple can enter the Soul Sea. Some disciples whose souls are too weak can only stand at the edge of the Soul Sea. As for the stronger disciples, they can enter the depths of the Soul Sea. This will depend on how strong they are. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fangshan nodded when he heard this. Brother Fong, you are currently an honorary disciple. However, with your potential, becoming an official disciple will not be a problem. However, you need to make preparations in advance. Just what do you want to major in? The Soaring Dragon Marquis suddenly said. Oh, Fangshan asked, puzzled. Among the official disciples of the Baron sect, there are a total of 3 schools. The first school is the School of Physical Bodies. They specialize in the cultivation of their physical bodies. They believe that the physical body is the foundation of a martial artist and that all enemies can be destroyed with strength. The second school is the School of Martial Arts. They do not have many requirements for the physical body. They specialize in the martial Tao and are proficient in various exquisite cultivation methods. Their attack power is very strong, but their defense is average. The third school is the School of Soul Souls. Martial artists of the School of Soul Souls specialize in the cultivation of their souls. Their souls are extremely powerful, and when facing an enemy, they can often heavily injure their opponent's soul. Although there are very few disciples of the School of Soul Souls, the disciples of this school are very frightening. After the Soaring Dragon Marquis, finished his introduction, Fang Chun was also extremely shocked. He never thought that the small baron sect would actually be divided into 3 schools. What should I choose? Fang Chun shook his head slightly and did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since he arrived at the honorary disciple area. In these 3 days, Fang Chun had basically familiarized himself with the honorary disciple area. When he was more or less familiar with it, Fang Chun prepared to begin his cultivation. His first destination was naturally the Soul Sea. His soul had been at the peak of the red rank for a long time, but it had been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further. The Soul Sea in the honorary disciple area might be an opportunity. On this day, Fang Chun arrived at the mountain peak where the Soul Sea was located early in the morning. Although it was called the Soul Sea, it was actually a very wide plaza. This plaza was very large, but the plaza was surrounded by an extremely dense soul force. When Fang Chun arrived at the Soul Sea, he had already sensed this soul force. At this moment, there were a few honorary disciples standing in front of the Soul Sea. They were all thinking about how to enter the Soul Sea. Some of the disciples had sharp eyes and saw Fang Chun. Isn't this the new honorary disciple? I heard that his cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. Didn't he just enter through the back door? What's so great about that? Many of the honorary disciples were very dissatisfied with Fang Chun, who entered through the back door. They even felt disgusted. Therefore, when they saw Fang Chun, they deliberately ridiculed him. Fang Chun didn't care about this. He directly ignored these people's ridicule and arrived in front of the Soul Sea. Fang Chun's disregard made these disciples even angrier. One of the short disciples took a step forward and walked in front of Fang Chun. He said coldly, "Fang Chun, your cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How can you become an honorary disciple?" I, Meng Ran, refused to accept this. "Then what do you want?" Fang Chun asked. "Fight with me. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, then I, Meng Ran, will never bother you again," Meng Ran said coldly. Meng Ran was ranked around 40 out of the 50 honorary disciples. He wasn't very strong, but he had a friend who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, he was very arrogant. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke him. Meng Ran had just finished his words when he found that his body was uncontrollably sent flying. The surrounding honorary disciples were all shocked. As bystanders, they naturally saw what had happened. Fang Chun had sent Meng Ran flying with a simple punch. How is this possible? This kid's cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he send Meng Ran flying with a single punch? To be able to send Meng Ran flying with a single punch, it seems like this kid didn't become an honorary disciple through the back door. Meng Ran was sent flying. Immediately, countless honorary disciples started discussing. The way they looked at Fang Chun changed. Meng Ran, who had fallen on the ground, immediately stood up. He coldly looked at Fang Chun and said angrily, "Kid, you actually sneak attacked me. I'm going to kill you. You're so stupid that you can become an honorary disciple." Hearing this, Fang Chun sneered and said, "Look at yourself. Is there a dark blue bruise on your stomach? If I use a little more force, your Qi would definitely be damaged." Hearing Fang Chun's words, Meng Ran's face slightly changed. He lifted his clothes and found a fist-sized dark blue bruise on his stomach. Seeing this, Meng Ran was shocked. This bruise was aimed at the Qi realm. If Fang Chun had used a little more force, his Qi would have hit his Dantian. Even if his Qi was not destroyed, it would have been damaged. Thinking of this, Meng Ran took a deep breath. He looked at Fang Chun with a trace of fear in his eyes. He then turned around and quickly left. The remaining honorary disciples were not as strong as Meng Ran. Since Meng Ran was sent flying by Fang Chun, they naturally did not dare to attack Fang Chun. Just like this, Fang Chun took care of the fly and entered the Sea of Soul. Just as he entered the Sea of Soul, Fang Chun felt a wild soul power surrounding his body. So this is the Sea of Soul. Fang Chun looked around and found that his soul had actually begun to move. Threads of soul power appeared in his mind uncontrollably and happily walked through his sea of soul. What a wonderful feeling. Fang Chen instantly felt his soul become very comfortable. The sea of soul was very wonderful. As expected of the sea of soul, after a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. The sea of soul was incomparably mysterious. Fang Chen's soul had actually been nourished in such a short time. It was incomparably comfortable. I wonder which almighty expert created this sea of soul. Fang Chen faintly said. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the python's sword suddenly began to tremble. In the next moment, the bronze ancestor's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Chapter 424. Ancestor Bronze had not spoken for a long time. Who would have thought that he would speak up now? This is the Baron's sect, Fang Chen said simply. Ancestor Bronze chuckled and said, although this place is a bit rubbish, the soul power here can help my remnant consciousness recover a little. Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Ancestor Bronze had been dead for 10,000 years. It was good that he could leave behind a remnant consciousness. However, a remnant consciousness was still a remnant consciousness. After a long time, it would weaken. However, Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw the Sea of Souls. Although this place was rubbish to him when he was at his peak, it was very helpful to his remnant consciousness. Kid, try go deeper, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and continued to go deeper. As he went deeper, Fang Chen found that the resistance in the Sea of Souls was getting stronger and stronger. His soul also felt a wave of pain. After a while, Fang Chen stopped. His soul had reached its limit and could not go further. If he went further, his soul would not be able to withstand it. The soul power here is still a bit thin, Ancestor Bronze complained. Fang Chen was also helpless. He could only raise his soul power to the orange level in the Sea of Souls as soon as possible. Then he could go deeper. Right after Fang Chen entered the Sea of Soul, a few warriors arrived. The leader was a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. His name was Hiyang, and he was ranked 30th among the nominal disciples. He was originally cultivating, but Meng Ran called him over. Who hurt you? Hiyang asked. Even if it was him, brother, you have to avenge me, Meng Ran said angrily. A mere newcomer dares to bully you. You're really courting death. Hiyang stared at Fang Chen, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. They waited there. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally came out. Seeing Meng Ran, Fang Chen realized something. However, there was no fear on his face. You hurt Meng Ran? Hiyang asked. Otherwise, Fang Chen asked back. Brat, you're quite stubborn, aren't you? Hiyang sneered. My mouth matches my strength, Fang Chen said, not backing down at all. Good. I shall see exactly how capable you are. As soon as Hiyang's voice fell, a wild aura shot up into the sky. In the next moment, Hiyang launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to suppress Hiyang, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. It jumped in front of Hiyang before Fang Chen. A faint purple halo appeared on its little paws as it pounced on Hiyang. Crack when Hiyang saw a little mouse attacking him. He sneered and threw a punch at the little mouse. However, something amazing happened. The little mouse was not sent flying by Hiyang's punch. Instead, Hiyang let out a miserable cry. Bang, bang, bang. Hiyang's body kept retreating. When he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that his fist was covered in blood. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. Damn it! Hiyang looked at his fist and was furious. He felt humiliated to be injured by a little mouse. At this moment, Fang Chen did not notice the furious Hiyang at all. His eyes were focused on the little mouse. He realized that the little mouse had unknowingly advanced to the next level. Condensing reality realm. Fang Chen thought in his heart. At this moment, the little mouse was emitting a terrifying aura. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the little mouse was different from before. Crash! When the little mouse saw Hiyang attacking again, it opened its mouth and bit down on Hiyang's fist. With a crack, Hiyang's fist was bitten off by the little mouse. What a joke! It could even break a meteorite. What could a mere fist do? Ah! A miserable scream came out of He Yang's mouth. He looked at the little mouse in horror, as if he was looking at a monster. The few disciples who followed him were also completely stunned. Where did this little mouse come from? Why were its teeth so hard that it could even break He Yang's fist? A condensing reality realm demonic beast. The few disciples' hearts trembled as they secretly said, "Get lost. You can't even beat my spirit pet, and you still want to challenge me?" Fangchen sneered and said. He Yang, who was screaming miserably, looked at the little mouse with fear in his eyes when he heard Fangchen's words. He quickly disappeared. In front of the Sea of Soul, many of the disciples were shocked. Fangchen was not only powerful, but also had such a powerful spirit pet. After the little mouse defeated He Yang, it kept chattering nonstop. It seemed to be communicating with Fangchen. "You mean you're now an adult?" Fangchen asked. The little mouse quickly nodded. In its race, after reaching adulthood, it would directly become a condensing reality realm demonic beast. Fangchen nodded and asked curiously, "Then why can't you speak human language?" Some demonic beasts, after reaching a certain level, could transform into human form and could even speak human language. The little mouse was a bit strange. It could not speak human language until now. The little mouse slightly shook its head, indicating that it did not know either. No matter what, the little mouse reaching the condensing reality realm was a good thing for Fangchen. After reaching the condensing reality realm, the little mouse's combat power would not be much weaker than Fangchen's. The news of He Yang's defeat instantly spread in the area of the disciples. Of course, the most shocking thing was not Fangchen's strength, but Fangchen's spirit pet. What did you say? A spirit pet actually bit off He Yang's fist. Fangchen's spirit pet, a little mouse, easily defeated He Yang and even bit off his fist. A newcomer actually has such a powerful spirit pet. This spirit pet must be a mutated spirit pet, damn it. I must find a way to get it. For a time, in the entire area of the disciples, many disciples secretly had their eyes on Fangchen's spirit pet. When Fangchen heard this news, he did not care at all, because the disciples in the area of the disciples could not snatch his spirit pet. In the next few days, there were many disciples who came to challenge Fangchen, but they were all beaten up by the little mouse. One day, the little mouse had just beaten up a disciple when it was taken away by Fangchen and left the independent courtyard, and once again came to the Sea of Soul. Entering the Sea of Soul with ease, Fangchen refined his soul while casting the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. At the same time, Fangchen took out the python sword and placed it beside him. The python sword was constantly trembling, and traces of soul power were constantly drilling into the python sword. Old Ancestor Bronze laughed wildly. "Haha, my remnant consciousness will definitely grow stronger." Old Ancestor Bronze was wildly absorbing the soul power in the Sea of Soul, and Fangchen was also working hard to cultivate. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At a certain moment, Fangchen suddenly opened his eyes, and he found that the Daluo Soul Killer Flame had been cultivated to the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, the power of the Daluo Soul Killer Flame was even more tyrannical. At this moment, Fangchen's mind moved, and he cast the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. With a whoosh, a spirit flame appeared in the Sea of Soul. So strong. Fangchen was very excited. However, at this moment, Fangchen suddenly found that a little bit of orange had appeared in his soul. Am I going to break through? Fangchen saw the little bit of orange and was very excited. The red class and the orange class were also a hurdle. Fortunately, Fangchen had previous experience, so it was relatively easier for him than the average person. After discovering this, Fangchen began to wildly absorb the soul power in the Sea of Soul. As time passed, Fangchen found that the orange light in his soul became more and more intense. In the end, his entire soul turned orange. Buzz! Suddenly, Fangchen heard a sound in his soul. Then, Fangchen found that his soul had undergone a qualitative leap. Under Fangchen's efforts, his soul, which was at the pinnacle of the red class, had finally reached the orange class. At this moment, Fang Chun felt a sense of emptiness in his soul. It was extremely comfortable. I've finally reached the orange class.